legs.
Don't you like how most people in fixed income appear just to be momentum traders? They come on and they say, yeah, it's going to be a buy when it backs up to 450. Where are all the headlines? Where are all the notes of people screaming buy, buy, buy with a 10-year back at 450?
The problem is, this is such a hard market to call. I know I sound like a broken record, but what conviction can you have when people can't agree on what the terminal rate is?
450. 450.
Are you trying to sell something?
No, I'm just saying that this is what everyone wanted.
Where were you yesterday at 1 p.m.?
Right now, the 2-year.
Where were you? They could have used you.
Where were you at yesterday's auction?
I thought you were doing it.
The 2-year.
450.
496.
451.
I do the auction.
452.
That's why I can't take you Mitch's calls.
Oh.
Because I'm busy in the afternoon
is that
doing
really
the bond auctions for Treasury.
Well, I should call you.
That's what I do.
Well, yeah,
everyone knows that.
I thought you would care more about it then. Come on.
So most actors are thrilled if they have one part like Rocky in their whole career.
Yeah.
You had another one, Rambo.
Yeah.
Now, Rambo was not something you created, is that right?
No, Rambo was a novel by David Morrell, and I was the 11th choice. Everyone, it was like, I don't know who was next after me because they had gone through everyone. And it passed, including 3 different directors. So this had become sort of a pariah of sorts. The first time we go in there, Rambo was, in the original screenplay, was horrible. He was a psychopath. He killed children, he killed fishermen, this and that. So I said, if I'm gonna get involved with this, I see the character going on beyond this. And they said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to rewrite the screenplay. And I want him to go right to the edge of violence, right to the point where he's being pushed, but he pulls back because, similar to James Dean in East of Eden, he wanted to be accepted back into the family of man.
So if Rambo got in a fight with Rocky, who would win?
Rambo.
Rambo.
Easy.
Because...
Not even a fight. Unless it's in a ring. See, first of all, Rambo is a killer, for real. He's almost a psychopath when that switch flips. Rocky is a good guy. You know, he has mercy. The other one has no mercy.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show, now weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Inflation will be sticky, but that shouldn't stop the Fed because the 2% inflation target is too tight.
They've created a financial market environment that's much too accommodative for what their desire to cut rates are.
I think that this lack of stability is going to be with us for a while, and I don't think that they have a clear strategy for how to manage it.
Frankly, even if they cut this year, is not going to be as relevant as whether we are indeed in a soft landing.
The sound that you heard there was the door slamming on a June rate cut. That's gone.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
The door slams shut on a June rate cut and Wall Street is playing catch-up big time. Some big shifts in the last 24 hours. Talk about market to market. Goldman Sachs, Jan Hatzius shift their call from June to July after shifting it from March to June. Steve Englander over at Standard Chartered go down from 4 to 2. Everyone's had to make some big changes, including everyone in fixed income. Check out this board now. The 2-year, the 10-year, the 30-year with some brand new numbers for 2024. 495.45 on a US 2-year, on a 10-year, Lisa, a clean break of 450.
You talk about the changing narrative and the revisions across Wall Street, and the yield space right now speaks to revisions not only on the front end, on this idea of when the Fed can cut, but how far the Fed can cut rates. You mentioned Stephen Englander. Not only did he revise his Fed forecast in the near term, but he said we now expect the trough of the Fed funds target to be 350 rather than 325. This is an entrenched feeling that inflation is going to run hotter for longer, and that's what the market is really trying to come to terms with.
That's the direction of travel, has been now for the last 4 months. It just picked up big time in yesterday's session. It was a big question of when, not if, and now apparently it's if, not when.
And I think we have to wait for that PPI report to finally be the final nail in the coffin for some of these individuals betting when the Fed is going to cut rates. I look to Morgan Stanley's Ellen Zentner. She's basically saying the June rate cut is in jeopardy. It's on life support. And she says, dependent on the PPI data, this print tilts the Fed toward a later start in the cutting cycle. So let's see what PPI comes in. But pretty much everyone is expecting we're all in towards the end of the year.
8:30 Eastern time for PPI, together with jobless claims. The estimate for jobless claims, 215. The previous week, 221. Tons of Fed speak as well, including New York Fed President John Williams. Now, New York Fed President John Williams, you remember back in December where he poured cold water over the December rate cut conversation, which was sort of engineered by his boss, Chairman Powell, in the news conference that month. I wonder what he's got to say later on today.
If you think about it, taking a step back, some people say this is all the Fed's fault. Because, of course, they say that because they're always going to blame the Fed no matter what happens. But people saying that the change in communication materially loosened financial conditions at a time where inflation had not died. And that actually financial conditions are easy, not because of rate policy, but because of jawbone policy. And so how do they jawbone policy a different kind of message, right? How do they sort of give communication that counters the narrative in the market without totally undermining any credibility that they have left?
Those words reminded me of what we've heard repeatedly from Torsten Slock over at Apollo, who has said that the easy financial conditions have been a factor. We can talk about how big a factor, but a factor in what we're seeing. This was a quote from him yesterday. 3-month annualized change in supercore inflation, now over 8% and accelerating. 6-month annualized change is 6% and the year-over-year change is 5%. We're sticking to our view that the Fed will not cut rates in 2024. Is he finding more and more company as we get more and more data?
Without a doubt. I mean, the market basically confirms that. We're seeing now just 2 rate cuts being priced in, and tepidly at that, not even. There is this question of what we could be missing. And of course, Steel Dutta on Q yesterday came out and said, just quit it, guys. We are seeing disinflation. Check out wages. If you look at the Atlanta Fed wage tracker, you do see that. People point to quits, people to point to small business optimism falling off a cliff. There are reasons to see this. The problem is, how much can the Fed really justify making a shift, given the hot inflation reads, the strong labor market prints, and the political backdrop that really creates a fraught situation?
I'm glad you brought up the political backdrop, because Paul Donovan at UBS is talking about actually they are seeing deflation in every consumer price prospect. But in certain states, he points to clothing prices in Tampa. He points to plunging communication prices in Chicago. It's difficult to argue, he says, that structural inflation stickiness exists when every key sector has deflation, but somewhere in the country. This is what makes it so complicated.
The PPI, jobless claims coming up a little bit later. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500, negative 0.25% on the S&P, just a little bit softer after yesterday's big sell-off. Bond yields just about unchanged, 454.57 on a US 10-year. In the FX market, the dollar stronger against everything yesterday, just a rip-roaring rally. Against the euro this morning, stronger again, 107.30 ahead of the ECB. Coming up this hour, Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex on the risk of even higher inflation still ahead. Maryland Governor Wes Moore on rebuild efforts in Baltimore. And Ian Lingen of BMO following the biggest rise in 10-year yields since 2022. We begin with our top story, a bump in the road or new terrain. Investors closing the door on a June Fed cut following another hot CPI print. Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex warning of even higher inflation ahead, writing this. The real concern is future CPI prints given current commodity trends. Should the inflation data start to pick up further, we could see potentially even higher rates in the short term. Katie's with us now for more. Katie, I want to understand what things looked like for you yesterday. Do you and the team just sit there smiling, watching yields rip and the dollar rally?
Well, the truth is short signals have been very consistent this year. They haven't really sort of come to fruition because they've been anchored on a dovish Fed. But what is happening now is the breakout that we've been looking for in fixed income, which is basically identifying that there is more inflation than people would like, and that inflation is going to be harder to get lower. The biggest thing I've been watching before yesterday was commodity prices. Take a look at precious metals, industrial metals, and energy. They have already started to move substantially before this event, which is going to be a tailwind for a better inflation number in the future, which means we're here for longer.
You were short bonds into it, and I think that's the question, why you should stick with that trade for longer. Can you build on the signal coming out of the commodity market? And I want to introduce crude as well, $90. What gives you the impression that these kind of levels in commodities are sustainable and they'll carry on driving these moves in fixed income?
Well, if you look at where some of the commodity prices have moved, it's been substantial. Take a look at copper. Take a look at gold prices, and we can talk about that in a minute because it's a little different, but also energy. And when you see how much those prices have increased in the last 6 weeks, we've also seen some of the disinflationary pressures that we saw in agricultural sectors dissipating and bottoming out somewhat in February. This means that a lot of these disinflation trends, and in fact now uptrends, are starting to be visible in some of these raw commodities, which tend to be sort of the leading indicator to issues that we see. This is exactly what we saw in 2022 when we saw such a high inflation print later in the year. So there is some concern that this is going to be a tailwind for the narrative of the future CPI later this year as these prices put pressure through the system.
We've been talking a lot this morning, Katie, about where the bond market moves have really been coming. It's been interesting on the short end, makes a lot of sense, pretty directly correlates to Fed policy. The long end is really the confusing part for us because we are seeing people reset longer-term inflation expectations. Where are you most short? Are you seeing some of these shifts in momentum in the long end with the idea of people really questioning whether this Fed has the conviction and the will to bring inflation lower in light of some of the commodity and industrialization moves?
Well, signals across the bond curve technically are still short across the curve. A little shorter, stronger on the short end, but there's still really a lot of concern for long-term bonds. And the concept of this is very straightforward. If inflation remains sticky, then there's a chance that really sort of owning long-term bonds could potentially really have a deterioration in value. Should we stay sticky in inflation? Or should we cut and then not need to, and thus those bond prices in relative terms with inflation sticky become vulnerable? So I think a lot of people are not thinking about long-term cash flows are actually quite vulnerable to a sticky inflation and longer-term inflation expectations, which means that there's still definitely downward pressure in those markets.
At the same time, you have people who say, look to recent history. Every time yields got to a certain point, it brings the buyers in. We've heard buyer after buyer, potential buyer after buyer, talk about how it looks really attractive to lock in yields at this level. What are you seeing on the technical level about whether people are lining up to buy at certain levels or whether that bid has evaporated along with the narrative?
Well, this is not a conversation I'm seeing right now because I think people need to have more clarity on how long it's going to take to cut. So if they really did believe that cuts are coming sooner rather than later, then you would definitely expect that people want to get in and lock in those higher rates today. But given all of the commentary about inflation, stickiness, and sort of the long-term battle that we have ahead of us, it's still really unclear at what point we're going to get that buy signal. I know we got it in October when we saw a 5% 10-year, but we're still really far from that 5% at this point. So maybe 5% is that point where people start to say, there's no way we're going higher. But it could still be a case, like I said, that we had a big steepener where people are concerned about even higher inflation. That's a rare event, but it could happen.
Katie, you name-checked gold as a little bit different than the rest of the broader commodity space. On this program, we've heard people talk about sanctions policies, geopolitics, inflation hedge. What do you give this gold resilience to? What does it come down to?
For us, I think it's really about real rates. And that's actually something that's been very interesting to me for the last month. Gold prices have gone way up. And so if you take this very simple analogy, if you were say, for example, going to buy your S&P with gold, actually, in some sense, the S&P hasn't gone up in real terms. So that's something that we have to think about in an inflationary environment, that if we have some inflation is good for equity nominal prices, but the fact that gold prices have increased so much suggests that real rates are not as attractive. So people want to actually have gold as a store of value. So in gold terms, equity markets are actually gone down in value. So if you kept your gold at home, you could actually buy more S&P.
Katie, gold's really confused me, and you've confused me there too. So I'm going to have to go back to those comments and listen to them twice, maybe 3 times. Katie, can you explain really clearly what on earth is going on with gold and its relationship to bond yields? Because for most of this year, over the last couple of months specifically, gold's rallied, yields have climbed. Odd relationship, but it's been developing. Then yesterday happened. Yields ripped, gold dropped on a hot inflation report. Katie, what's that about?
That's a trickier one because that's a one-day move. I'd say that the more recent move to us has looked like decreasing real yield. So if you have inflation increasing, you want to hold gold as a store of value. On the other hand, when you have the situation like yesterday, it may be the case that people see it as a opportunity to take profit in gold. I'm not sure, because yesterday was definitely a very idiosyncratic day. But in general, gold has been increasing as a safe haven asset where people are thinking about inflation potentially ticking up as something where you want to store value. And that's why it's interesting that the S&P relative to gold hasn't really increased.
Yesterday wasn't a one-day move, it was a one-year move in the bond market, Katie. Katie Mincy there of Alpha Simplex. Katie, thank you. Short fixed income, short bonds, and let's face it, after yesterday, right to be. Lisa, looking at gold this morning, positive by 0.2%.
You pointed to yesterday's sell-off in gold. Just want to point out Bitcoin was up, just theoretically. I mean, one day to move isn't going to do anything, but I do wonder if the sort of new trade that's developing is short bonds, long gold. Basically, if you believe inflation is going to tick up and suddenly we're going to talk about the deficit and all that, the auction yesterday, go forward, go crazy. But this question of whether gold is sort of the new ballast and the new haven on the margins, given central bank buying and other concerns, bonds not so much.
It's hard to keep up, that's for sure. 8:30 Eastern Time, more to talk about. We're going to get data, PPI, jobless claims as well. 8:15, so 15 minutes before that, you get an ECB rate decision. 15 minutes after that data, so 8:45 Eastern Time, you'll hear from President Lagarde. And at the same time, you should hear from John Williams of the New York Fed as well, with some comments, hopefully, on yesterday's data. Equity futures negative here by 1/3 of 1% on the S&P. Let's get to your Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Allianz's chief economist Ludovic Sabran says the ECB is now in what he calls a pickle, now that the Fed cuts are likely to be pushed out, widening rate differentials between the two.
The sensitivity is the following: 100 basis points difference on the interest rate differential is 4 to 5% depreciation on the euro dollar. Markets could be spooked that the ECB threw the baby with the bathwater a bit early.
Sabran spoke to me earlier on the Bloomberg Brief, which you can catch every weekday at 5 a.m. A who's who of business and tech leaders gathered at the White House last night for a state dinner in honor of visiting Japanese Prime Minister Kishida. Jamie Dimon, Larry Fink, Tim Cook, Jeff Bezos were all among the high-profile attendees. There are also some celebs. Robert De Niro and Olympian Christy Yamaguchi were also in attendance. U.S. credit card delinquency rates were the highest on record in the fourth quarter. That's according to a report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Almost 3.5% of credit card balances were at least 30 days past due as of the end of December. That's up by 30 basis points from the prior quarter. The number of debts that were 60 and 90 days late also climbed. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Up next on the programme, antitrust action heating up over U.S. steel.
I stand by my commitment to American workers. I'm a man of my word. I'm going to keep it. And with regard to that, I stand by our commitment to our alliance.
We'll follow that story next on the programme, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges.
Britain's next. Fed was going to keep Green World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Earnings season is coming.
I think we're all asking the same question.
Just how much earnings growth they're expecting.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have Take-Two numbers.
Shares of Pinterest.
Lucid Group coming out with its earnings.
All eyes right now on NVIDIA.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
How much bigger could profit and revenue have been? Better than what the street was expecting.
Bang in line with estimates.
We will have full and instant analysis.
It all starts Friday on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Equity futures on the S&P 500 negative here by a third of 1%. Yields up again. Nothing like yesterday, let's be clear. Up a single basis point today. Double-digit moves yesterday right through the curve. 455.59 on a US 10-year. Under surveillance this morning, antitrust action heating up over US steel.
I stand by my commitment to American workers. I give a man of my word. I'm going to keep it. And with regard to that, I stand by our commitment to our alliance. This is exactly what we're doing, a strong alliance as well.
Here's the latest. President Biden pledging his support for American workers as the DOJ opens an extended antitrust probe into Nippon Steel's bid for US Steel. At a meeting with Biden at the White House, the Japanese Prime Minister weighing in on the deal, saying, quote, Japan believes that the US government will proceed appropriately and in accordance with the law. Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners joins us now for more. Henrietta, can you just walk us through how thin this tightrope is for the President of the United States on these issues?
That's a fair way to say it. I would maybe encourage people to think of how long that rope is. I would imagine it goes all the way through the November elections. Ever since this deal was announced, there was immediately to my mind an understanding that this is going to take a very long time. There's no reason that this has to be approved before the election. I do think that, to acknowledge your point about how tricky a tightrope this is, they really just need this to be thoroughly vetted, dot all the I's and cross all the T's, but very likely it will take well into the fourth quarter of this year. And I suspect after the election, there's no reason to inflame risk or risk any tensions from either side. I think Nippon Steel can be patient, and I think the DOJ is going to do a very thorough accounting of the entire situation. So I expect this to take a while.
In some ways, they're lucky that this is Japan, because Japan has been very respectful, very aware. They know exactly what is going on. This is about November. So let's talk about November. Is it working? When you make moves like this, or suggest you will make moves like this, to attract the vote in places like Pennsylvania, there are signs that this is beginning to work.
The way I think about the election at this stage, when we're really in the heart of it, is you're trying to see an absence of unforced errors. So former President Trump came out aggressively against the deal, and President Biden is not going to give him an inch of any kind of wiggle room to either tack further to the right or hard line on trade with him. This administration has been very conscientious of where the Trump administration in 2017 took us on trade. All the existing tariffs on China, for example, are still on. The Section 232 steel and aluminum tariffs have been suspended, but they're still in existence. So there's this weird nexus of the world where Democrats and Republicans under President Trump, former President Trump, have sort of overlapped a lot on trade. And I think they're both making very similar points. And it's one that Democrats feel very comfortable making. And former President Trump is trying to sort of outflank throughout this process.
Your base case is that Biden will win another term for the White House. Yesterday, we had hotter than expected CPI, a lot of concerns about what this means as voters head to the poll. It's still one of the top concerns when we go out, when Gallup goes out and takes these surveys. How do you see the president potentially shifting in how he talks about the economy? Because it's not working.
Yeah, it hasn't worked all year, despite the fact that the economy has improved and CPI has come down substantially since the midterm elections. I think what I would encourage folks to do, and I just published a report on this, is look historically at what voters say they care about. It's consistently the economy. In this point, the economy and inflation in your polling is 31% of the population's number one issue if you combine the two of them. The issues are tremendously important, of course, especially at the household level and amongst female voters in the United States. They have a 10% more negative view of the state of the economy than male voters do. Perhaps because they're more exposed to making household purchases. And obviously gas prices continue to be an issue going into the summer months. But look at what happened in 2022, for example, and 2023. Even when inflation was at 9% in the run up to the election, who won the election? Democrats across the board. And that was in the Senate, where they picked up a seat despite having majorities in the House, Senate, and the White House. President Biden's approval rating was through the floor. It was, completely underwater. And voters still gave the Republican Party the worst showing of a minority party since the 1930s. So the question you have to ask yourself is, when voters say the economy and inflation are their number one issues, just like they did in 2022, how do you justify then them going into the ballot box and pulling the lever for Democrats, which they've done consistently from Ohio to Kentucky, just as recently as 5 months ago? And so while immigration and now crime and sort of terrorism are top issues amongst Republican voters, what we see time and again, and specifically just 5 months ago in the sort of first in the nation votes on the 2024 election in Ohio and Kentucky, as well as Virginia, is that abortion is the, in fact, driving motivator in getting people to the polls. And when they go to vote on anything, when they get in the ballot box, they pull the lever for Democrats. And I suspect it's largely for abortion. So the rulings on IVF in Alabama, the 6-week ban from the Supreme Court in Florida, the new ban from the 1800s in Arizona, which was just upheld last night by the Republicans in the House and Senate there, are the real problem. And I think a real factor in the election, more so than the economy, because people, it's sort of nebulous to say, I'm voting on the economy. You really go in and say, what do I have to actually change? What does my vote impact? And it's abortion.
So it's almost like a protest poll. I'm fed up with these gasoline prices and I'm fed up with what's going on in the grocery. But then you go into the polling booth and you're like, actually, what matters to me most is abortion. In that sense, then, what's going on in Arizona, does that shore up the Democrats can control that Senate seat? Because when it comes to the Senate, the Republicans really have an advantage.
When it comes to the Senate, Republicans are in a position of extreme strength, both geographically and statistically. All 8 seats that are even worth monitoring right now are Democratic seats that Republicans are putting up real fights for in mostly purple and even red states. I mean, Democrats have no business winning 4 election cycles in the Senate in Georgia in the last couple of years, let alone Arizona and keeping Nevada. I mean, those states should be Republican, but they're not. And I would say that there's one reason for that, and it's ever since 2016, it's Donald Trump and it's abortion, and they lose every time.
And you can see how it's becoming a bigger problem for them. Henrietta, just President Trump and how Carrie Lake even have responded to that decision. How are they responding? How are they messaging to the electorate?
Arizona is such a perfect encapsulation because we have Ruben DeLeo, who's even more progressive than Joe Biden. We have Carrie Lake, who's a perfect proxy for Donald Trump in the MAGA universe. And then we have Kyrsten Sinema, who I think is a great proxy and stand-in for Nikki Haley. And you're seeing the trends in that state consistently outperform Biden and Trump at the top of the ticket, with Ruben DeLeo outperforming in fundraising to a much greater extent. Carrie Lake is trying to distance herself from her historical statements on abortion. She used to be a strong proponent of exactly the law that was passed, or excuse me, the Supreme Court decision. And now they're sort of trying to backtrack. But to get back to the original point about unforced errors, if the former president's going to come out and say, I support states' rights, and then the state goes and acts the next day, this is exactly what he said he supported. So it's really hard to distance yourself from it. And I think you're going to see that in the polls in the next couple of weeks.
Seeing a lot of it. That's so well framed. Henrietta, thank you. Henrietta Trace there of Vader Partners. Arizona's fascinating right now, seeing how this is playing out.
And also, they had a potential incumbent when it comes to Kyrsten Sinema. She decided to become an independent, and she's not running. It's very fascinating. And what's happening in abortion, I mean, this law was on the books before Arizona actually became a state. And what's happening there has the Republicans scrambling. And potentially this could give the Democrats not just a seat, but Biden the presidency.
We support state rights, but just not state decisions like those. Seems to be the theme.
They put themselves in this box. And that is the problem. And how do they get out of it? How do they communicate? Because we know that Donald Trump and Republicans, they struggle with women and suburban women. And you see a ruling like this, and this is very unnerving. And even if they're annoyed with grocery prices, to Henrietta's point, they'll go vote on abortion.
Big focal point going into November. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500. If you are just joining us, welcome. A little bit softer here. We're down about 1/3 on the S&P. Coming up next on the programme, Baltimore hoping to have its port fully restored by the end of May. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins us next from New York City. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
There is a natural tension between the need of a supplier to scale and the need of the customer, the car maker, to differentiate, try to make something that is unique.
We have a long-term partnership with Tesla, and it's still strong, but Tesla is not the only partner that we're seeking, and we want to diversify and really make the EV market in general stronger and sustainable.
All these devices becoming smart devices, they all need a brain inside that helps them learn what to do. That brain inside is ARM.
I'm believing the next user experience is going to be based on Gen AI on the phones. We're optimistic that we could start to see devices as early as this year.
Our job is to create index products and then to be the listing exchange for those index products that allow investors to invest in all sorts of tradable instruments, including now Bitcoin.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday on Bloomberg TV and radio, hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything.
And pause. Yesterday was like a week, a year's worth of price action in the bond market. Look at things now. Softer again on the S&P. We're negative 1/3% on the Nasdaq. We're down about 1/4. We're down 0.7% on the small caps. The small caps yesterday getting absolutely hammered. In the bond market, if you were away from the market yesterday, this is a big reset for you. Totally different numbers. The 2-year with a move of about 20 basis points, 496.30. Yields a little bit lower this morning by a single basis point. The 10-year with a big adjustment as well. We're talking about double-digit moves right the way through the curve, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, and we're talking about new highs for 2024 as well. 455 on the 10-year. Lisa has talked a lot about auctions. Yesterday was a really sloppy one. And a little bit later, Lisa, the 30-year bond, $22 billion worth this afternoon.
At a time when people can't really really put a finger on what inflation is going to be over the longer term, because yesterday wasn't just a reset about Fed policy. It was a reset about how sticky this inflation is and what that means longer term, which is why you had dealers taking up the greatest amount of yesterday's 10-year auction going back to late 2022. Do you see a repeat of that as people really push back and say, wait a second, we have to rethink exactly what levels we're looking at longer term?
Possibly a reset in foreign exchange as well. So let's switch at the board and get to FX and start with the euro. The euro breaking down to about 107, 107.31 later on this morning. So about 45 minutes from now, we'll get an ECB rate decision. That's a weaker euro, a much stronger dollar in the last 24 hours. And even for dollar yen, for the Japanese, for the Bank of Japan, we were talking about 152 as the line in the sand. Forget 152. We cleaned out 153 in the last 24 hours.
And this isn't something that Bank of Japan or any Japanese officials can really easily fight against, because it really is just a fundamental shift. This is the dollar ripping at the greatest pace yesterday since the banking crisis back in March of 2023. So at what point do central banks welcome this? And at what point do they just sort of accept it? And how much do they try to fight it?
The dollar stronger against G10 in a big way. Under surveillance this morning, a fresh read on the US economy coming in just under an hour with PPI jobless claims at 8:30 Eastern time. That'll be followed by a slew of Fed speak. We'll hear from Williams, Barkin, Collins, Bostic, all on deck, and you'll get a lot more going into the weekend as well. It's Williams for me, Anne-Marie. I think that's got to be the focus of the big three on the FOMC, the New York Fed president, his thoughts on what happened yesterday morning.
And what does that mean in terms of the path for the Fed, and how many rate cuts is the market right when they're starting to say, actually, it's going to be 2 or maybe even less? We heard from Barkin yesterday. I loved what he said. He said, quote, "We're making a lot of progress. We need to be humble about how easy it is to get there." So the Fed wants to be a little bit more humble. And Steve Risciuto yesterday, for me, hot landing. That's what he calls this is. And whether or not the Fed, and potentially we'll hear that today from the New York Fed president, whether or not they're going to have to accept a 2 to 3% inflation landing in order to cut rates and continue the economy moving.
That's definitely been a theme through the pandemic and coming out the other side of the pandemic, humility. I think we all need a dose of humility. Very, very unsure as to what is happening in the economy and what is happening in markets too. So we spent the last couple of weeks talking about a big rotation in markets to small caps, away from mega cap tech. What happened yesterday? Small caps get hammered. Mega cap tech, the Mag 7, they do okay. More on mega cap tech. Amazon, the CEO Andy Jassy has just published his annual letter to shareholders, expecting the company's cloud infrastructure to become an essential part of the generative AI boom, saying, quote, "Much of the world-changing AI will be built on top of, guess what? AWS." So I guess the shareholder letter this morning, Lisa, is a pitch to investors to buy, because this is where it's going to be for AI.
It's a pitch to investors saying, stop telling us that we're losing the race with Azure of Microsoft. We're not. This is absolutely in our repertoire, and we're doing just great. Whether people buy it is another question, but it shows where the race is. It is in terms of consolidating cloud ownership, in terms of the AI space, and dominating it in a way that Google's having a lot of trouble doing.
But this also follows his letter last year. He talked about how they want Amazon to help fuel the artificial intelligence, boost efforts to develop and build Amazon franchises, groceries, health, et cetera, et cetera. It's basically the same thing, but revamped and a lot more fuel to that fire.
Amazon just a little bit softer in the pre-market. Let's turn to our next story. The NTSB said its investigation into last month's Baltimore bridge collapse is honing in on the vessel's electrical system. President Biden saying the federal government will pay for the bridge recovery and rebuild. Meanwhile, the governor of Maryland saying he hopes to restore full service at the Port of Baltimore by the end of May. I'm pleased to say that with us is Governor Wes Moore. Governor, thanks for giving us your time this morning. I know it's been a very difficult month for you and the people of your state. Very, very difficult. I want to start with this because the President of the United States, President Joe Biden, has committed to funding the cost of the rebuild. How confident are you that he can get that financing through Congress?
Well, I'm confident that it's imperative that we can get it done. If you look at the economic impact of the Port of Baltimore, the Port of Baltimore is worthy and contributes about $70 billion to the American economy. The Port of Baltimore is the largest port in this country for new cars, for heavy trucks, for agricultural equipment, for spices and sugars, for coal. That a huge chunk of the American economy relies on the Port of Baltimore. And so I'm thankful that the president has led and rightfully acknowledged that what happened last week was not just a human catastrophe. I mean, we lost 6 Marylanders. during this catastrophe. And it was not just an economic catastrophe for Maryland or for the region. This was an economic catastrophe for the country. And so our ability to be able to rally in a bipartisan fashion and to be able to get the port reopened and reopen the and get the bridge rebuilt is going to be a national priority.
So two issues there. So reopen the port and reopen the bridge. Can we deal with the first one first? Reopen the port. How straightforward is that going to be?
This is a remarkably complex operation. We've never had a maritime disaster like this where you have not only a ship, a vessel, that's the size of the Eiffel Tower and the weight of the Washington Monument that is now stuck in the middle of the Patapsco River. And part of the reason that it's stuck in the middle of the river is because it has a bridge, an iconic bridge that's sitting on top of it. 3,000 to 4,000 tons of steel are sitting on top of the bridge, and the remainder of the bridge is sitting at the bottom of the river. So this is still a remarkably complex operation, one where we have our divers who are in there every day, and they literally cannot see anywhere between a foot or two in front of them because of the amount of wreckage that's in the water. And so the ability that we've now been able to open up 2 channels that can now have up to a 14-foot depth, so you can get certain commercial vehicles. We've had 59 commercial transfers that have already taken place, and hopefully by the end of May we'll have fully functioning operations for the port. Is a staggering accomplishment when you think about the speed and the coordination that was required in order to make that happen.
So end of May for the port, Governor, but what about the rebuild of the bridge? What does this timeline look like?
The rebuild of the bridge is going to be a longer timeline. The thing that we know is for that bridge that over 36,000 people went over that bridge every single day. That was the bridge that got people from where they lived to where they worked, from where they lived to where they worshipped, to where they lived to where they went to school. It was also a key and a crucial part of port operations because for the Port of Baltimore, it's not just maritime operations, it's also rail and it's also truck operations that exist in the Port of Baltimore. And so in order to truly get the Port of Baltimore up and going in the same kind of fashion that it was before, getting that bridge rebuilt is going to be imperative. And we know that's going to be a longer timeline, but we are committed to making sure that we get the key bridge rebuilt.
And I know that's why you're going to be in Washington today to be speaking to lawmakers about the funding to rebuild this. I was struck by what Senator Cruz said yesterday. He says that he wants to get this rebuilt as soon as possible, but he said it's bureaucratic dithering and lengthy environmental reviews, kind of blaming it on Democrats for this bureaucracy, environmental reviews that could potentially make this a long-term process and not as quick as, say, you and residents of Maryland want to see. Do you agree with him that this should be really fast-tracked?
Well, I'm thankful that Senator Cruz is a yes on making sure that we can get 100% funding for it. And I'm thankful that Senator Cruz understands how imperative it is that we both get the port reopened and also get the bridge rebuilt. I also know that the White House, I had my first phone call from the White House at 3 o'clock in the morning of the tragedy. And the White House has been with us every single step of the way. The Secretary of Transportation was literally down there, boots on ground before noon. To be able to assess the damage and assess what they can do to help. I have yet to receive a phone call from Senator Cruz. I've yet to receive a visit from Senator Cruz. I would welcome him to come to Baltimore for him to see exactly the circumstances and the situation that we're dealing with. And I'm sure when he came, he would also see that there are members of the Biden administration who have been on the ground the entire time, and I'm sure he would spend time with them as well when he came to Baltimore. I know this needs to move quickly. This needs to move fast. We need to focus on safety, and we've got to get this thing rebuilt. And I'm glad we are building a bipartisan support structure around what it's going to take and around what that can look like.
You talk about how quickly it's important to rebuild the bridge, and I know a lot of people would agree from every facet of the region. How much are you exploring other types of financing if it doesn't come from the government, whether it's issuing municipal bonds or getting public-private partnerships?
I think that all options should be on the table, and all options are on the table. You know, I don't come from a political background. I'm frankly an Army guy. I was a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division, and then when I left the Army, I started a business. So I understand the role that the public sector, the private sector, that philanthropy is also going to play in this. And even if you just look at the past week, we've used every lever at our disposal to be able to address this issue. I actually issued an executive order that released $60 million of state funding that went towards supporting our port workers. We actually signed legislation that focused on things like providing scholarships to the children of transportation workers who have died on the job, and also providing additional supports for businesses. We also helped launch something called the Maryland Tough Baltimore Strong Alliance, which is over 80 organizations, private sector, businesses, and philanthropy. We've now raised over $15 million that's going towards port workers, and also have a commitment from businesses to do things like they're not laying off their workers. If they have to temporarily move operations from the Port of Baltimore, they've committed to bringing them back to the Port of Baltimore. So we know it's important to use every single lever at our disposal, and that every sector, private sector, public sector, philanthropy, have all got to be involved and at the table in order for us to get to our long-term conclusions.
Well, as a Marylander, as a business owner, as a military man, you fully understand the importance of infrastructure and what the ramifications could be the longer that this goes on. Is there a drop-dead time where, say, it takes 2 years and that's the maximum that it could take to rebuild this bridge and get operations, to reopen the port, to get things back up and running, where Maryland, Baltimore can withstand that, versus after that, where it becomes a real financial weight that has much more punitive consequences?
Well, it's a financial weight now, and it's the reason that we are moving as fast as humanly possible. It's the reason that we have 24/7 operations that are going right now, and that cadence, that speed, it's not going to stop. I'm committed to making sure that we are moving with speed on this, because we have to remember there are tens of thousands of port workers that right now are being impacted by this. There are entire communities that now have watched their way of life completely upended. There are industries that the country relies on that are now at either a stop or a stall because of what has happened with this port tragedy. And so, the how imperative it is that we move fast on this, it sits with me every single day. And I know we are going to, and I'm going to demand 24/7 operations until we accomplish 4 goals. Bring closure to these families, reopen these channels, make sure we're taking care of our people who've been impacted by this, and getting the bridge rebuilt.
Governor, how much money do you need?
Well, the truth is that we don't have an official price tag on that right now. That we know this is going to be a long journey. We know this is going to be something that is expensive. We also know, though, taken place thus far. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, seeing what I saw, and said that 2 weeks later we would have 2 commercial channels open, that by the end of this month we should have up to a 35-foot depth in draft that should be able to get a lot of the new cars and roll on, roll off that the Port of Baltimore relies on up and going, and by the end of May we should have the port fully functioning. I would have said, when you look at the damage and the devastation that we saw, I would have said that seems very ambitious, but that's where we are. And so we know this is going to be a long journey. We know this is not going to be an inexpensive journey, but it's a journey that we all have got to be committed to, because this means everything to not just our region and our state, but to the long-term growth of maritime operations in the American economy.
Governor, we appreciate your time, and I know this is going to be a long road ahead for you and your state, and it's going to be an ongoing conversation, and hopefully we can talk to you again in the future. Governor Westmore, thank you, sir. The governor there of Maryland. Difficult conversation, difficult time for his people in that state after the Baltimore Bridge collapse. Bramo, it's important to ask, how much money do you need? I'm not expecting a precise figure. I need $2.whatever billion. But if you go into Congress, they're going to want to know, what's the price tag? And to understand exactly how it's going to be deployed. I mean, when you started talking about how challenging it is to move something that's equal to the Monument or the Statue of Liberty or the Eiffel Tower, and you've got steel over it. Here's the issue, though. At what point does some of the dock work move away from the region? At what point does the traffic push people away from living in that region? There are all of these longer-term implications that go on the longer it takes to really rebuild.
We have at least a timeline on when the port will be fully open, the end of May, but no timeline on how to rebuild this bridge. And Jonathan, to your point, how much it's going to cost? One professor at the University of Chicago was looking at what happened when the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the Tappan Zee Bridge, similar comparisons, rebuilding that. He said it's going to be at least $4 billion. And potentially that number can get higher.
Yeah, a line of credit A big, big number, and maybe an indefinite commitment as well. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hi, John. The U.S. and its allies are warning Israel of a missile or drone strike by Iran or its proxies. People familiar with intelligence say that the attack against military and government targets in Israel may happen in the coming days, a significant widening of the conflict. The Justice Department has opened an extended antitrust investigation into Nippon Steel's takeover bid for U.S. Steel. The companies had hoped for approval in the second or third quarter, but this will likely delay it. The takeover has become a hot-button issue for this presidential election. President Biden says that he wants U.S. Steel to remain domestically owned, but stopped short of making an explicit push to kill the deal. Donald Trump, for his part, said he would try to block the takeover. Bad weather looks set to disrupt the first day of golf's U.S. Masters in Augusta, Georgia. Officials announced that the first round won't begin before 9 a.m. Eastern. World number one, Scottie Scheffler, is the favorite to win his second green jacket. But bad news for Scottie. No favorite has ever gone on to win the tournament since Tiger Woods did in 2005. Now, as for Woods, he says that he's still capable of winning a sixth green jacket and 16th major if, quote, everything comes together. That's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. Nothing else matters this weekend. Nothing. Scottie Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele teeing off a little bit later. I've got no idea when because of the weather.
Can I ask you, when does it end?
Sunday.
Okay.
Why?
We have a few days left.
Honestly, it's fine. I get to watch him. I get to watch him
relaxing.
just talk to himself or talk to the screen. You know, viewer, please write in.
Everyone at home knows this is the most therapeutic golf tournament on the planet. Yeah, it's just quiet. It's beautiful.
Look at that.
It's perfect. There you go. Up next, see, you've got it. You can join Jim Nantz this weekend over at CBS.
Okay.
Slamming the door on June.
The sound that you heard there was the door slamming on a June rate cut. Jay Powell wants to achieve consensus. He can't convince the committee of something the committee doesn't, on average, want to believe.
That conversation up next. Live from New York, this is Bloomberg.
I think I was around so many powerful people my entire life. From the time I got married to Robert Kardashian and had a whole ecosystem of businessmen and entrepreneurs and people running studios. And, you know, any given day it would be the head of a studio and, you know, just often paid attention without really realizing I was paying attention. And I had a very amazing education. I was a housewife. I was raising 4 kids at home. I had the most blessed situation, but at the same time surrounded by these business situations that I didn't even realize were happening right in front of me, but I must have been absorbing it because there's so many times I've like brought up in my mind one of those conversations that I had learned from. And so I think I had a very lucky and blessed existence that way.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Session lows on the S&P 500, negative by 0.5%. Bit softer this morning, a lot softer yesterday. Yields up a single basis point, adding some more weight to that 10-year yield, 4.56 after a double-digit move yesterday. Under surveillance this morning, slamming the door on June.
The sound that you heard there was the door slamming on a June rate cut. That's gone. Jay Powell wants to achieve consensus. He can't convince the committee of something the committee doesn't, on average, want to believe. I still think that they ought to normalize rates over time. I'd be happy enough if they start to cut rates in June. But I think this means that they won't.
It's the latest this morning. Bond yields soaring on the heels of another hot CPI print, with investors now expecting the Fed's first rate cut to come in September. Ian Lincoln of BMO writing this: if the Fed needs more convincing, Powell run-ups against the optics of cutting rates immediately after the presidential election. We're not willing to take a September first cut completely off the table, but it would require a very sharp deterioration in the labour market to justify seriously pondering a September departure point. Ian, I'm pleased to say, is with us around the table here in New York. Ian, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Let's start at 8:30 yesterday. Let's pretend it's just dropped. If we were a few basis points lower on CPI yesterday and we rounded down to 0.3 instead of rounding up to 0.4, how different would our conversation be this morning?
I think that if we'd actually seen a 0.3 print instead of a 0.4, we would be looking at the data. We might be parsing through some of the details, but we would be thinking that the Fed had it right to assume that January was just a bump on the road to normalization, and we would still be talking about a June rate cut. And so the fact that we're here, no one is expecting June, everyone thinks that September is going to be hard to pull off, I think really is a fascinating moment for the market.
When the Fed looks at it, how many decimal points is it looking to?
Well, this is where I think it gets very interesting, because the Fed is looking at the translation of CPI and PPI to core PCE. And we actually don't have a solid estimate of what PCE is going to be yet. We'll get that after PPI today.
I do wonder about how much people are looking at the potential for a Federal Reserve to make a policy error based on the political calendar. Because essentially, they have the same conviction that they had earlier about the economic backdrop, but it is highly inconvenient to cut rates at a time where inflation is coming in hotter than expected, 0.4% month over month for several months in a row, and you have a north of 300,000 jobs number.
I'd argue that the negative impact from the election on monetary policy already occurred, and that was in the form of the December pivot. Powell wanted to get ahead of the presidential cycle, socialize the idea of cutting rates, and that's why we rallied into the end of the year, and the Fed has been walking that back throughout much of this year.
Meanwhile, we're talking about how that pivot really fueled these easy financial conditions. How much do you think that that's been fueling a lot of the inflation that we saw yesterday versus just been, sort of a side story to the whole thing?
At the end of the day, I think that it's the resilience of the labor market that's really driving the super core measure of inflation. We had 3 relatively strong average hourly earning prints during the first quarter. And yes, the lofty valuations in the equity market matter. The comparative stability in the housing market matters as well, because it contributes to the wealth effect. But at the end of the day, if we have a 3.8% unemployment rate, it's difficult not to see some degree of inflation on a arguably sustainable basis.
Given that potentially we're going to see more sustainable inflation on this basis, you're talking about, when you look at the jobs market, I still can't get over that more people are working more than one job to keep up with paying their bills. Is that kind of deterioration worrisome for the Fed?
I would certainly think that it is, because we tend to see that dynamic develop at the end of a cycle. It's similar to the way where we often see a divergence between the household and the establishment surveys when things are about to turn. And I've personally been very surprised that we haven't seen a more significant correction toward a higher unemployment rate and a weaker jobs profile overall.
Favourite question of mine for you: is this bond market a screaming buy now? Big reset yesterday.
It's getting to the point of being a screaming buy, but we actually did a client survey last week.
I saw that, yeah.
This was ahead of the payrolls number, and the average response said that people would be interested in adding treasuries at roughly 465. If we did that survey now, I expect that number would be a bit higher.
475. This is what drives me nuts about the bond market. People say there's a point where they want to buy, and then the treasury market starts selling off and they run away. Are we all just momentum traders in fixed income?
I think that people have a spread from where we currently stand, where they would get really excited, and that
it's a rolling 15 basis points.
It always seems to roll a bit higher until something happens.
Well, if the Fed doesn't cut rates in June, which is what people are expecting, does that make you more bearish or more bullish on the long end?
It ultimately makes me more bullish on the long end, because the reality is, as long as the Fed's holding that 2% inflation target, they might find themselves in a situation where they have to cause a recession or they have to cause a more material slowdown to get inflation back to 2%. So it's a bit counterintuitive because everyone is now in the no landing or the hot landing camp. But this really complicates things for the Fed.
Are you buying?
Not yet.
Let's finish on language, if we can. I just want to squeeze this in. The chairman has said repeatedly it's too early to know whether these are more than just bumps. Are they more than just bumps now for the Fed chair?
I think that this is a meaningful change in the broader inflation narrative. It is more than a bump, but it doesn't mean that the Fed has lost control of inflation.
OK. Ian, this was great. It's good to see you, as always. Ian Lingen there of BMO. On this bond market and this rolling, I need an extra 15 basis points, an extra 20 basis points in fixed income. The 10-year, you got an extra 20 yesterday, and now you want another 20. 456 on a 10-year, up 2 basis points this morning. On a 2-year, very close to 5% at about 4.98. Coming up in the next hour, the third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance, we'll catch up with Jason Thomas of Carlisle, Jane Foley of Rabobank, looking for the euro to drop back to something like 105. We'll speak to Robert Sokin of Citi as well, with the ECB rate decision about 20 minutes away, and then 15 minutes after that, Lisa, on deck, PPI and jobless claims.
Which really will be the final read in terms of understanding the components for core PCE, which is what the Fed looks at. What I think we just heard there from Ian Lingen, though, this was a clear pivot point. This was a shift in terms of what the Fed can do and how the market's perceiving that. And that is really what I want to hear from the New York Fed president.
That's why the highlight might be John Williams.
Yeah.
At 8:45 Eastern Time, if we get some comments on that inflation data from yesterday. Equity futures on the S&P 500. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. We're lower again. Session lows. We're negative 0.5%. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
We're operating in a very volatile environment. So JetBlue has a very large presence here in New York, and there are air traffic control challenges. And so we've had to overinvest in hiring excess crew members and building flexibility into our planning process. And so over time, we hope to wean some of those investments back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
We made the decision early on that we were only going to invest internally on key differentiating technologies, and clearly the powertrain is the key differentiating technology. So our investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team, the battery team, which is part of it, the engine team, electric engine team, which is part of it. And we also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
We invest a lot in the offices, that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
You're a famous photographer, you're a conservationist, you're an activist. How would you define yourself?
I think I'm just a human trying to figure out how to be a better steward of our little planet. I am a biochemical engineer by training. I studied marine biology, fisheries, aquaculture, and then I realized that the ocean is very much out of sight and it needs help. And so I became a photographer to be able to communicate with a larger audience. And thank goodness I was good at it.
When did you realize that actually photography was your passion and you could make a real difference to our world?
You know, I didn't start out as being a photographer, so it was not until 1990-something, 96, when I picked up a camera and I became a professional photographer soon after. And it's one of those things that it's like learning another language. You learn a few words and then you put a few sentences together, and one day you might be able to write poetry.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
What the Fed has done has put upward pressure on Main Street USA.
I think they're trying to say this is a bump in the road. Maybe bump is the new transitory.
Even if it is a bump, no one's talking yet about a re-acceleration in growth or a re-acceleration in inflation.
I do, though, think this is a fundamentally disinflationary economy, and I just worry about an overactive monetary policy, which we've had for many years.
Inflation's not doing what they wanted on average, and this is a problem for them.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
OK, we're a few weeks into Q2. I just want to go back to the start of Q1. First trading day of the year. We're sitting there. We're going to get 6 to 7 rate cuts in 2024. Buy bonds. You want yields here. You might not get them in the future. OK, here we are 3 months later. Bond yields are higher by more than 70 basis points at the front end of the yield curve. Yesterday, we got an extra 20. Double-digit move right the way through the curve. And here we are pricing in not 7, not 6, not 5, 4 or 3, but maybe 2 or nothing from the Federal Reserve later this year.
People had flirted with transitory earlier this year, and they got their faces ripped off again. And that's essentially what we're looking at, with the Fed basically talking about immaculate, or they never talked about this, the market talking about immaculate disinflation, and now we're looking at just inflation.
No, the Fed's been talking about bumps in the road repeatedly, and now they've had 3 of them so far in 2024. And I've got to give it to Priya Misra. I think with quote of the year so far, maybe bumps in the road to the new transitory. And based on yesterday, Anne-Marie, maybe she's got a point.
Yeah, these look more like baby hills than bumps. I was struck by what Ian Lingon said, because everyone's talking about how uncomfortable the politics might be of this, because you see the market really pushing back the first cut potentially to September. What he had to say, though, is that what the Fed did in December in their pivot and that rally we've seen in the equity market, that was the election hype that Powell set the table for, not this potential cut that might come a month or 2 before the election. And with monetary policy having a lag effect, won't really do much.
Let's sit on that theme, that word, uncomfortable. Let's talk about uncomfortable the next 45 minutes. 8:30, so 30 minutes from now, we'll get jobless claims and PPI. And then at 8:15, so 15 minutes before that, you'll get an ECB rate decision. At 8:45, you'll hear from President Christine Lagarde of the European Central Bank. And we'll talk about what uncomfortable looks like in foreign exchange. It's the euro around 107 with cause for parity again. It's dollar-yen taking out 153. And maybe a BOJ that can't intervene because they're going against the fundamentals of the US economy and the fundamentals of Federal Reserve policy, and a much, much stronger dollar. How uncomfortable will some of these central banks be?
I thought you were going to take that somewhere else. You know it's uncomfortable the next 45 minutes as I sit here with you guys talking about this. No, I'm looking at this sort of question about the FX channel here.
Is that how you feel?
No, not at all. That's why I was so
uncomfortable
surprised.
as if he misses tea time of the Masters.
But if he's uncomfortable.
Tea times are delayed for the weather.
Oh, thank God.
All right, good news.
It's okay.
Carry on.
Great. Look, I'm looking at the FX channel and I'm thinking to myself, how much is this actually a benefit for some of these central banks? And I go back to the ECB and the idea of a weaker euro actually being positive on the margins, not too much. And so they can diverge, but just not for very long. And I wonder how much Christine Lagarde is going to really point to that.
Japan's top currency diplomat, almost immediately when these yen moves came in, quote, recent yen moves are rapid. Quote, won't rule out any steps to respond to disorderly FX moves. Quote, prepared to take necessary action. Quote, won't comment whether overnight Forex moves are excessive. Quote, excessive FX moves could affect the economy. Continuous, almost this, not even uncomfortableness, like almost obsessiveness on, oh my God, where's that new line in the sand going to be with the yen? I'm not sure if we'll get that kind of uncomfortableness from Christine Lagarde.
So I won't offer my opinion. I'll just go on the programme in the last 90 minutes or so, the last 2 hours. MUFG, George Conclave's basically saying this is more uncomfortable for, say, the BOJ than it is the ECB. And what we heard from Julius Baer was essentially that maybe this is what they want, Lisa, to your point. They want a weaker euro because the growth backdrop in Europe compared to the United States is a very, very different story.
And it's really the manufacturing sector that they need to revive. The fact that Germany is the sick dog of Europe right now, and it's also was the strongest dog. So how do you then bring up some of that growth at a time where there's a lot of China competition, especially with inflation, and that really does lead to the currency channel.
That decision from the ECB, 10 minutes away. Equity futures right now on the S&P negative by 0.5%. We can turn to foreign exchange briefly. The euro, a little softer, 107.29. Yields up again after big moves yesterday, up by 2 basis points. The 10-year, 456.81. Coming up, we'll catch up with Carlisle's Jason Thomas on why the Fed is more likely to hike than cut. Rabobank's Jane Foley reacting to the ECB decision, and Citi's Robert Socken on why global central bank caution will continue. We begin with our top story. Stocks mixed as sticky inflation dims rate cut hopes. Carlisle's Jason Thomas saying this: it's more likely that rates would move up than down. Fed policy on the whole is too accommodative with their guidance toward rate cuts. There isn't a case for cuts. Jason joins us now for more. Jason, wonderful to get your thoughts on this programme. Thanks for being with us, sir. How did yesterday change your base case for 2024?
Well, I think the discourse needs to change. Since the November 1st FOMC meeting, we've observed a massive easing of financial conditions. Stocks up by about 25% on average, with fairly broad participation in that rally. 10-year yields fell peak to trough by over 100 basis points. And also credit markets. If you look at single B spreads and high yield bonds, just over 300 basis points, within 50 to 60 basis points of the all-time tights of that time series dating back since 1996. So this response in financial conditions since November is actually looks reminiscent of what we saw when the Fed launched rounds of QE in the past decade. And I think that, it's not the base rate, which has remained unchanged, that's so central to inflation determination, but of course these broader financial conditions. So I think today the Fed has to look at these data, look at a services sector that looks to be bursting at the seams, just as the demand in experiences, entertainment services continues to grow, and really just change this discourse to think right now that, looking forward, we don't see any rate cuts. And then I think you can allow for a tightening of financial conditions that may eventually, by year end, put you in a situation where you're feeling more comfortable on the inflation front.
Jason, what I hear from you is that you think we need tighter financial conditions. The Fed chair says we are sufficiently restrictive. Do you think we are insufficiently restrictive based on what I'm just hearing?
Well, of course. I think, again, as of November, the Fed said that they didn't need to hike further because financial conditions had tightened sufficiently. The market effectively did the Fed's work for it. And I think that was right at the time. But again, when you look at whatever metric one wants to look at or collection of metrics to try to ascertain where financial conditions stand, it's hard to say that through the first 3 months of this year, you had tight policy. It's not the base rate that matters. The Fed funds rate is an overnight interest rate that is applied to about $85 billion of transactions. It's meaningless. It's only the extent to which those instruments, the balance sheet, the base rate, guidance, actually influence financial conditions. And again, on that score, you would have to conclude that policy has been too easy to hit a 2% inflation target. And I think that gets into questions about, is the Fed, effectively, implicitly moving to a higher target? If the discourse doesn't change, I think that is going to be the takeaway among many market participants.
Which certainly is what we're seeing and hearing in all of the notes overnight as people look at maybe a 2 to 3% range for the potential for inflation. As an investor, though, when you take a look at how easy financial conditions have been, do you push against that? Do you sell credit? Do you avoid those areas? Or do you lean in and say, this is a Fed that wants to remain accommodative and that wants to run this economy hot?
Well, I think running the economy hot, may turn out just fine. The economy is performing very well. Earnings growth looks very solid. I think the risk in the situation, however, is the federal budget deficit. And what I mean by that is some market participants may conclude that the Fed is not moving to a higher inflation target willingly. It's actually succumbing to fiscal dominance. And it's now setting policy based on the funding needs of the Treasury, setting policy so as to limit the Treasury's net interest expense, which of course has been growing explosively. And if that happens, if that is a broadly shared sentiment, watch out for long-term bond yields. Because if a central bank is setting policy, again, on the basis of what the Treasury, the fiscal authority needs to fund itself, it loses control of the price level. Again, these are tail risks. This is not anyone's central forecast. But as these perceptions gain hold, you could be looking at much, much higher long-term bond yields and a much steeper curve. So for me, in this environment, I really like floating rate loans, CLOs, where you're actually profiting from riding out these base rates. As mentioned earlier, that this idea of needing to buy bonds because they go to 4.5% or 6% in some investment grades, let's lock in these yields now, that's proven to be a bad trade. And I think there's a lot of embedded duration risk that people need to be cognizant of.
Jason, you have a lot of proprietary research overseeing all the portfolio companies at Carlyle. What's your understanding of what benchmark rate becomes restrictive for these companies? At what point these higher yields really do pose an existential risk to their business models?
Well, I don't see existential risk, but what I would say is that over the past several months, and certainly much of 2023, the expectations of rate cuts and the expectation that the terminal rate is still much, much lower than current levels of the Fed funds rate allowed a lot of businesses to swap 2-year, 3-year to 5-year and lower their borrowing costs. So again, it's not the overnight rate that matters. If you had a flat curve at 5.3%, or if you had an upward sloping curve from 5.3%, that would be more than sufficient, I think, in my view, to bring inflation down to target. So again, it's not the base rate that matters here. Secondly, I would just say that one of the effects of higher interest rates that's been interesting is, of course, increasing finance costs. So it's more difficult for consumers, of course, to buy homes, but also durable goods, renovations. So what's happened is the spending has actually moved to experiences, to services. And again, this is precisely where the inflation is. If you look at household balance sheets, what you find is about 85% of the debt is fixed rate. Almost 3/4 of that is of course, long-term mortgages. The effective interest rate being paid on that $13 trillion stock of mortgages is still only 3.8%. So you have the rate hikes have done nothing to dent household cash flow. So households on average are still able to spend with the growth in compensation. Again, because of higher finance costs, it's meant that spending has been redirected into experiences.
Jason, this was deeply thoughtful stuff. Appreciate your time. And hopefully we can do this again soon. Carlyle's Jason Thomas there on this market in the Federal Reserve, not being sufficiently restrictive, but insufficiently restrictive. Equities right now on the S&P, negative 0.5%. Up next on the programme, the ECB rate decision.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We indeed have a rally.
We're talking a lot of dividends. We're talking income.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Watch Bloomberg ETF IQ.
The decision from the European Central Bank just seconds away. The scores going into it shaping up as follows. I'll begin with equities and we'll work our way through the bond board and finish on the euro. Equity futures on the S&P 500 negative by 0.5%. We're down another 1/3% on the Nasdaq 100. In the bond market, the scores following yesterday's major moves. Stateside, Treasury yields higher by another 2 basis points, 4.5620. And in foreign exchange for the euro, damaged, hit hard by the data from yesterday and the bounce in yields. The euro negative to 107.33. Interest rates just about unchanged then, 4.50 on the refinancing rate against an estimate of 4.50. The marginal lending facility of 4.75 as expected. The deposit facility, that interest rate coming in at 4% against a median estimate of 4% and a previous number of 4% as well. Great expectations that maybe the ECB is going to make a move sometime soon. They've signalled quite firmly that that could come in June. The question we've had over the last 24 hours is whether the CPI data stateside would change that story with them, given the strength of the US dollar and the weakness we've seen in the single currency. So rates unchanged at the ECB and a bunch of headlines, Bramo, to work through.
Yeah, we're looking at the idea that they do plan to focus on the idea of reducing inflation in a timely manner, which is interesting given that there seemed to be more flexibility in the time that we heard from Fed Chair Powell, also talking about how they do see substantial progress when it comes to the disinflation in the region, and they are going to continue applying flexibility on the PEP reinvestment. So to me, the idea of sufficiently restrictive being a key term that they keep using, and the fact that they want to have a timely reduction in inflation kind of pushes against this idea of being a lot more dovish in the face of what some people are talking about might be an opening for them.
The things the ECB can say, I think, today that the Federal Reserve can't. This quote right here from the ECB in their statement: financing conditions remain restrictive and the past interest rate increases continue to weigh on demand, which is helping to push down inflation. But domestic price pressures are strong and are keeping services price inflation high. I want to cross over to Lizzie Burden and catch up with Lizzie over in Frankfurt. Lizzie, a lot of attention on this ECB news conference coming up later on this morning in about 30 minutes' time, given there is still expectations out there that they're going to cut interest rates in June when maybe the Federal Reserve cannot. What do you see in communication this morning?
Yeah, John, just looking at this decision, it is exactly what we expected in the sense that they stood pat here. Why? Well, they've told us why. They've said inflation's continued to fall. Most of the measures of underlying inflation are easing. The rate level's making substantial contributions to reaching that 2% level. But you've already seen services inflation sticky, yes, but growth prospects in the euro area improving. So it gives them room to wait a little longer. They have said that they want to wait for that wage data in June before making the decision. So as you say, really in this press conference, we're listening to Christine Lagarde on her tone as to the path for rates beyond June, because economists were expecting quarter-point cuts each quarter off the back of this. You've seen traders changing their pricing, holding ECB rate bets steady, in fact, pricing 19 basis points of cuts by June. So that's the reaction in markets.
Lizzie, this line here from the European Central Bank, not pre-committing to a particular rate path. Lizzie, how different is the communication we're getting from the ECB, or how similar is it to the coverage that you do for us over at the Bank of England? How similar are those two stories at the moment?
Nobody wants to be the unreliable boyfriend, John. Look, from the ECB, there's nothing explicit here, and that's kind of what we expected, that they're not going to want to make commitments before seeing that crucial wage data. And it's the same picture in the UK from the Bank of England, because there's so much uncertainty in the economic outlook at the moment. But the big question for the ECB is, when the divergence from the Fed, as you say, looks inevitable, what about euro weakness? weakness. I know you spoke to Mohamed El-Erian warning about euro-dollar parity. Will Christine Lagarde in this press conference mention that volatility in the exchange rate and the potential for it to feed back into Eurozone inflation? That's what I want to listen for.
Lizzie, it's interesting you mentioned foreign exchange because we are seeing the euro soften a bit versus the dollar after this release, which is sort of surprising to me, given that at least the risk of them having a cut at this particular meeting has been taken off the table. Is there anything that can be viewed as particularly hawkish in this release?
Well, we didn't expect to see a cut today. In fact, only one of 62 economists that Bloomberg surveyed expected to see a cut today. So that in itself isn't dovish. Just looking at it, given that traders aren't changing their pricing off the back of it, it doesn't seem especially hawkish yet. But this is why Christine Lagarde is going to have to mind her tone especially carefully in this press conference today, with an eye on euro weakness.
Lizzie, great to see you over in Frankfurt, Germany. Lizzie Burden there of Bloomberg breaking down that ECB rate decision. A key quote, key paragraph, I think, in this statement this morning that a lot of people will be going over. If the Governing Council's updated assessment of the inflation outlook, the dynamics of underlying inflation and the strength of monetary policy transmission were to further increase its confidence that inflation is converging to the target in a sustained manner, it would be appropriate to reduce the current level of monetary policy restriction. That quote, if you're sick of hearing that, you're going to be very, very ill at the end of the news conference, because I think you're going to hear that on repeat from President Lagarde. You'll hear from President Lagarde in about 25 minutes' time. Jane Foley of Rabobank joins us now for more. Jane, those three conditions at the ECB, do you think we're pretty close to meeting them to cut rates in June?
I think we are pretty close to meeting them, but certainly had you asked me yesterday morning, before the CPI data in the US, I would probably said, yes, we're even more close to reaching them. There has been a little bit of a thorn in the side. What impact will the exchange rate have on the timing, not just necessarily of the June move, or if there is a June move, but actually further out during the end of this year. But, there is one caveat, which I really do think we need to throw in this context. I think the weaker euro is probably only of significant relevance to ECB policy decisions if we are simultaneously getting a hike in the oil price. Now, we've seen Brent today trading at the $90 a barrel level. Clearly, last week, this week, the market concerned about an escalation in the crisis in the Middle East. If oil trades higher, then the weakness of the currency becomes a bigger issue. Other than that, if oil prices were lower, I'd be feeling a lot more comfortable about the ECB cutting interest rates despite a softer euro. And that is because the very fact that the central banks are turning towards interest rate cuts means that they're in the transition. They're pivoting away from inflation concerns towards growth concerns. And that means that the softer euro is going to be less of a problem. But that oil price could certainly be an issue for them.
Jen, you nailed it. I want to stick on that theme. I think it's important. Let's go through those three conditions again. The Governing Council's updated assessment of the inflation outlook, the dynamics of underlying inflation and the strength of monetary policy transmission. Just on the third one, the strength of monetary policy transmission, does it weaken if the euro is too weak and crude start running away? Does that mean one of those conditions just can't be met?
Well, quite possibly. If the euro is weak and oil prices are strong, then you're going to get more imported inflation, and therefore you have less confidence if you're at the ECB that inflation can be brought down to target sustainably. And I think, there's been a lot of emphasis on the word sustainably from various different central banks in the last couple of years. So that is a significant risk to them. That said, if we look at the Eurozone economy, particularly maybe the German economy, and reference it back to the US, well, we see a lot of weakness. We see stagnation that's been going on for some time. And I would say that there are an awful lot of German companies who are still reeling really from the energy price crisis in Europe, that they would actually really benefit from a softer euro because it would help their exports. But that can only happen if the ECB is confident that inflation can remain at these lower levels.
Jane, can you put some price levels on it in terms of what price of crude it has to look like for the ECB to get confidence to cut rates, and frankly, with the idea of a weaker euro?
I think with all of these levels, it's the price plus the volatility that we're seeing. And I think that really does depend on the news. It's quite likely, again, ahead of the coming weekend, that the market will probably take oil price a little bit higher, just in case we get an escalation in the news from Iran. Maybe it'll come back down again on Monday, like it did in the week just gone. So it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen. But I would certainly say that if we saw oil prices, pushing up to 100, and if that happened quickly, then we're perhaps looking at a different sort of scenario. Now, that may not mean that there's a change in June expectations, but it may mean that there's a change in expectations about how many interest rate cuts we could potentially get from the ECB or for other G10 central banks, for that matter, during the course of the rest of the year. So I think oil prices really do have to be brought into the equation over the next few weeks, next few months, maybe.
Jane, so you're looking around 105 for the euro dollar. I'm just wondering how much more there is to the dollar strength that we've seen, given that does continue to be the haven trade in light of the recent inflation data.
Well, you can talk about it as a haven trade, but I think there's that is certainly part of it. But there is just the inflationary impact. I mean, if we look ahead, and we've been talking about this for a while, if we look ahead to the U.S. election, if we were to get maybe a Trump presidency, he's talked about some very significant tariffs. Now, that means prices of some U.S. goods could go up quite substantially. That would mean that actually the Fed's easing cycle could be really quite short. Maybe 2 interest rate cuts this year, maybe 2 next year, and then that's the end, or at least a pause into the middle of the year, because CPI could get another push up because of that. So, there's a lot of variables here, but generally speaking, most of them are speaking to a stronger for longer US dollar.
Hey, Jane, wonderful to get your reaction to that ECB decision. Jane Foley there of Rabobank, unchanged to the ECB, still expecting a change from this European Central Bank, perhaps in the month of June. You'll hear from the President, Christine Lagarde, in 20 minutes' time. The next stop for this market, some data for you. PPI data and jobless claims just around the corner. Citi's Robert Socket is going to be with us to react to all of that. Will this really slam the door shut on June? Because I know for those of you still clinging to a June rate cut, PPI data is kind of the last piece in the puzzle. That data is up next. Equity futures session low is negative 0.5% on the S&P 500. Yields are higher again. We're up 3 basis points on a 10-year, 4.57. From New York, the data up next.
Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone in the 44 trading room. Looking soon.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of,
morning
if not
to
the
you,
largest
Victor.
financial
Nice
crime
to see you.
ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud
Hi,
charges.
Ephraim.
was just
Nikita, good morning
in the
to
crypto
you.
community.
Dror.
when someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
CPI numbers
I don't think he even
so
had
far
almost
better
a
than the
conception
CPI
at some
yesterday.
point that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
Ranan, good morning.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of
the charts
FTX.
are up.
So,
Are
you in?
Sound is okay as well. Continue to right.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get
Preparation
over
for
it.
the trading day. So as you can see, traders, I'm just talking
Bloomberg
with
has
the
enhanced search on the
news.
terminal
Updated news
to deliver
are
what
about
you
the
need
PPI
when you
report.
need it.
And
Now,
as you can
type
see,
phrases in
it's
everyday
definitely
English
better
in the
than the
command line.
CPI because we just see the market suddenly
Compare
back to
financials.
green from red.
Find
It was
people.
actually a huge red, especially
Analyze
on the triple
markets.
Qs, more than
You can answer phrases
30% lower.
or ask
Now, as
questions.
you can see, everything is just
What do
getting
you want to
higher.
know
So
today?
very nice
Ask a question or visit
comeback
SearchGo
from
to
the
find
red
answers now.
pre-market to a green pre-market question whether it's going to last or not, because there are still
Next off for
rumors
this market,
about this
PPI data, jobless
rate
claims
cut,
seconds
no
away.
rate
Going
cut,
into it, the
even
scores look like this. Session
based
lows
on
on
Larry
the
Summers'
S&P 500
words,
down a
he's
half of
expecting
1%.
a
Some
rate
pain in the small
hike
caps
rather.
yesterday.
So it's
Again
still
this
a
morning,
big
the Russell down by
uncertainty
1
around
full
the Fed,
percentage point. In the bond
especially
markets,
because
which are the board,
yesterday the
2-year
FOMC
real
meeting minutes,
reset,
it was
very
like
close to
nothing,
5%,
not relevant at
4.98,
all. They just
63, yields up a
repeated
single
themselves,
basis
no
point on a
new
10-year up 2
information,
basis
no more
points,
hint what's going to
456.81 with your
happen
economic
in the
data.
near
Here's Mike
future.
McKee. Morning,
So
Mike.
actually, the market
Good morning.
is
Well,
still
we're all
in
watching
big
PPI to see what it means
uncertainty
for
what's going to
PCE after
happen around
CPI.
the
And once we put all those
around
acronyms
the
aside,
rate
PPI
cuts.
for final demand
But
of
one thing is for
0.2% comes
sure,
in
at
lower
least a
than
little
anticipated and significantly
ray
lower
of
than
the
last
sunlight,
month's
the
0.6%.
sun is here,
The
which
core
is
also
the
at
PPI
0.2.
report,
That's what
better
was
than
forecast.
the CPI.
And
So
the
this is
supercore
driving the pre-market
ex-food,
higher.
energy,
Also,
and
I must
trade
tell you,
at
it's not
0.2
just the
also
PPI
what
report,
was
which was
forecast.
released
PPI
some
on
minutes
a
ago,
year-over-year
but
basis
unemployment
is up,
claims
though,
as well.
final
And the
demand
unemployment
2.1%.
claims,
It was
it's lower
1.6%.
than
There is some
expected,
base
and
effects
usually,
coming
as you
into
know,
play there.
they
The
want to
core
see a higher
2.4%.
unemployment
That's
claims
up
to
from
see the
2%.
labor market
The super
go
core
down.
with trade
So
included
this is
2.8%.
actually not
No
the best news
change
for the
there.
market, but I think
So on a
PPI is
month-over-month basis,
definitely
good news
more
basically
important
from
at the moment than
PPI.
the unemployment
On a year-over-year
claims.
basis,
Good morning,
we see
Lars.
some increases.
Okay, so this
Jobless
is the
claims.
updated news
After
at the
last
moment.
week's
Traders and the
jump
market
up to a
seems like
revised
it just continues
222,000, we
higher
fall back to
again. So today we are
211,000.
still
So we are
expecting
still in
some
that range,
news
and we are still
out.
seeing
First of
a
all, the
relatively
natural
tight
gas
labor
storage,
market.
which is coming
Continuing
at
claims,
10:30. 10 a.m. We will hear
1,817,000.
Barkin speaking,
That is
FOMC
up
member
from
Barkin speaks at 8:45 is going to
normally
be
you'd
FOMC
say
member
that
Williams
might
speaking
suggest
and
people are having a
ECB
harder
press
time getting
conference.
work, but
Also,
this has been a very volatile
in
number,
the
goes up and
European
down, so I don't think we
Union,
can draw
they
any
just
conclusions
left
from
the
continuing claims.
Well, I can tell you, look at this recovery in the equity market.
and
Let's start there.
actually,
Equity futures, and start with the Russell if you want.
they are
Basically
expecting
unchanged
a
now
rate
on a session,
cut
on a small
in
caps.
June,
We're positive on the
maybe,
Nasdaq by 10 to
as
4%,
Lagarde
and raising almost all the losses of the
was
morning on the
expressing
S&P 500.
herself.
A rare piece
Might
of
they
good
are going
news,
to
and
go
relative to yesterday,
with a rate
fantastic
hike
news.
sooner
Jobless
than the
claims lower
Fed.
as
That
well.
would be
Yields are lower by
by the
2
way,
basis points on
but
the front
this
end,
is the
4.95.
point that
At the
traders
longer
at
end
the
on a 10 year,
moment
still higher by, let's call it half a
cut
basis point. We were
in
higher
Europe.
by 2.
June
We're back to about
are expecting
4.55. So, Lisa,
cut
not exactly
here
undoing the
in
moves of
Europe.
yesterday, but
Okay, so
a rare piece
FOMC
of good
member
news relative to the
speakers,
news
as I told you,
8:30 yesterday morning.
Member
Again,
Williams
the fact that the market moves at all
at 10
on a
o'clock,
tenth of a
FOMC
percent
member
one way or
Barkin
another, it just
speaks, and
highlights how
after
little
that,
people really
at
understand
1
this. The Russell
p.m.,
2000 is what I want to
30
watch
years
more
bond
closely, because if you
auction,
get
which can make
input
the
prices
market
to
a
some of
bit
these smaller
heavy and
businesses
volatile,
that aren't rising
and
quite
it's
as quickly
careful
as
around that
consumer
time.
prices,
And
well,
the
that speaks
last
to the margin
member
question, right? Can they
of the
pass along
FOMC
more of this
for the
than they're
speech
absorbing
is
on
going
the
to
bottom
be
line? But
posted
truly, what we're
at
looking at right now
1:30
is
p.m.,
people
just half
toggling
an
between,
hour
okay,
before
is this it,
the
sticky inflation
afternoon
long term,
session
or is this just
kicks
basically
off. So this
a bump
is the
that's a little more
today's
problematic?
So, Mike,
happening
what is it?
traders
You can take
are
CPI
still
yesterday, a
waiting
few elements
for,
from that, take
and as
PPI
you know,
this morning.
it's
A few
Thursday,
elements from that. Push it through
levels
PCE.
of
What'd you
April,
get? Good news or
and
bad?
definitely
Well, we're going
PPI
to
was
probably
the
good
most
news,
important one so
relative good
far.
news these days.
Before we
PCE
start to
has
look around the
always
big
runs
news and the
below
headlines,
CPI,
we of
and
course geopolitical situation. Please just let me know how was your yesterday trading day.
Factor into the
I
Fed's
know it
thinking.
was
I don't
not
know
that
it
easy
changes
for
it, but it
everyone. We
doesn't
were talking
factor
about
in
that a
so
lot
much
yesterday
to
in
the
the
market's
afternoon
thinking,
because actually the
and it's your
afternoon was
fault.
kind of
According
boring,
to
and
the BLS,
the
a
sky
major
itself
factor
it
in the
just made
March increase
a
in
very
prices for
ugly
final demand
sideways
services, they were up
move
0.3. That
actually
was what really
with
pushed things
kind of
up.
a
Was securities brokerage,
I mean,
dealing, investment advice, and related services, which
choppy
were up
and whipsaw move.
3.1%.
As you
So
can
cut
see,
prices
very ugly, very sudden
over on Wall Street,
reversals.
and we have no
Just
problem anymore.
I'm sure this is going down really well
low
right now
range
on Wall Street.
consolidation.
I don't
So
think so.
actually,
Honestly, I
it was
think Wall
not
Street's
too
doing
much
a
to
cross
do.
over. Right now
I
we're
tried
looking at the idea
to make a
of a
TQQQ
little bit more
short
of a
with
rally
only a half
into
share
the
size
front
because I
end.
did not
I
trust the
do wonder
market
how
at all
much the Fed's
traders
hands are really tied,
to
though.
go
The
for the
PPI
direction,
doesn't matter as much as consumer
and
prices,
that's it.
and the
I
fact
didn't
that
try
the
too
jobs
much
market is
after
just
that.
obviously
So please
robust,
let
given
me
the
know
fact
how was your
initial jobless
yesterday
claims
trading
confirmed
day,
week
and if
after
you have
week
any
after week. We
questions
do
at
not have a
all,
layoff
please
problem.
just
It's really
type it in the
evident in the
chat.
numbers.
YouTube
How can they
traders, hi
justify
Stefan.
cutting
If you
rates
can
in
please
June?
just
How can they justify cutting rates
come in
anytime
over the
soon
main
with
room,
these
please
kind of
just
numbers, even if
click on
PPI
post
came in a little
this,
bit light?
Well,
this
as
link
of
here.
today,
I'm just
which
going
is
to
April
post
11th, they
it
can't
again.
justify it
So
because
please
the
just
numbers
join
don't
us,
show us,
not
but
just
we will get
Stefan,
2 more
but all
CPIs
the
before
YouTube traders.
the June
Take
meeting,
this
and we will
advantage
get
of
another
the
PCE before
April
the June
free
meeting, so we get 2
room
PCEs.
because
So they
you can
will have
just
some
join
additional
for
numbers to
free.
work with, and we'll see
Ranan
what
managed to get out from a
happens
hole
with
and close
inflation in these
flat.
various
Okay, I would
measures.
say
But
flat is
you go
not
back to
that bad
the old saying that
for that
one
day, and
data point
especially
is a fluke,
if you
2 is
just
a
working
coincidence,
back yourself
3 is
to
kind of a
break
trend.
even or to
And
the,
so we seem to have a
let's call
trend
it
in
a small
inflation
flat
here,
means
and we'll
when
have to see
we're in break
if
even,
that
right?
gets
Not even
broken.
a small green.
We'll see
Never
what
mind, flat is
in
good
final demand
for that
goods and
ugly
PPI
market. Hi Sai,
translates
good
into
morning,
CPI, which is
Muli.
not
How was
a
your day
direct
yesterday?
translation for most things,
My
but
day, as I've
it sort of
told you,
follows the
slightly
same
green
path.
because
Well,
first I
given
just posted
PPI was
a
better, potentially we'll get a little
short
bit
which
better PCE.
blurred out
But
as a scarf in
CPI
the
is what
morning.
everyday Americans
I
think
get it
about when they think
with
about
a little bit
inflation.
stretched
How
side. I
concerning is that
like
inflation
TQQQ very much to
expectations for
trade,
the
as you
future
know,
are going to be
as
higher off of
the
this
market
now, not so
itself.
much bumps,
So
but as
it
you
was
say,
a
a trend?
great
Well, it
mover
would be
for
something
me.
that you would be
But
concerned
after
about,
that,
and
the
it's certainly
afternoon, I just
possible
got
that
a
it can
half
happen,
hour
but
loss, something like
we have
that,
seen
even
very high
lower.
inflation over the
Yes, I
past
know
couple of
trading for
years
fun, and
that
happy
has now
at
come
least that
down,
you
but
changed your name.
we didn't see
Yeah,
consumer inflation
afternoon was
expectations
definitely not
rise
for the revenge
significantly, nor did
trading.
we
So
see
sorry
business
for that. And
expectations
your
for
last trade in
inflation
the
rise
AMD,
significantly. So
especially.
the Fed is
Yeah,
relatively
unfortunately,
sanguine
afternoon,
about that situation. Now,
especially the
it'll
last
be
half
interesting
an
to
hour,
see
it
because
was a
this is political
reasonably
year. There'll
peak
be a
of
lot of
the Wednesday
TV
afternoon
commercials talking
traders
about
or the
how
Tuesday
inflation is
afternoon.
terrible, and
Actually,
we'll see
was just going
if that
rather
gets into
up. I
people's
mean, the
heads.
price
I
of
imagine
it
very
was
different TV
just made
commercials
a
depending on the
comeback.
party. Mike
So
McKee,
actually,
thank
it
you,
was
sir.
not
If you
the
are just joining
best
us, welcome.
take any
About 5 minutes ago, we
trade.
got some economic
Shy
data
for
for you.
US pretty
PPI
bad as
coming in at
well. What was
0.2%.
the
The
reason for
estimate for
that,
final demand
traders?
month
What do
over
you
month was
think? Over
0.3.
trading,
So a
revenge
little bit of a downside
trading,
surprise there
you just
relative
got
to the upside surprise of
not the
yesterday.
right
Strip out
setup
food and
because
energy,
actually
you
the
get
hardest
0.2, bang in line with the estimate of
to trade in this
0.2.
choppy
Lisa
session,
talking about
especially
jobless
if you
claims. We should
have
talk
a
about jobless
strategy
claims. That
like
came in at
breaking the highs or breaking
211.
the
The
lows,
estimate was
breakouts or
215. So the right
breakdown
kind of
strategies,
downside surprise.
it
Equities
tends to
recover. The
fail.
Russell was
They
down
tend
hard
to
this morning.
fail
Again, after big
in
losses
this kind
yesterday,
of
it's positive
environment. So you
by a
must
quarter
be
of 1%.
extremely
On the
careful
NASDAQ, up
with that
0.2 of
type of
1%. On the
strategy
S&P
engaged in
500,
this
just about
environment,
unchanged.
like
If you turn to the bond
typically
market, yields
this
lower by 3
choppy
basis points
whipsaw
now at the
environment
front
what
end,
we have
back down
seen
to about
yesterday, and
494
go
after getting
rather
closer
only
and
with
closer
reversals.
to
I know it's
5% over
hard,
the last
and
24
to be a
hours. On a
reversal
10-year
trader,
yield,
you need
about
a little experience, that's for
454
sure.
on a 10-year right now, 453.55.
You
Joining
did
us
not
is
come to
Citi's
I
Robert Sockin. Citi, I know you've got over at Citigroup, Robert, that call
that's why
for
if
June
you have
for a
time,
rate cut. I just
guys,
wonder, is it just
for
about holding on
this
by his
little
fingernails
half
after
an
that
hour
PPI print?
preparation in the morning, even
Thanks
with
so much
us,
for having
and
me.
please
We're
do
still
it
holding
because
on to that June
definitely
call. I think it's a
to
very
be
close
prepared, to be
call at
ready
this point.
for trading.
As
It's
Michael McKee
one
had said,
of the
once
reasons
you have
for
3 months
successful
of data,
trading.
you
I
start to
must
think that
tell
might be a
you
trend.
why,
And
because
we've
you
seen
can see
fairly
what
hot
happened.
inflation
I'm
data
just
throughout the first
updating you
quarter of this year.
always with
We do
the
think
news,
we
not
have to see
even
how
the
it shakes
news,
out with
but
PPI.
really the
If core
economic
PCE
situation.
is
If we
coming in
have
around
something
0.3 is
just
probably the
happened,
limit, or maybe somewhere
and
below that would
actually
be
you
okay.
just feel
If you're
like
running
and
that
know
type of rate, we
what to
think Chair
expect.
Powell
And
will feel
unfortunately,
comfortable,
yesterday, I don't know
at
which
least starting to ease in June.
part of the day did
But
you
again,
trade
if it
shy,
comes
the
in something
afternoon
like
or the
0.3,
morning,
that's
because
probably the
both of
borderline of where I'd feel
the
comfortable. So I think
sessions, they
the
were a
inflation
bit
numbers
difficult. The
are
morning
going against
session,
the
it was
call, and certainly
difficult
the
because
probability
of
of
the
it have gone down.
CPI. CPI was
But that PPI, we'll see
disappointing.
how it shakes out with
Despite
the
of the
core
very
PCE
disappointing news,
estimates.
the
But overall,
market
that's
did
pretty
not
good news.
continue that
So we
much
think,
in
and
this,
also this is a
okay?
Fed
So it was
that
around
seems
the
to really
1%
want to get
down,
the
but
easing
it could
cycle
not even
started
go lower. So that was a surprising
so on balance, we're
factor
holding on
for
to
me,
it, but again,
actually.
it's going to
And
depend on
in
those
the
next few
afternoon, it
inflation
was
prints,
disappointing because
and
the
how the labor
FOMC
market
did not
evolves.
Rob, for
deliver
a while,
any
you and the team
change,
at
any
Citi have
big
said the Federal
news.
Reserve has
And
shifted emphasis.
like
It's
that,
putting
the
a
market
greater
had
emphasis on the
nothing,
potential for
no
labour market
reaction at
weakness.
all,
And in
because
line
there
with
was
that, I think
nothing
the
to
perceived
react on.
reaction
Okay?
function from the
So
market of the
this
Federal
definitely
Reserve
made
has shifted as well.
the
Maybe up
price
until yesterday,
action to
there was this
read
belief that the Federal
more
Reserve could
difficult.
respond to adverse
Yeah, I
shocks,
know,
maybe
large size.
weakness, pronounced weakness in the labour
Large
market
size
because of these
usually for me
disinflationary
it
trends.
happened when
Rob,
I
what
was
I'm
in
trying to
red and I
understand
wanted to
is
get
whether
back
that
to
story
green
has been
as soon
damaged
as
by the print of
possible.
yesterday
So what did
or
I
not.
do?
Do you think it
I
has?
raised my share size, which is
Yeah,
the
this
worst.
is
I
the tough
know
question
trading
because
for fun.
that's
I know
certainly
exactly
been
you
part
know
of the
that as
impetus for our
well.
call.
But
Is we do
unfortunately,
think
when the market,
there's enough signs of softness in the labor
market,
market,
the
not
market
so
was
much in
desperate
the
as well.
overall
But when
aggregate
a
numbers.
trader
So
is
hiring is still
desperate
strong,
and
jobless claims
in
are
a
still low,
red,
but you are
I
seeing
know
things
he or
like
she
hiring
is
intentions
trying
fall
everything
significantly
to
from
get
small
out
businesses.
of this
You've
hole.
seen things like the hiring rate
But
drop
unfortunately,
notably in
usually you
recent
just
quarters. So we
deliver
think there was
this
enough
hole under yourself,
softness
so be careful with
that the
that.
Fed was
No
getting
trades,
worried that
afraid
the
to
labor
pull the
market
trigger, one
was
of the
weakening too
excuses.
much. And that
Yes,
we
I
could be
must
heading
tell you that
into a
this
recession. I still
excuse
think
or
that's a
this
big backbone
fear
of the call.
might
But
help
now that
you
has to be
to
weighed, as you
stay
said,
out
against
from
these
from
stronger
yesterday
inflation prints. I do
possible
think if we
red
do
day,
see
maybe,
more
who
signs
knows,
of
right?
weakening,
But
the
unfortunately,
Fed
the
would
fear,
lean
as you
more
know,
on
and
that
I
element
know
and
it
still
very
likely
well
start
because I've been
this
there on the
cutting
first side as
cycle.
well.
But exactly as you said,
It
it
just can work
complicates the
against
math
you as
because
well,
before
because if we
we were
have
getting
great
inflation
environment,
that was good
great
enough
opportunities, sometimes you do
and some
not
signs of
pull the
softening, but
trigger
the last few
either.
months
So be careful
have been
with
much
that one.
stronger
Also,
inflation
I
than we were
feel like
expecting.
yesterday, Mike,
Rob, you kept saying
you
that
had a
this is a Fed that
surviving
wants
day
to
because
cut,
of
and
that.
a lot of people have been asking
Hi,
why.
Mohammed. Good morning
And there
to
are a
you.
lot of
How was your
conspiracy
day
theories, and then
yesterday?
there are questions around just
Morning
somewhere
test
the
from
weakness and
Scott.
where the
I don't
weakness is
remember
coming
if it's
from. We
trade
heard from
so
Jason Thomas
shy.
of Carlisle
But yeah,
earlier this
Tesla
morning
was,
that
yeah, I
one of the
remember
reasons
it
why is the
started. Here
deficit.
is my
And
Tesla.
as it
I just go to
balloons,
the
borrowing
1-minute
costs
chart
are getting
to
more
see that.
punitive for the
I
United
don't know,
States. How
guys.
much do you
Nowadays,
think
I'm
that's
just
factoring into the decision
keeping
to try to cut rates at a time when a lot of that deficit's
distance
financed through
from this
T-bills?
Tesla. Yeah, Tesla
Yeah, great. It's a
unfortunately
great
failed.
question.
It was a
Certainly, on
nice
the one
short
hand,
opportunity
those
under this
deficit numbers are looking very large,
173.40.
and
I
interest
just
costs
missed
have
it
been growing
when Meir called. I
significantly
like the
as
short
a
because
share
I've
of the
seen it's
overall
just missing
deficit.
the
I
path
don't
there.
think, though, that that's the
Higher
primary
also, Tesla
concern
started
of
nice
the
and
Fed.
green,
I think in
but
the
maybe
Fed's
the
mind that
market
they
just
feel like
find it
they've done enough. They
a
feel like
bit.
they're restrictive,
Sorry for
and they
that.
do feel
All
like
the
they're
good
seeing
moves
enough
were
progress on
pre-market.
inflation and
Yeah,
enough
when we
signs
have
of
such a good
loosening in the labor
and
market
big
and
reports
softening in the
like
economy that they're
CPI
willing
and maybe
to
PPI.
start
Also, I don't think so that the
easing,
PPI is going
especially if
to
they are starting to get
move
concerned about those
the
downside risk
SPY in
activity.
the
So I do think
remaining
that
45
concern is
minutes
primary in their mind.
1.5% higher.
But more
Actually, I
broadly, I
think
do
it's just
think
going to
that
stay
is an
around
issue.
0. But yeah, this is the big
Deficits are
problem with
getting
the
big,
huge
and
news at
that's something
8:30
policymakers
because
have to pay
usually
attention to as interest costs
it's
are
just
higher. But
making such a big
primarily, the
reaction
Fed is
in the
focused on
pre-market
getting
that the
inflation back down
traders
to
are
target
really
and
driving
maintaining
up the
activity in the
prices or
economy.
Rob, have you
it down
changed
like
your long-term
crazy.
inflation forecast for the
Yesterday
United
it was
States on the heels of some of these
moving
prints
lower,
and your
but
belief that
as
the
I
Fed will still
told you,
cut?
I was a bit disappointed. I
No,
thought
we
it's going
haven't
to
changed
continue,
the
but
longer-term
I always
outlook in terms of
reminding myself
inflation
and
will
you as
gradually
well,
go back down to
actually,
target
that
over the
this
next
is a
few
bullish
years.
market.
Have
So
somewhat
the
of a
bulls are
sticky
still
path
stubborn.
down because
I
we
think
think
that's why the
that
market could
services
not
inflation is going to
dip
take
more. The
longer than
big
many people
buyers
think
just showed up on the
to
bull
come back
side.
down to more stable
Yes, Muri,
levels.
your day
And
started
as
big
mentioned, still
green
have
and
the
it's
Fed
more
cutting in
green. But
June.
with a day like
But I
yesterday,
think the
I'm not
risks around
complaining.
that forecast have
Agree.
changed.
But yeah,
The risks
on this
are
day, especially
looking
if you
more
are in
tilted
green in the
towards
morning, you
inflation
must be
stays even
extremely
higher for
careful for the
longer
afternoon.
than we've
Like
had.
me, I was
And
not
the
in a
risks are
huge green,
looking that
but
the Fed
for the
starts
afternoon. I mentioned you in the beginning of the afternoon session as well that as I did not trade too much, I did not have such a high profit cushion.
Robert, this was
actually.
great. It's fantastic to hear from you.
That's
Robert
why
Stock in there of Citi, just about holding on to this June rate cut call. Question for us, I guess, this morning is how much the PPI printed this morning, downside surprise on a margin, offsets the damage of the upside surprise yesterday on CPI. I won't give you the answer. I'll allow the market to do that for you. Guess there on the 2-year, we were higher by 23 basis points this morning. We're down by about 5. So the answer, I guess, is
in the morning,
a little bit.
It's
Let's give an
okay.
update
You
on
can
stories
just
elsewhere.
continue
Here's your
trading.
Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Trading.
John, the
Also, when
ECB
we
has
see the
rates on
market
hold
like
for a fifth straight
so
meeting.
choppy and
They
ugly,
signaled
might
they're
it does
not
not
far off
burst,
from beginning
but
to cut as well.
as much you are
Officials
just
said that
sitting in
easing
front
can
of the
start
chart,
if their
as
updated
much you
testament
learn.
of fear.
So
Inflation outlook increases
But
confidence that
in that
prices
case,
are heading
just
back to
lower
target
your
in a
share size.
sustained
I
manner.
think
Of course,
it can be
the
a
issue
great
of widening rate
solution.
differentials
Today
if
it's
the
a
Fed
new
cuts
day.
are
Yes,
pushed
exactly.
out. ECB President
TSM too
Christine
long.
Lagarde is set
Yeah,
to
we
hold
will
a news
just check
conference
it.
in just a few minutes. That will be at
Okay.
8:45 a.m.
What a good
Eastern.
news.
The Justice Department has opened an
Hi.
extended antitrust
Hi, Blake.
investigation
Good
into
morning
Nippon
to
Steel's
you.
takeover
Nice to
bid
see you.
for
How was your
US
day
Steel.
yesterday?
The move likely
And
delays
again,
the
I'm just
$14
repeating
billion
myself,
deal.
traders, for the
Both companies
newcomers.
had hoped that it would be approved in the second or third quarter
Updated
of this
news
year.
at the
The
moment
potential
are from the
takeover has
PPI.
become a
This is
hot
moving
button
the
issue
sky back
for
to
the
the green
presidential
side from
election.
red.
President Biden
PPI
has said he wants US
just
Steel to remain
get a bit
domestically
better
owned,
numbers
but he
than the
stopped short of making an
CPI.
explicit push
And
to
the
kill the deal.
unemployment claims
Donald Trump
released
has
as
said he
well.
would try to
Also,
block
it's
the
not a
takeover.
very nice number for the
A
market
sweeping
at least,
Russian
but it's
missile
lower.
attack on
It's good
Ukraine
for the
has
economy,
destroyed the
not for
largest
the
power
market
plant near the
at the
capital of
moment.
Kyiv.
Green,
Russian
very
forces
happy
have
to hear
ramped up
that.
strikes on energy
Okay,
infrastructure
traders, and
as
we are
Ukraine faces shortages
still
of ammunition and
expecting
manpower. Ukrainian
three
President Vladimir Zelensky
FOMC
called the
member
air defense the
speakers,
biggest
one
challenge
at
today,
8:45,
on
like
visit to
he's
Lithuania.
speaking already,
That's your
but
Bloomberg Brief.
incoming
John.
at 10 o'clock,
Thank you. Up next on
and
the
Bostic
programme, a
is
news
going to be
conference
the last
at the
one
ECB
at
with President
1:30.
Christine
And
Lagarde.
in the meantime, at 1 o'clock, the 30 years bond auction is going to happen as well. All right, now let's just go to the news. But again, if you have any
top
questions,
names in tech are on
chat.
Bloomberg.
There is a natural tension between the need of a supplier to scale and the need of the customer, the car maker, to differentiate, try to make something that is unique.
Everywhere. CPI report shows U.S. wholesale level inflation of just 0.2% in March. By the way, I don't know if you know or not what is the difference between the PPI and the CPI numbers. Both of them are tracking inflation nicely. Okay, it's a leading indicator of consumer inflation. Also, yesterday, CPI number is just about the changing the price of the goods, which is and services as well, which both by the customers. Okay, so this is when you go to the groceries or
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg.
Service
Context
around
changes everything.
This is the
It's
CPI,
the world's second
okay?
largest
But the
economy
PPI
with a growing influence in global
is
affairs. But
the goods and
geopolitical
services
uncertainties,
again,
deflationary
but
pressures,
not
and
for
questions
the
about
by
foreign investment linger.
by
Bloomberg, the China show, brings you
customers
the
or
unmatched
consumers,
expertise you need to
actually,
keep track
but
of breaking
by the
news, in-depth market
producers.
analysis,
Okay,
and the most
so this
influential
is the
newsmakers
difference
in and around
between
China.
the CPI and the
Bloomberg, the
PPI.
China
What you
show.
feel better,
Now, weekdays
of
at
course,
9 a.m.
on your
Hong Kong time,
health
right
and
here
on
on
your
Bloomberg.
cost of living,
Context
definitely the
changes everything.
CPI. But in the meantime, PPI is the most important. I mean, not the most important, but important as well. Okay, if we are
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with
way to read this inflation actually. So one bad news and one good news so far for the week. Let's see what the Fed is going to think about that. Actually, because of that, I'm happy that we will hear some FOMC member speakers, unless they are not going to deliver any important news. By the way, in my opinion, I think that the Barak's speech is going to be something which might can move the market.
We'll do a couple of things over the next few minutes. In just a moment, we'll head over to Frankfurt, Germany, and we'll hear from President Christine Lagarde at the ECB following a rate call a little bit earlier, unchanged, but still expecting a June rate cut. And just crossing the Bloomberg, comments from the New York Fed President,
about the
John
services,
Williams,
it should be the gas
in
as
focus
well.
after the big upside surprise yesterday on CPI.
Definitely.
This is the key. We're not there yet. We've made a lot of progress toward our
Hi,
goal
Linda.
of inflation.
Good morning to you, or good afternoon, sorry. How was your day yesterday? How are you?
Bumps along
Nikita,
the way. So
ARPN, it's a buyout. Be careful with that, okay? It's a buyout, which means that usually a stock or a company which is bought out by another company, the move has been done. It's not going to move.
3 bumps, a bit of a trend. Shouldn't there be some pushback
I mean, after the bell. Usually, you know, the deal has been done, the price action done. So I'm not expecting a move from the ARPN. Be careful with that. Buyout stocks or company stocks are usually not moving after the bell.
From all of the Fed members who've been speaking, they aren't going to say this is going to change our view, but they're all raising caution.
Just nothing rest of the day.
We're not there yet. Waiting. Is that enough to have a couple of months data?
Okay, traders. Now let's see what else here.
More Fed speak throughout today. Let's turn to the price direction. Equity futures on the
What
S&P
else in the main
500
news
just
on
about
the
unchanged to
on the
negative
market
by
watch?
not
Usually
even
I'm starting with market
0.1%,
watch,
recovering after
CNBC, as you
PPI
know,
comes
and
in a
then
little bit
I
softer
go
than
to
expected.
the
If we switch on the
big
board and get to the bond
movers. In
market,
the meantime,
the 2-year,
again,
10-year,
it's going to
30-year
take
yields a bit
any
lower now at the front
question
end by 4
what
basis
we
points at
still have on the
493,
deck.
55.
So
And
PPI
turn to foreign
report
exchange. Just get
everywhere.
introductory
PPI better
remarks
than
in Frankfurt,
expected,
Germany,
shows
before
tamer
ECB
than
conference. Press
forecast
conference
US
begins with
wholesale
President Christine Lagarde. The
inflation.
euro at
Nasdaq futures take
107.31.
upward
With the news
after the
conference in
PPI
Frankfurt,
report, not
Germany,
just the
here's the
Nasdaq,
ECB
but
President
of course
Christine
the
Lagarde.
SPY, but definitely Nasdaq was a bit lower than the SPY before we just got this beautiful report out. Also, a lot of analysts are calling for a warning because of this rate cut misery at the moment. I've just read from the Goldman Sachs that they are still very optimistic. On the other side, JP Morgan very pessimistic. So decision is on you, right? It's not easy to decide what's going to come next from the Fed. European Central Bank, the stand pat, but faster than the Fed rate cuts may hit euro. So this was the news from the European Central Bank. They are ready, or Lagarde, she was speaking about that the European Union will be ready to cut the first rate in May or June, actually, rather June, I would say. Costco boosted the dividend by 14%, so I'm going to take a look at the Costco. Regeneron, bad news, frozen drug pricing reporting for eye drug Ayala. So this is not a good news for the Regeneron.
We are determined to ensure that inflation returns to our 2%
jobless
medium-term
claims,
target
which I was
in a
talking
timely
about,
manner.
it's lower than expected, which is not good for the market.
Consider
but I think
that the
PPI
key
is just
ECB
stealing the
interest
show
rates
at the moment.
are
Biden
at
awards
levels that
$830
are making
million
a
to tackle
substantial
nation's
contribution
infrastructure
to the
against
ongoing
climate
disinflation
change,
process.
which might going to affect the
Our
solar
future
stocks. I'm going
decisions
to keep an eye
will
on the
ensure
solar
that our
stocks as
policy
well
rates
today,
will stay
traders.
sufficiently restrictive for
Hailey,
as
good
long as
morning to
necessary.
you. How was your yesterday trading day?
If our updated assessment of the inflation outlook,
I know,
the
Linda,
dynamics of
right?
underlying
No,
inflation,
nothing left
and
for
the
the
strength
bears.
of monetary
Nothing left
policy
for the bears, I
transmission
think, after this
were to further
PPI
increase
report,
our confidence
because
that inflation is
the
converging to our
optimism
target
is
in a
back.
sustained
So
manner.
I guess we are going to go longs for today.
It would be appropriate
All right,
to
Fed
reduce
Williams
the
sees
current
inflation
level of
falling to
monetary
2%
policy
despite
restriction.
recent bumps. So seems like even the
In any event, we will
FOMC
continue
member
to
speakers
follow a
are going to turn
data-dependent
dovish from
and
hawkish.
meeting-by-meeting
That's funny
approach
indeed. One
to
PPI
determining
number,
the appropriate
it just
level
can make
and
magic,
duration
right?
of restriction.
Okay, BSS
And we are
Health
not
Constellation Brands earnings are out.
to a
By
particular
the way,
rate path.
Apple stock has slipped, but AI looks like a
The decisions
catalyst,
taken
says
today are
JP
set
Morgan.
out available
And while
on
Fed
our
President
website.
says hot inflation data
And I
are
will now
bumps along
outline
the
in more
way,
detail
Robinhood stock
how
got
we
a
see the
downgrade,
economy and
very
inflation
ugly. It's blaming
developing,
Bitcoin,
and will
by
then
the way,
explain how
so we can
assessment
watch
of
food to
financial
the
and monetary
downside. Oil prices
conditions.
consolidating, not moving the oil
The
prices
economy
higher,
remained
at least.
weak in the
News
first
for
quarter.
everyone, I guess.
While spending on
Okay,
services
US
is
still,
resilient, manufacturing firms
deal
are
is still
facing
on the
weak demand and
agenda,
production
as
is
I
still
see. US
subdued,
Steel Nippon merger
especially in
faces another
energy-intensive
hurdle. That's
sectors.
why US Steel is down. Let me just
Surveys
check it on the
point to a gradual recovery over the course of this year,
chart.
led by services.
It's not that much
This
down,
recovery is expected to be
0.26% only,
supported
and the
by
volume is low,
rising
so
real
I'm
incomes,
not going to
resulting from
take care
lower
of this
inflation,
X at the moment.
increased wages,
CarMax news
and
of
improved
Amazon
terms of
news.
trade.
Very good news on the Amazon. I mean, not
In
news,
addition,
rather
the growth
opinion.
of euro area exports
That
should
of
pick
course,
up over
according
the
to the
coming
CEO,
quarters
they can take
as
the
the
first
global
place
economy
and
recovers
beat this AI
and spending shifts
war among the big
further towards
technological
tradable.
stocks. Let's see if Amazon can
Finally,
do that.
monetary
Fastenal
policy should
earnings out,
exert
it's
less
dropping.
of a
The
drag
issue
on
is a poor
demand over
demand.
time.
Yeah, here is the news on the Amazon. CEO
The
says AI could
unemployment
be
rate
as
is at its lowest
transformational as the
level since
internet
the
in
start
annual
of the
ladder,
euro.
and definitely
At
Amazon
the
is
same
one
time,
of
the
the best among the
tightness
stocks
in the
to
labor
win that.
market continues
TSM
to
on the
gradually
news, or
decline,
still on the move, I would say.
with
So yeah,
employers
I must say
posting
we
fewer
can
job
have some
vacancies.
really good candidates list for today.
Governments should
Even if
continue to
futures
roll back
implying flat
energy-related
open, though.
support
Yes,
measures
greens,
so
of
that
course, we
disinflation
still
can proceed sustainably.
should stay open-minded and definitely objective reading the chart. Also, if we just check the SPY again on the lately on the daily chart, you can see that yesterday it was touching this consolidation lowest point on this 512 level, and now it's just bouncing back really hard already in the pre-market with like 515 or so. If it's going to break yesterday highest price, I just try to zoom in. I hope you can see my chart. Yes. If it's able to break 516.16, sorry, and it's not far away, there is a gap a little kind of a gap to fill here, but definitely a way back to 520, I would say. But for that, I think we really need to see a break over this 516 and 16 area and 20 EMA. So at the moment, everything looks very bullish, but definitely we should stay objective and just go with the flow. Yes, more red day, jump gun on Google long at the highs and hard to the bottom. Yeah. This is what I was, maybe you missed the first 10 minutes, but I was just exactly speaking about that in this whipsaw, choppy environment, what we have seen, especially yesterday on the market, very hard to trade breakouts, especially daily high breakouts or daily low breakdowns, because they tend to fail in a kind of an environment. They move the best and working the best in a very nice trending environment, when we see really higher highs, higher lows on the market, or the opposite, lower highs, lower lows. And actually, definitely, we have not seen that yesterday on the SPY. Let's see if tomorrow it's going to work out.
Most measures of underlying inflation fell further
Muli,
in February,
who let the bears out? No one yet.
gradually
No one
diminishing
yet, I
price
would
pressures.
say.
While
Linda,
domestic
let's see,
inflation
maybe.
remains high,
Hi, Ryan, good morning to you. How was your day yesterday? I know it was a bit annoying for everyone. Why Mara going down and coin and Bitcoin going up? Well, because Mara, it's not very much, I know it's related to the Bitcoin, but it's a mining stock. Bitcoin miners are usually not moving together, not correlated with the Bitcoin too much. Okay, coin, it's another cup of tea, let's call it like that. It's another type of a crypto stock which correlating with the Bitcoin, but not the miners. Okay, but here is Greg, and you can just ask him in like 10 minutes. I'm sure he can explain it much better as
and the
this
fading
is
impact of the
question.
energy crisis and
My
the
picks for today. Well,
measures of longer-term inflation expectations
I think
remain broadly
NVIDIA is
stable,
going to be
with
among them
most
for
standing
sure.
around 2%.
There will be Amazon, the next one. So the big magnificent
risks
sevens
to
are
economic
going to be
growth
here.
remain
And
tilted
why?
to the downside.
Another very
Growth could
important
be lower
thing is
if
going
the
to
effects
happen
of
tomorrow.
monetary
Traders
policy
are
turn
going to
out
open
stronger than
officially
expected.
the earnings season with
A
the
weaker
big
world
banks
economy or a
stocks. I'm
further
just telling
slowdown
you
in
which
global
ones
trade
are
would
going to
also
be
weigh on euro area growth.
seeing tomorrow.
Russia's
Today already we had
war
STC
against
Constellation
Ukraine
brands, which
and
I
the
was
tragic
talking about,
conflict in the Middle East are major
Fast,
sources
company
of
KMX,
geopolitical risk.
CarMax, what
This
else
may
we are waiting
result
for
in
here?
firms and
Not the big
households
ones, but
becoming less
tomorrow is the
confident
big
about the
day,
future
because
and global
tomorrow,
trade being
12th of
disrupted.
April, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo,
Growth could be
BlackRock,
higher
Progressive
if
Corporation,
inflation comes down
Citigroup,
more
State
quickly than
Street
expected
Corporation are going to be
and rising
released, and
real
Bank 7
incomes
Corp as
mean
well,
that spending
before the market
increases by
opens.
more
Okay,
than
all of them,
anticipated,
all of the earnings
or
before market
if the world
opens.
economy
This
grows
is going
more
to be
strongly
the
than
big hit
expected.
on the market tomorrow. That's why I am expecting a
Upside
little
risks to
run into the
inflation include the heightened
earnings kind of
geopolitical
thing.
tensions, especially in the Middle East.
Yes, Mike,
which
I
could push
agree.
energy
I agree.
prices
Who
and
let the
freight
boys
costs
out?
higher in
Yes,
the near
Linda.
term
Let's see if they can
and
stay,
disrupt
right?
global trade.
Okay, hopefully today be better.
Inflation could
Yeah,
also
me too,
turn out
Ryan.
higher than
Me too.
anticipated
Had a nice and really
if
a lot of
wages
those.
increase
Yes,
by
I
more
really
than
hope so that
expected
today
or
moving
profit
or moves
margins
on the
prove
market is
more
going to be better
resilient.
and not another whipsaw moving
By
day, because
contrast,
I don't
inflation
like
may
that day,
surprise on the
and none of the
downside
day traders
if
so
monetary
far as I
policy
know.
dampens
Okay,
demand
traders,
more than
let's just go to
expected,
the movers
or if the
quickly,
economic
because I don't have
environment in the
only the
rest of the
Magnificent
world
7 on my
worsens more
radar,
than
but
expected.
even actually more. And what more? I'm just telling
Market
you
interest
the new
rates
stock.
have been broadly
First of all,
stable
CarMax
since our
with
March meeting,
the earnings release is just down a lot because it's reported in earnings and revenue, which just missed for its fourth quarter. So KMX at the moment is sinking because of the ugly numbers. And it's down at the moment -8%. Not a bad pre-market volume, so I guess this is going to be my first short candidate.
Mortgage rates
for today.
were 3.8% in February, down from 3.9% in January.
And secondary.
Still elevated borrowing
KMX,
rates and associated
bad
cutbacks
earnings
in
number
investment plans led firms to reduce their demand for loans
I know
in
trading
the first
for
quarter
fun.
of
I
2024,
really hope it's going to be better
as
for
reported
today. I
in
know
our
it's going to
latest
be
bank
better.
lending survey.
Hi, Lionel. I'm fine.
Credit standards for loans
How are you
remained
doing? How was
tight,
your yesterday
with a
trading
further
day?
slight
Hoping
tightening
green.
for lending to
It
firms
was not an easy
and a
day.
moderate easing for mortgages.
Nike.
Against
Nike
this
shares at the
background,
2%
credit dynamics remain
upgraded by
weak.
the Bank of America to
Bank
buy
lending
from
to
neutral.
firms
That is
grew
strong
marginally
upgrade.
faster
I
in
like that
February
upgrade.
at an annual
I
rate
don't like
of
that
0.4%,
daily chart too much
up
on the
from
Nike
0.2% in January.
because it's a
Growth
little
in
bit
loans to
weak.
households remained
It can mean
unchanged
that
in
it's
February
extended to the
at
downside and might ready to take a
0.3% on an annual
partial or a
basis.
partial
Broad
reversal.
money, as
Wait,
measured
now
by
I like the
M3,
daily
grew
chart.
at a subdued
Why?
rate of
Because I just
0.4%
noticed
in
we had
February.
a beautiful double,
So, in
huge
conclusion,
and beautiful double bottom
the
here.
Governing
Look at that.
Council today
Last time when the
decided
Nike
to keep
just reached
the
these
three key
$88
ECB
levels, it
interest
was
rates
back
unchanged.
in 2023
We are
September.
determined to
Okay, so
ensure
this
that
can be
inflation
like
returns
that,
to
a
our 2%
beautiful double
medium-term target
bottom
in a
and
timely
great
manner.
reversal higher. So
We
I
consider
like
that the
Nike,
key
especially
ECB
with this
interest rates
beautiful
are
long
at levels that are making a
sentiment
substantial
with an
contribution
upgrade
to
from
the
the Bank of
ongoing
America to a buy.
disinflation process.
Great. Nike to
Our
the long
future
side.
decisions
Robinhood,
will
as I've
ensure
told
that our
you,
policy
downgraded
rates
by the city,
will
so
stay
looks like
sufficiently
he's
restrictive
just going to
for as
make
long as
even a
necessary.
bigger dump. It was a bit extended on the daily. It's still extended, so I can expect
of the
more
inflation
downside
outlook,
on the hood
the
lately.
dynamics
So it
of
looks
underlying
nice to make
inflation,
a
and the
great
strength of
short
monetary policy
candidate on
transmission
the hood.
were to
Constellation
further
Brands,
increase our
another earnings
confidence
stock,
that
which is
inflation is converging to our
SPV.
target in a
It's
sustained
a
manner.
bit higher beverage
It would be
company behind
appropriate
Modelo
to reduce the
post-quarter
current level of
expectations,
monetary
saying its
policy
beer
restriction.
business is outperforming.
In any event,
Well
we will
done.
continue
Good.
to follow a
STV.
data-dependent
Let's
and
see if we
meeting-by-meeting
can pick you
approach
as a great
to
long
determining
candidate.
the appropriate level
I'm
of
not
and
sure,
duration
guys.
of
My
restriction,
problem is usually the volume,
and we are
average
not
volume, it's around
pre-committing
1
to a
million on a
particular rate path.
$264 stock. Not
In
my
any case, we
ultimate
stand ready to
favorite,
adjust all
but
of our
it's a big
instruments
mover. You know
within our
what?
mandate
Until the
to
spread
ensure
is
that
going to
inflation
be
returns to our
okay,
medium-term target
remaining
and to preserve
kind
the
of
smooth
in a
functioning of
tradable
monetary policy
level,
transmission.
then I would say that we can
We are
take a
now
look
ready
at
to take your
SDV as a
questions.
long because the news are good.
Thank you,
Actually,
President Lagarde. And
daily
the first
chart,
question goes to Jana
maybe
Rando
biased on the
of
daily chart,
Bloomberg.
doesn't
Jana,
look
please.
very good, but definitely there was a run
Good
into the
afternoon.
earnings
Thank you very
yesterday
much for
because it
taking my
started with a
question.
big gap
Here.
down, but pulled back
I heard
and
you
just
loud
filled
and
this
clear
gap
on
immediately.
the
So let's just try
confidence
to
needing to
the long
increase
side.
for
Alpine
restriction
Immune
to be
Sciences,
removed.
Nikita mentioned it
And I
already,
also
and I've told
heard you
let's
saying
be
that
careful with ARPN
you're not
because
pre-committed
this
to
is
a specific policy
buyout
path.
stock. Vertex Pharma said it will buy the
There you
company
go.
for about
Message
4.9 billion in
received. But
cash.
I
So actually, this
do
is done deal.
want to
I'm
ask
not
you whether you
expecting the
believe
ARPN
that
to
such
move
levels of
farther
confidence that you
and
talk about
higher because of
can
that.
be reached by the
Vera
time you next
Therapeutics,
gather to set policy in June. And
VRA, never
as
heard
a
of that
side note
stock,
to that,
but
I would be
jumping
interested in
nicely
knowing whether
following the
there were some
announcement of
colleagues
Vertex Alpine
around
deal.
the table
Both
today that
Alpine and
thought
Vera
time
have
might
drug
have already come
candidates that
today.
potentially
And
treat a
the second
kidney
question,
condition,
and
IgA nephropathy. So
I
this is the
know
reason
that
why
you
Vera
are going to
is
say
kind of a
reset policy
sympathy
for the
move
Eurozone, and I
higher.
appreciate that.
And
But
I must tell you, I
I'm
like
wondering
it. I like
whether
it. I know it's
surprisingly
a
hot
lower
inflation
price
data out
stock
of the
and not a
US
famous
and the
stock, but
reactions
I think it can
it
deserve
triggered
a
over the
place
past
on our
hours or 24
long
hours or so
candidates list. But be careful
have
because
changed in
this is a
any
kind of an
way
unknown
the way
stock.
you
I
think
don't know the
about the
character of the
ECB's policy
stock
path going
and so
forward?
on. So
Thank
be
you.
careful with that one. Albemarle is the
Well, thank you
next
so
one,
much.
1% higher
You are
after
the
a
first question,
nice
but you seem to be
upgrade to
covering
buy
quite a
from
bit of
gold.
ground that maybe
So
others wanted to
ALB
cover as well.
should
So
on our long
try to
list.
respond
Let's see
briefly
the
to give
daily
others a
chart and the
chance as well
pre-market volume.
to ask similar questions.
Not that bad, but
So
not
you
the
heard
best
me loud
either.
and clear indicating
Let's
that
see if
new
it can
sentence,
break
which
the
is prominent
130.
in our
Not my
monetary
ultimate
policy
favorite.
statement.
It's just in a
And I'll read again.
consolidation on the
If our
daily.
updated
Let's see if
assessment
this
of the
great news
inflation
can just move
outlook,
the
the
stock over
dynamics
this
of underlying inflation, and the strength of
$134
monetary
level
policy
and
transmission
make
were to
killing
further
on the
increase our
bears
confidence
on
that
the
inflation is
daily
converging
chart
to our
here
target in a
and
sustained
make a
manner,
nice
it
reversal
would be
on the
appropriate to
ALB. Of
reduce
course,
the
if you
current
have
level of
anything on the
monetary policy
radar,
restriction.
please just let me know.
It's
I'm
an
just
important
finishing
sentence
soon.
because it really describes the
Atlassian is the next
mechanics,
one,
and
team, which is
it
higher after
better
being upgraded by Barclays to overweight
clarifies
from
our reaction
equal weight.
function and the
And they
process
told that the work
through which
collaboration software
we
makers
are
should see a
engaging.
larger pool of enterprise
And I
customers
have
moving
said
to
previously
the cloud.
that
So
in
seems
April we
like
get some
team
information and
has
some
a
data,
great
and we looked at all
teamwork
that.
and moving
But in
higher,
June,
but
we
not a
know that
great
we will get a
pre-market
lot more
volume.
data
So
and a
in
lot
this
more
case, team is
information,
going just to my
and
secondary
we
list,
will also have a new
25,000.
projection,
It's
which
not
will
the best for a
incorporate
stock which is
and be informed by all
$11
that
indeed.
that will be
I'm
published
afraid it's going
before
to be spready, so watch
projection
out
is
for that
completed.
stock. Food delivery
So
platform
we are
DoorDash,
data
it's ending
dependent.
2%.
We will be
Reason for
looking
that,
at
Moffat-Nathanson
all
upgraded
this
the stock to
information,
buy
all this
from
data, and the
neutral.
projection results
Despite
that will be
concerns
produced
around
by the
near-term
entire
headwinds, the
Eurosystem,
investment
not just the
research firm
ECB.
said DoorDash should
And
capture
then we will
growing
determine
demand for
whether
grocery delivery
all of
and
that
hence the upside to
confirms
profitability estimate. We were
our
watching Dash
hope
lately, so I'm
that
going to watch it
inflation
as
returns
well.
to target in
For
a
today,
sustained manner.
still
And
looks
if as a
nice.
result,
Pre-market volume
our
is not the
confidence
real
is
deal, so I'm going to move
sufficiently
it just to the
reinforced.
secondary list,
I think
but
that's
definitely on my
really the
list because
mechanics
this can be
that
a
we
big
will
mover.
adopt,
Okay, let's see
that we
your
have
ones.
resolved to adopt, and that we
DJP, yes,
will
Linda, it can
follow
go to the secondary list. I
in the
think
coming
so as
meetings.
well. It's just got
Now,
such
you
a
asked me
huge
whether
beating. Maybe the buyers are
everybody
trying
was
to come
exactly on the
around.
same page.
Exactly.
Truth be told,
Okay,
a few
FRO, Lionel,
members
checking FRO,
felt
which is a frontline
sufficiently
PLC.
confident on the
Nice
basis
move to
of
the
the limited
upside,
data that
great
we received in
volume,
April. It was
but
just
not
a
a big
few
mover,
members.
but it's enough
And they
for the
agreed to
secondary
rally
list, I
to the
think. Thank you
consensus
for the tip.
of
Looks
a very,
great.
very large
Next one.
majority of the governors
Which
who
one? Oh, sorry,
were comfortable
Linda,
with
I
the
just
need
missed
to
your question,
reinforce
but
confidence
everything is going to be in my list.
when
Okay,
receiving
all of the big
a
movers.
lot more data in June.
Google over
The third question, because you
158.30,
asked the third
checking
question,
Google. I mentioned you Amazon as well and
you
Nvidia.
asked
Yes,
whether the US
Google definitely looks
CPI
very
number
strong.
received yesterday had any bearing
Definitely
and
looks very
subsequent
strong
market
indeed.
development.
I would say
I have said in the
it's
past that
already
we are
over
data
yesterday's
dependent.
high.
We are not
Okay, I don't
Fed
like though the
dependent.
daily
That
because
was not
I
the
feel
Fed,
like
that
it's
was
a bit
CPI numbers.
extended, but
And
Google can
obviously,
go to a long
anything
list.
that
Just
happens
be careful a bit.
matters
That
to
one and
us
Amazon is
and
the
will
next
in
one,
due
which I
course
like with that kind
be
of
embedded in the
good news.
projection
But
that
all
will
of the
be
tech stocks
prepared and
are
released
going
in
higher
June.
like crazy.
And
Microsoft I like,
the
Nvidia,
United
not even
States is a
mention
very large
Nvidia.
market,
It's
a
just
very
made
sizable economy, a major
first
financial
green candle after a
center as well. So all
10%
that finds its
correction,
way
and it's over
into our projection.
$8.70.
Thank you.
$8 now, 76, 76. There is the 50. Oh, good. It's over the 20 EMA. 900 is the next one
Thank
on
you
the
very much.
NVDA.
I have
I
a
don't
question
think so. It's
referring
going
as
to
well
be a
to the
hard
Fed,
thing
because
for the
clearly
NVDA
if the
to
Fed
take it.
doesn't cut,
So
we'll
far,
probably
the
see that in
SPY
our
triple QR just
exchange rate, the
marching
euro
higher and
exchange rate
higher,
to the dollar.
breaking
So
new
how much is that of a
pre-market
concern
highs.
to
The
you
only
that the euro
red
exchange rate
stocks
could
on my
actually fall to
screen
parity or
is
below, and what does it
WMT,
mean for
and it was
inflation? And
mRNA
then
1
did you
minute ago.
discuss
Now it's
shrinking
in
the
a
balance
slightly
sheet a little
green.
bit faster
But
than
Fastenal, I
we
forgot
are
Fastenal, which is a bad
currently
earnings.
planned, because clearly that's also a
Release
policy
today,
tool. Thank you.
FAST can go to the short list, guys. I like FAST to the short
You know,
side.
first of all, I would not speculate what
Good.
other
Exas is
central
down as
banks
well.
are
Exact
or are not
Sciences
going
is
to
down
do.
4%. I don't know exact news, but I'm just going
And
to
I think
watch it.
that,
Airbnb is down
as I just
almost
responded to the
1%.
previous
And actually,
questions,
if you take a look at
consequences in
Airbnb,
terms
it just forming a small bear flag on the daily. Airbnb might can be an interesting one. I just put it to the secondary list together with Exas. Okay, KMX we have it on the list. I'm just checking the big movers at the moment. The XYZ, this is on the verge higher again. This is a crazy mover from the last days. Be careful with that stuff, but might can be interesting. And TSM was mentioned by you as well. I'm just checking TSM.
There are multiple channels through which
how does it look like? Wow, very strong and nice. I like TSM as well to the downside.
other channels.
Okay, definitely we have more to the long side than to the short side.
Has quite significantly
the small cap,
already.
I think it was VERA. It's going to be in the long list, Linda. It's just a sympathy play with the Alpine because it's producing the same drug against the order to treat kidney disease as the ARPN. So might is going to be a target for our buyout as well. Who knows? I guess this is their logic, and that's why it's going up like crazy. Spinex Fibonacci level 51605. Thank you, Roger. Very, very necessary and very useful to know it. Thanks a lot.
Process is ongoing and
hi, Dicking. Nice to see you. How was your yesterday trading day? I hope in green. Which one should I be checking?
Bonds that come to run off, and then we will move to
the
reduction of the
nice,
Pepper
but very low
investment
volume.
until
Not touching it. Very, very low pre-market volume, but beautiful daily chart. If it's collecting a little bit more sellers there, as for the volume side, I think it can be good. Break even. Oh my God, that's good. Good news, it's under process.
So inflation was
under process. I'm going to be back soon.
2021, 2022, a global phenomenon, or so it turned out, even though initially.
Yeah. Okay, traders, I think this is enough. Scott just sent his picks already. Great picks there as well. Actually, let me just check. He has KMX to the short side as well, and a lot of big stocks to the long side. I've seen he called Tesla and Coin and Meta and MU and even AMD. I did not want to call the same, of course, because I think it's better if we have a little difference among the candidates. So I called a Nike, STZ, ERA, which is the small cap, which we don't know, but looks like a promising one. ALB, Google, Amazon, and NVIDIA to the long side. KMX, Hood, and Fastener to the short side. I will, Dicking. I will.
Thank you for picking up on the
traders. So that's it from my side. Looks like we are going to start a very bullish day again, thanks to the PPI report. But again, my suggestion is to keep your eyes open and to be definitely non-biased, not to the long side, neither to the short side, because the uncertainty still brewing there. Let's see if the FOMC member speakers can make a difference on that. Okay. So everyone, take care. Have a beautiful, strong, and green open, and I'm going to see you later.
We're going to nurture that confidence and reinforce it over the course of time in that process. So, I'm not going to comment on whether I'm more or less confident. I think that what we are saying in the MPS today is that if
Aggie, good morning, traders.
Repeating.
Happy Thursday. Can I get a sound test,
the
please?
updated assessment of the inflation outlook, the dynamics of underlying inflation, and the strength of monetary policy transmission, were to further increase our confidence that inflation is sustainably at 2% as we anticipate, then it would be appropriate. So that stands very much, and it's completely the continuation of the Watcher's speech that I gave about 10 days ago.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ted. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So traders, let's say good morning to everyone that's in so far. Then we can talk about what's going on in these markets. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Trading for Fun, D. King. Good morning, Strictly Long. Good morning, Ryan.
U.S. inflation dependent in a way.
That's a profession or that's a confession, I should say, Strictly Long. In a market that does offer some good shorting opportunities as well. Good morning, Muley. Good morning, Linda. Good morning, Ted. And good morning, Arnold. So, traders, let's get into it. For just a quick reminder of those of you on YouTube, use the link in the space to jump into the chat, the live chat. So many have expressed their gratitude for being able to come into the room, the experience they've had so far. I saw those live testimonies yesterday saying that they really enjoyed being a part of the community. So just come on in, traders. It's always good to have you guys with us and be a part of the community as we help fine-tune each other's skills and learn from each other, and that's the major part of it, right?
as you know,
all right,
and as
so
I'm sure all
let's
of
get
you in the
into
room
it,
know,
and let's
the
start with a
nature
quick
of
risk disclaimer. So
inflation
traders, you
in
should
the
be
euro
aware that
area
trading securities is
was
risky,
different
and our past
from
performance
the nature
analysis
of
is not
inflation
typical, as
in
we
the
are
United
experienced
States,
traders,
notably.
and none of this is to be seen
The
or taken as
drivers of it
investment
were
advice.
different,
Remember,
the fiscal
most beginner
response
traders
was
lose money,
different,
so first
the
start on demo.
consumption
Then when you're ready to go live, only trade with money that you can
by
afford
US
to lose.
consumers is of a different nature.
Exactly, Ryan. Thank you for
Investments
that,
were
and
different.
good morning to you,
So
Jonathan.
I don't think that we can,
See
you know,
you
draw
both.
conclusions.
So, let's get into it.
You know,
Aggie had
based
covered and
on
spoke about
an
crypto's
assumption
performance this
that
morning. Crypto is
the
on
two
the rise, and
inflations are
we
the
just
same.
had
They are not
that
the same. The
change
two
in the
economies are
market
not the same.
sentiment,
The
which
political
came from
regimes are not the same.
PPIs.
The fiscal
We also had
policies
the
are
ECB
different.
this morning, but
And as a
quickly
result of
starting
that,
with
we have to
news, not
focus on
much
what
new
we
in
have
terms of the
jurisdiction
crypto-specific
for,
news.
which
Most
is the
recently, we
euro
spoke
area.
about the SEC deferring its
Taking
decision
into
to allow
account what
options
happens in the
trading on
rest of the
spot
world,
Bitcoin
but not
ETFs,
assuming that what
pushing
happens
back
in the
its
euro
deadline
area
to either
will be the
approve or
mirror
reject the
of what
proposal
happens
from
in the United
the New
States,
York Stock
because we are
Exchange to
looking
list
at two
such
different
options
things.
on May 29. We had the CPIs yesterday. Those
Thank
came
you,
in
President Lagarde.
overperforming, meaning
And the next
inflation
question
coming in
goes to
hotter than
Martin Arnold
expected
from
from
the
a
Financial
consumer
Times.
side of things. 3.5% annualized versus 3.4% expected.
President Lagarde,
FOMC
two
minutes,
questions for
very
you.
dull
First, to return to
reaction
the
from the
theme
market.
of transatlantic
Nothing new,
divergence.
and we had such a tight
If
range day.
this divergence on monetary
Hopefully
policy
today now we
that
can
is
get some
expected
inspiration to find some
materializes, does that
true
mean
and solid
that the
direction, right?
ECB is likely to
We
have
had the
to
PPIs come in.
ease
They came in
policy
just
more
under
because of a
0.2% versus
spillover
0.3%, and
from
this is a monthly
US
number
tighter
expected,
financial
and that's
conditions
from
from
the
the
producer
US?
side of
Or
things.
does it mean that you're likely
They're
to
seeing
do
prices
less
come down, and if
because
the
of
producers can
foreign
get
exchange
prices down, then
markets
they can
potentially
reduce the
putting
prices
upward
that they're offering
pressure
to
on
consumers, which
inflation in the
hopefully
euro area?
will
Second question is on energy
trickle
markets.
down
We've
into a
seen
lower
a roughly
inflation all around,
10%
right?
increase
So
in oil
maybe that's
prices in
why this
recent
market
weeks.
is
How
so
big a
excited
concern
and
for you
moving
is
higher. We
that?
see the Qs
And could that
starting from
derail
relatively flat or
potential
actually
rate cuts
red
in
and
June?
now
Thank
up
you.
0.5% to start the day over
Thank you very much
yesterday's high
for
in
your two
pre-market
questions.
and
in
possibly
many
pushing
ways,
higher. We
you've
also had the
answered the first
ECB coming in
question,
and saying
or
they're
you at
keeping
least
rates
gave
the
me the
same,
elements of my
but they're a
answer
lot
to your
more open
questions.
to cutting rates sooner
We
rather
are
than later.
data
Pretty much
dependent.
the same
We
story we
will
had
operate
the
meeting
last
by
ECB
meeting,
but
and we will
I
take
guess
into
they're still
account
kind of
all the
loving that,
data that
given
actually matter,
they didn't,
and
haven't
how
had
they
much. The
unfold
bulls
and
haven't had
develop
much
and
to feed off
affect
of
our
the
economy.
past few days,
As
and
a
we
result
also
of
have the
that, I
30-year bond
cannot
auction today.
pre-commit to
Let's see
any
how that comes off,
route
and if
for easing more,
persons
easing
are
less,
open to buying
unless
treasuries
and until we
longer
have the
term
data and we
and
can
are more
analyze the
risk
data.
off. So we do
So
have
that
tomorrow, which
will
is consumer
take
sentiment
its
coming in,
course
and
as
that pretty much concludes the week for
the
the
events
macroeconomic
unfold. And
data.
as
Good
I
morning
said,
to you,
I'm not going to
Vincent. Good to see
speculate
you, and good
on the
morning,
monetary
Dan.
policy stance
So how are we
and
starting the
decisions
day when it
of
comes to the
another
markets?
central
Well, you
bank.
know what? We're starting to the upside on the markets. We're starting
Thank you
to
for
the
your second
upside on gold.
question
We're
on
starting
the
to the
energy
upside
market.
on Bitcoin.
There
And
is
really,
one
it's the
particular
dollar that's getting hit. We're seeing that across the board. We're seeing oil stuck in a range, but moving higher as well. So all across the assets, we're seeing bulls kind of in control, except for the dollar, obviously. So Bitcoin and Ethereum starting your session green, up just around 1.5 to 2%. Not huge, but good to see that as well. Bitcoin back over 70K, approaching that 71. Remember, all-time high is just under 73. So can we push that this week or relatively soon? We are building a base above that $69,000 level, and it's just it seems like it's only a matter of time before we continue to move higher. So that's what I'm watching, those two, as well as Ripple. Ripple CEO is in the news. AVAX, Solana, Dogecoin chilling at that 20-cent mark. Can it push higher? So starting with Ethereum on the daily. Good morning to you, Kramer. Good to see you. Roger is giving us the support levels that he's watching, the pivot levels that he's watching on the triple Qs and the SPY. Thank you for that. Again, it's always good to see what other traders are watching, because remember, technical analysis, right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, meaning that if a lot of traders are watching a level or watching a certain type of price action, they're all going to be trying to get in at the same time or around the same time. So what does that mean? That means that prices, there's going to be increased demand at wherever, and price is going to move. So the more opinions you have moving in that direction, then the more likely it is that it is going to move in that direction. direction. So thank you for sharing that, Roger. And yeah, this is where we are in terms of Ethereum on the daily chart, right? Moving higher, this is the resistance level that we need to get past at 3,700. We are kind of gearing up. You can see that reversal is somewhat forming right now. Do we get a push past that 3,600? That's a big question. Looking for some momentum there. Maybe during the US session we get that, but Asian session didn't really have much volume, and as such, not really giving us a huge idea as to what they want to do. Taking a look at Bitcoin as well, you can see that it's really settling under this 71K, but what we want to do, we want to see it push higher and go towards that level, and hopefully over that 73K, setting new all-time highs with that volume, with that push higher as well. And then let's now take a look at Dogecoin. As I said, around that 20-cent level, trading there, and can it push higher and continue? There is the countdown. A lot of the fans want to see to $1. That would be a huge run, but you never know with these, right? Lots and lots to come. So that's pretty much what I'm watching going into the day, traders. Let's be patient. This market this Thursday looks like it's set to be a good one. We had a pretty boring week so far, to be honest, Monday to Wednesday in terms of that ranginess. Looks like we may start to get some movement now. Everything is past us. We've had the Fed minutes, we've had the CPI, we've had the PPIs, and now it's just bond auctions, and then we close the week and we can get going. We have all that information out in the air, and possibly we can start to get a move on and push higher. So that's all, traders. Wishing you all the best and a wonderful green morning. Scott will be up next to kickstart your day when it comes to stocks. So take care. Bye for now. See you soon. Cheers.
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room today on a Thursday. I'm excited to be here today. I did not make it back yesterday in the afternoon, but again, these days, I just heard what Craig said, kind of a boring week, and I tell you what, last night I thought about and checked into what my trades were this week. A very down week, couple of red days, a green day in here now, and just slow going. Market was yesterday down a bunch, up a little bit, just a little bit difficult of trading this week, the way that I summed it up. The other thing that I noticed is I was jumping into stocks right at the open. Going to pause that today, going to watch this open unless I see something really good like a Tesla trade, believe it or not, this morning. But I'm excited to be here, excited to be taking the 44 Trading Room to the next level. Again, could not do it without Aggie, without Michael, without Clifton, and without Craig. Very, very great analyst team here at 44 Trading. And May 1st is our launch. Listen, if you are hearing me on YouTube this morning, if you are one of the YouTube subscribers and you've been on the channel for a while, do me a favor today. Today is your day to come into the room for free. Kevin, Mish, F.A., good morning to you. Phil Nava, good morning. Billy, Stephen, Chambers, come on into the room. You've got nothing to lose. Clifton's got the link right there in the YouTube room. Come into the room, experience it without the delay, without the latency. Christian, good morning to you. Come into the room, experience it here first. May 1st is our launch day. Again, the website's not done. We're working on that. The trading room is fully up and functional here, posting our trades each and every day. Entry, first partial, and stop losses, following along. And also, this is, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So this community is really, really growing, and it's going to be a great opportunity for all of us come May 1st to take this to the next level. Aggie's going to be staying here. We're working with Aggie for her slot in the morning time. I really think it's a great time for Aggie to kind of wake you up, get you rolling here in the morning, be able to really dive into the markets, look at specific stocks, welcome people into the room, and then take this room to new levels. So absolutely, Aggie is going to be part of what we're doing going forward. Again, we've got these time slots in here. I've been taking the morning sessions here and then peeling off and working behind the scenes on the company, on 44 Trading, getting everything dialed in for our May 1st launch. And then we are going to be ready to rock and roll. So good morning to everybody. Jeremy, Stephen, everybody. On iOS, it seems, can't provide a secure connection, so can't even get in. I don't understand how a secure connection. That link there that Clifton has, and maybe Clifton, if you can reach out on YouTube and help the community there, does not work on iOS. It works on mine. So, okay, we'll look into that. Clifton will get you one-on-one on YouTube. All right, good morning to all people here in the room, and we'll say good morning individually. Duke, good morning to you. Trading for Fun, good morning. Good morning, Danny. Good morning, Linda. Seth, good morning to you. Rama, good morning. Grinch, good morning to you. Good morning, Jim D. Sam, good morning. We're working on that right now, Sam. We will have the cost of the room coming up. It's going to be less than $200 a month. It's going to be a good value. We're working on that number right now. Again, along with that is going to be, we're going to do weekly mentoring class each Wednesday. We're also going to be doing a training class per month, which is going to be really nice, and that's all going to be included. Luke, good morning. Yep, we will, Sam. We will. I think there's good value there for what you get and the community. And don't forget, as I've said before, really just making one trade for the month will take care of your what it's going to cost to be part of this. Yep. Fee is quite high. Well, we haven't announced the fee yet, so we'll keep you in tune with what that's going to be. Jonathan, thank you again. Ofer, good morning. D. King, what's up with you? Good morning. Hey, Ted, good morning. Leon, good morning. Scott V, good morning. Akshay, good morning to you, and good morning, Chris. Well, what do we got going on here? Well, again, futures this morning higher. They were not like that to start this morning. Asia in the overnight session had the Nikkei down 139, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 44, and the Shanghai and China up 7. Europe, mixed bag too. German DAX down 18, FTSE in UK down 3, and the CAC 40 up 34. You've got 2 markets up, 4 markets down, putting pressure on the downside here in the US futures. We're pretty much flat with a little upper hand to both the Dow and the NASDAQ. Dow's up 55, S&P up 11, and the NASDAQ up 70 now. Oil's down 68 cents, 85.53 per barrel, and the gold patch up $11.50. Wow, 23.59.90 per troy ounce. The big news today is wholesale prices rose 0.2% in March, and that was less than expected. That's what got this move in the market. You see many of these charts with that single 5-minute candle there gapping up, and that's pretty big for the market this morning. So we're going to get out of the gate higher. European Central Bank, the ECB, holds interest rates similar to what we're doing here. Amazon in the news. CEO Andy Jassy says he's committed to cost cutting while investing in AI. That's Amazon. So they're trying to do everything that they can and to be competitive, stay competitive, and to grow their company. Amazon, just a great company here. All right, let's talk about some stocks this morning. So all that you need to know is we're going to be opening higher this morning. Trendster, good morning to you. Arik, good morning. So let's start this morning with the Dash trade here. Dash this morning is going to be long over 141. Yep. Okay, so Dash, we're going to paint this one green as I always do. DASH, long this morning over 141. There's that. Okay, and then AMD this morning over 168. AMD, if we get going here this morning, 168. Gonna have to watch AMD. Had big moves yesterday both ways. And then last but not least, KMX to the downside, 72.50. We're going to be watching this right out of the gate here. KMX short 72.50. All right. All right. That's about it there. I've got Tesla on the screen this morning. I'm watching Coin, also Team, STZ this morning, and Meta this morning. Meta looking good this morning as well. So here's the STZ trade. We'll put this one up here and watch this. We've got about 30 seconds to go this morning before the market opens. I'll be trading this morning session with everybody here. And Dash, okay, Manny says, what's the stop loss for Dash? Stop loss for Dash will be, if we get into it at the 141, 139.70, 139.80. 139.80 will be the stop. We'll announce that as we get into the trade this morning. Okay. A little bit of juice. We are ready to rock and roll this morning. Get your level 2s all dialed in. The market is open for business. Let's have a great day today, traders. Okay, there we go. Okay, AMD on the pullback. That's good. Dash, we could get into Dash a little bit earlier if we want to. Okay, Tesla's coming up. Watch the Dash trade here. We're going to go Dash 140. I'll reposition this. Dash long 140, stop loss 139, target 141. Dash long 140. Okay, I'm long the stock right now. Dash. AMD coming down pretty strong. $139 will be the stop on Dash. We are along the stock. Tesla moving higher big time here. Okay, 167.15 on the AMD trade here. AMD long 167.15. That's yesterday's close. Stop loss will be the 166.50. And here comes AMD. Let's get into the AMD trade here. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Yep, Dash just needs that 141. We're waiting on AMD to make up its mind. Tesla off to the races. Now, KMX, we're going to take short under 74. KMX short 74. KMX short 74. And this will be just a whole number trade here off the 74. We're short the stock on KMX. Target's going to be that 73 mark. KMX this morning. About 25-cent spread. That's not a problem. Stop loss is going to be 75, so 1-to-1. Here comes Dash. Watch AMD for the entry as well. Come on, Dash. There we go. There we go. Come on, AMD. You're looking great now. Big time move on AMD traders, 167.15. And we're going to be coming out over that 168 on AMD traders. 168 target AMD. And here we go. 10 cents to go now. 20 cents to go. 8. Come on, count it down with me, traders. Selling after that, and we've got it. 168.24, and we are out. AMD. Big trade here this morning on AMD, and that's the way that we start the day here in the 44 trading room. An awesome, awesome trade here on AMD. Real nice movement. Very, very quick. But you know what? The cash register is open this morning, and we are in it to win it here this morning on AMD. Dash, spike up, spike down. Let's watch this as well. And then KMX on the short side, traders. KMX on the short side here. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Watch Dash again. That 138, I think we said 138.50 on Dash. Gonna have to watch out. Hey, I've had some comments on the website. Don't worry, we're gonna get the website dialed in. Those of you that are visiting the website, it's not done yet. We're not close to being done. So we're getting that handled. Watch KMX here to the downside. AMD looking good now. Still looking good on the AMD trade here. Again, just a quarter of the trade left on AMD. KMX looking good here. Need a red candle down lower. Dash hurting a little bit. 138.50, 138.40 will be our stop loss here. Comes KMX. Go KMX, go. Target on KMX, if you're into the trade right now, 72.50, and we're coming up on it right now. Buying to cover right here, traders. 72.54. Second winning trade of the day on the downside, taking the short on KMX, and that will be 2 for 2 this morning at the open here in the 44 trading room. All right, way to go, way to go. 2 for 2 to start. Now we just need Dash to make the trifecta here. DASH, again, 138.50 will be the stop on Dash. Still on the AMD trade, still quarter share size left on AMD. Trade going our way. I think I'm going to come out of all shares AMD here. I'm out all shares AMD. That trade is over. Going to hold on to the KMX trade for just a little bit longer here. Okay. Yeah, Meta trying to figure out what it wants to do next, right? Okay, come on, baby. Need some Dash now. Need some Dash. Need some Dash cash. NVDA, nice move here. KMX, just a quarter of the trade left on KMX. Okay. Just had to handle something real quick. Only thing I'm in right now is Dash and KMX. Dash and KMX. Looking for the next trade now. Meta, no. I don't think so. I think we're right on the right trades this morning here. Good job, Ryan. Very nice. Very nice. Yep, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'll tell you what, and we're going to be teaching that too. You know, the VWAP breakout, VWAP breakdown strategy here as we launch the room and start getting into some training, because there's a lot of value to it, and it's easy to do, easy to understand. It's just simplified trading, right? I'm going to give Dash a few more pennies here. We'll give it to 138, the whole number here. I'm staying in the Dash trade long. Okay, for those of you that like to adhere to the stop loss, that's why I don't put it in the system. I'm a little flexible with the trading here, and always like to have some hinges on my flexibility, just in case we get that downward move and you feel certain that the stock is going to come back up. I like the stock here. I like the news around Dash this morning, so let's watch this here going forward. STZ, yeah, I mean STZ, big move down. Yep, I see that, and that's going to get me prompted here to take a long. Although it's a dollar spread, I think I'll stick away from it for right now. Yeah, I could see 270, maybe STZ. Here comes Dash right back up. Now, if you're not in Dash, take a look at that VWAP line there. That would be a great entry here, right at the VWAP 139. Go 139.50 on Dash if you're not already in the trade. Okay, market, as we open here, we've got 2 winning trades right off the bat. Sets us up for a green day so far. The Dow is barely green, just up less than a point. S&P up 6 points and the NASDAQ up 65.58. We'll see if this market can hold on. It certainly did not hold on yesterday. Yep, Randy on YouTube, dash call was 140, 139.50. If you're not into the trade already, you could come into the trade as we were just talking about. Yep. The only thing I have right now is the Dash trade here, Dash and KMX. I'm going to come out of all shares KMX right now. All shares KMX gone. That's a great trade there. Remember, we entered KMX 72.50. Now it's $71 and about ready to sink lower than that. So, Scott, why is your VWAP different than mine? Not sure, Claude. Thank you, Arbel. What platform are you on? Or private message me, we can do it that way. Yeah, Tesla 172.50 maybe. I've got this Dash problem here that I need to take care of first before I kind of get into another bigger trade. Come on, Dash. That's what you get for a low volume stock also on Dash, and that's the kind of action that you have, right? Okay, done with KMX, done with the AMD trade, and still in Dash. Coin, yes, yes. Let's go coin right here. And we'll put STZ up here, STZ. Masters starts today, those of you golfers out there. 251 on the coin trade here. We're going to go long coin, 251. That is yesterday's close. That'll give us a real nice ride here on coin this morning. Coin, 251, if we get the entry here. Still long Dash. Waiting to see what can be done here because we don't have the volume to go higher. Watching it intensely here, though, on Dash, that VWAP is going to be important. Tesla pulling down. Coin no trade on the coin trade, and it's running down. Again, the market right now taking a step to the downside. Dow's down 37.74. S&P up 1.5 points, and the NASDAQ hanging in there up 57. Does the market get taken out this morning? I don't know. I do not know. But we're going to watch and see right in front of us here. Come on. Don't let us down. Come on, Dash. Come on. Make it 3 for 3 now. Make us 3 for 3 here on Dash. Let's go. Let's go. Those of you that got in at 139.50, you can add at 140 up the scale here. Tesla looks great. I'm going to take a chance here on Tesla 172 on Tesla. Small share size to start here. Tesla long 172. Stop loss is going to be the break of the 171. Okay. Keep an eye on this. No trade on coin. Come on, Dash. Keep coming. 140 was our entry on Dash. We are going to probably get into this Tesla trade. We'll see. Mind of its own, right? Look at it. Wow. Look at KMX. $69 now on KMX. Those of you that stayed in this trade, congrats on the KMX trade. Now, I typically don't come out of all shares all the time, but you know, this past week has taught me that, yeah, absolutely, Ryan. This past week has taught me that, you know, I need to take my profits because the longer I stood in some of the trades, the more of a loss I was taking this week. And that's, I want to keep red. I want to stay, I mean, I want to keep green. I want to stay green for the week. And you could call it psychological too. No doubt about it. No, the only thing I'm in right now is Dash, D-A-S-H. Go, Dash, go. Come on. Watching the coin trade. Also, remember, we posted coin at 251. Trading for fun. Appreciate it. Yep. Traded very small share size. After. Yeah, good for you. Pull back the share size. Give it a breather day. Take what you can. Be a thief and run. Right? That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Come on, Dash. Keep coming, baby. Keep coming. Yeah, STZ 270. That's over the VWAP line. Come on, Dash. Take care, Trading for Fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Yep. Come on, Dash. Don't fail us now. What are you doing? Let's go. Yeah, I mean, STZ looks great. Let's try this. Let's try this STZ trade. I'm done with CarMax here, so let's go STZ here. KMX I'll put up on my other screen. I trade with a 4-monitor layout that gives me plenty of room to display what I need and look at the overall market. So I'm going to post STZ right here. This is going to be an STZ trade long at the break of 270 to the upside. Now, it's going to be a 2-point stop loss here down to 268, and I'm looking for at least 3 or 4 to the upside. We could go as high as high of the day. We'll see if we get any energy behind it, though. Dash pulling back down again now, too. Let's see if we can get this STZ to roll. Yeah, I see on the STZ trade, it's about a 50-cent spread. So yeah, that's good, Jim. It's good, good comments here to be careful. Yep. Ryan, I'll tell you what, base hits keeps you in the game, and your batting average goes up, meaning your trading percentage goes higher, your winning percentage is higher, and then when you see the home run, don't forget to swing, right? It's just about what it is. When you see something that looks great, try to take advantage of it. Come on. Come on. Man. That's what you get for Dash. You look at the volume on Dash and you're going to see that it's absolutely almost zero. But Dash is above that VWAP line, which is important. Okay, if you're in the coin trade, this is going to be a heck of a trade now, I hope. 251 entry. We're going to go 253. We're going to come out of this trade at 253. Hopefully we build this momentum on coin and it starts to really take off for us. This could be a really nice trade. Watching STZ as well? Sure. Okay, looking good. Come on, coin. Don't give up. You had a nice run on coin now. Nice rip to the upside. Now let's finish it off. 253 or bust here. Okay, 30 more cents now on coin. 30 cents on coin. COIN. Let's give it 50 more cents on COIN. Okay, come on. Dash towards the bottom now. Coin starting to come back down. Yeah, AMD looking real good right now. Tesla, look at that Tesla move at the bottom of the day. Wow. Come on, Dash, you're just killing me now. AMD, very nice move higher. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hang in there, Dash. Same thing with coin. Not real worried about it. Should have probably taken the profit up the line here, but I did not on coin. I just think there's more left in the tank. That's all. I really do. Let's go Dash. Dash and coin, two that I'm in right now. Dash and coin. Dash under the VWAP with low volume. I'm looking for my fourth trade right now. Coin's starting to dip down here again. That entry on coin, the 251 entry, 249 stop. Almost makes me want to cry on coin. Again, not having the had the opportunity to take the partial and just did not. Maybe a little greedy, I get it. Coin and Dash, boy, oh boy. Yeah, so take a look at the market now. As Craig was saying, you know, the Dow's down now almost 170, S&P down 9, NASDAQ up 35 points right now. Interesting, right? Coin holding up rather well for right now. Yep. STZ, nice pop. We're looking for more STZ. We're looking for more on coin. We're looking for more on Dash. See if we hang in there right now. Yep. Coin, STZ, everything hanging in there just fine for right now. Come on, coin. 249 drop here, and we're going to be out of the stock on coin. Still in the dash trade, still in STZ. Yep, just a dip down on coin, still in the trade, still in the trade. Yep, Mark, I agree with you. Come on, coin. Nothing happening now except for the market digging deeper. Dow's down almost 200 now. NASDAQ's only up 19 points. Are we going to erase all of this long move here and destroy a day like we did yesterday? I don't know. We're going to find out, though. It could happen absolutely very quickly. Very quickly. And to me, you know, this is disappointing for longs and disappointing for people that are investors, right? This market shows its news strength early and then crumbles to the downside here. Yep, still in the coin trade, still watching it. Coin low of day, still hanging in the stock. Tesla breaking to the downside, another leg down on Tesla. Yeah, out of the coin trade with a loss. COIN, losing trade. 3 winners, 1 loser on coin. Still in the STZ trade and still in the Dash trade. NASDAQ just turned red. We're down by about 12 points. Yep. AMD pulling back. Do we pull up the bootstraps here? I don't know. Come on. Hang in there for us. Dash and STZ. STZ's fine, really. I mean, it's up for the day. I would be surprised if it let go here. Traders on YouTube, hopefully you're doing well today. Mish, absolutely. L'Oreal, good morning to you. Dash doing nothing wrong. Tesla's worrisome, breaking the lows of the days. Like I said before, Tesla gets below 160. You're going to see people buying this stock just for investment purposes. Come on. Nothing happening. Slow move to the downside. Good, Andre. Andre Cruz. Good job. Green day for you. Super to hear. NASDAQ teetering now. Only down less than a point. Less than a point. Okay, Dash getting a little bit of a bid. Same thing with STZ. Should we go in coin again? Coin is looking like almost a perfect trade here over the VWAP and over yesterday's close, almost one and the same. I'll probably end up taking it again over 261, 251, sorry. Yeah, coin will be the next trade here. So I'm in Dash right now and STZ. Those are the only two trades I'm in right now. Yeah, I could come back into the coin trade. Sure, 251. Yeah, I think Dash with the decreased volume right now, nothing to it. Until it gets up to run, that's it. Now, AMD presenting us a pretty decent opportunity here at 170 on the breakout of the top. Also watching coin. STZ looking better and better as we speak. We'll see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming into coin. Right now, I just don't see another trade. Just scanning around, looking at all the stocks. I mean, Meta's at the low of the day. Team, that TEAM stock, no volume. KMX now at $69. Wow. GL, let's take a look, Adam. Look at GL right where coin is here. Yeah, it looks good. Decent volume. What are you thinking, 87? I'm thinking 88, which is right where it's at now, or a little bit under it. Yeah, it looks good. Under the VWAPs, probably got more to go. Yeah, NVDA is always a player here. 880 just came through that. I'll put this GL up on my other screen here. Keep an eye on it here. See what would have happened on the NVDA trade. I did not take the trade, but looking good. -0 MNDR. Hey, we do have one IPO. Good. Let me take a look at MNDR. We do have one IPO today, and it should be a good one. Oh, wow. Here's the MNDR trade. Wow, look at that. Nice. Yeah, one IPO today. That's PACS, and that's going to be a good one. It's going to be at least a $20 IPO. Good, good. Microsoft's been on a nice move today. In fact, I saw it pre-market when it moved up higher, pulled all the way back down, closed the gap, and just went through yesterday's close. Rent halted. Okay, take a look at rent. Wow. That is crazy, absolutely crazy. Any news on rent that you see, Mehdi? We'll watch the rent trade here. 251 on coin, I'm going long again. 251 on coin, I will go long again. And good outlook. Thank you. Appreciate that, Chandra. Hey, Mehdi, where's the tip? I wanted to get in. That's great. What was the, so here's a good question, Mehdi. So if you got in pre-market today, what was the impetus? Just the good earnings? Is that why you got in? Yep. Okay, if you're into the coin trade, I'm into the coin again on the, yeah. Akil, this time I'm not going to let it go. 252, a little over 252. I'm going to take the dollar profit on coin. Dash starting to percolate now too. Yep, coin got us in. We're going to stick with the trade. Coin and Dash right now. DASH and coin, COIN. Volume was good this morning. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, rent still halted at the top. And watch that as well. Coin one spike got us in. It's all right. There's the rent trade is open. Wow, look at it go. RENT. Yeah, I want to trade the wow, rent. Awesome. Good for you guys. Yeah, I would say, and a perfect short too. Yeah, I would love to short rent, right? I mean, it's really, really risky up here, but I'll tell you what, it's the way stock is going to crumble down. As fast as it went up, it's going to come down just as fast. 252 on coin. That is my target. 252 on coin. Again, we got a super IPO, I think, today that we can take advantage of. And that's coming up here. PACS. We just spiked up on coin. I saw it. I'm going to wait. Coin and Dash. The only two I'm in right now. Coin and Dash. No, I'm not going to panic now on the coin trade. Nope. Yeah, not available here either, Nate. Yep. Fidelity either, nothing. Yeah, watch the overall market though right now, because we just Dow's down now over 207, S&P down almost 10, and the Nasdaq's up 40, almost 44 points. Yeah, I want to watch that PACS if we get a chance here on PACS. That's today's IPO. They're saying about 21 bucks on PACS, so we'll have to wait to see if that comes out here. Usually come out 11:30 area. Dash looking good. Again, 140. We've got to get to that 140 area. Did rent die yet? I took it off my radar here. I'll get back. Yeah. It'll probably finish up sub 15 today. Did anybody have the shares available on rent? I know I did not. Come on, coin. Yeah, rent coming down in a hurry now. Interesting. Target on Dash is going to be that 140.50, 140.60 area before the high of the pre-market. Yeah, I think rent will be $15. I do. Yeah, interesting STZ at the bottom of the day now. Still in coin, still in Dash, still sitting here waiting. Not fun so far. Dash looking better. I hate to just keep commenting on it every second, but that's what I'm in right now. Coin stop 240. We'll go 248, 248.50, right around in there. Well, the good thing about today is definitely going to be a green day. Took advantage of some power moves early this morning, and now we're taking a look at the markets. Still down in the dumps. Dow's down over 200 points, 206. S&P down 9. NASDAQ holding up 45 points to the upside here. we'll see if we hold on for the remainder of the day. Remember, the one IPO for today that I think is going to be really good is PACS. I think once Michael comes in and takes over, I'll probably come back and trade the PACS trade. I'm going to watch it here. It's got a couple of things I need to get done this morning, and then we should be good to go.
Yes, Scott, let's hope that we're going to get something cooking during the lunch session. Yesterday we had very good second part of the lunch session. The first part was annoying. Guys, right. Remember, even if I forget, 1 p.m. another bond auction. Sound is low. Okay, let me try to improve it. Okay, hopefully it's better now. So guys, remember 1 p.m. bond auction. Yesterday I forgot to talk about it, so I checked and double checked today. There is a 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Yesterday the market moved on the back of that announcement, and then there were other announcements and Biden speaking and all kind of stuff. So the market is moving today. We had the move in the pre-market, then closure of the gap, then closure of the move from the news, and now we are at the VWAP, probably moving lower because that's the trend right now. Plenty of good movers, especially semiconductor stocks. NVIDIA up big. AMD, today they're doing the same thing. MU is very strong. And on the weak side, we have energy down big, more than 1.3%. And Boeing continues to, sell off. I guess they're not selling planes anymore, or whatever. ExxonMobil also selling off from the highs of from 6-month highs or maybe 1-month highs. Too bad we don't have a trade in Boeing. It's trading also a very narrow range session, but basically it's down, I think 2 weeks in a row. Every day, more downside and more downside. The biggest mover today, KMX, down like 12%, I'm guessing horrible earnings. And that means that the earnings season is open. And of course, the most important stock to watch tomorrow is the JP Morgan. I think it reports tomorrow, 99%. I'm not making a mistake here. And if we're going to get a good IPO, maybe that's also going to help. Adding it to my watch list, just in case it opens when we don't see. And we have a potential pullback in rent, which is up only 163%. But again, if a tough play with exactly what when we talk about a pump and dump trade, that's probably it. I'm waiting for a pullback to the VWAP or 17 or like a deep pullback before I will even dare trading it. I don't have any open positions right now. missed on a very good trade in MU and looking for a trade in MU, but now it's almost at the highs of the day, so shame on it. Anyway, let's see. Let's watch MU, NVIDIA, AMD. There are plenty of other semiconductors you can watch. I think this trio is probably the best. Well, the VWAP on rent is way lower at the 17 level, so we need to wait. I mean, wait a lot. Assuming it's gonna get there, and it can get there and end up the move at 12. So you don't know those high flyers. Everything is on the table. I believe that the only entry point that I see right now in MU is 124.50, which is $1 above the good entry, which was 123.50. That's shameful. So the market touched the VWAP on a spike up. Now we are again under 513.50 or at 513.50. So now in the last half an hour, the range is pretty much set between the VWAP and 513. The Nasdaq is way stronger today versus the S&P, and the reason for that is probably the energy sector, which is down big, and the financial sector also down 1%. So have the leading stocks or the leading ETFs from the SPY, other than technology, are obviously weak. Still watching KMX for a short trade. Just don't have an entry point right now. Watch the SPY, guys. Seemingly we're moving lower. Best performing stock today on my watch list, Nike, but that's not a good mover. We have NVIDIA, AMD. The more they pull back, the better the trade is going to be if we trade them.
Now MNDR right back up as well. Okay, traders, I'm going to call the morning right here. I'm in the dash trade. That's the only thing I'm taking away from this morning. DASH. Michael's going to take over the charts here, take you through lunch. I'm going to try to come back here as soon as I see the PACS trade happen. And here's PACS live. So let's hold on just for a minute here. Here's the PACS trade. And we're going to watch this here. Let it establish the first 5-minute high candle, and then we'll take it over the high. It is good volume to start. $23 stock. Spike high 23.40. Not a big mover though. It only goes in nickel increments. So my first thought is, and the reason why I probably wouldn't trade this is, you can see on the side of the chart here, moving in nickel increments. Not a big enough mover for me. Spreads about 6 cents. So I'm going to pass on PACS here this morning. So no trade PACS. And still, yes, still waiting on STZ, Richard. Yes, I'm sorry. Good for you, Richard. Very nice. All right. So no trade PACS. It's going to be a no IPO day for me. I'm going to watch Dash now, and we'll watch Coin for an opportunity, and STZ, Michael. Those three are high on my list right now. So, okay, traders, that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much on YouTube. That means so much to us for you to be part of our YouTube community today. And we just really appreciate the time that you're taking to be with us, to post your trades, to be part of the greatest trading room on the planet. Wait till May 1st. We're getting closer to that date. That's our launch date. And we're going to have a great subscription-based service. We're also going to be offering training and one-on-ones and everything. Ashuni, thank you so much. Traders, thank you. God bless you. Godspeed. Have a great rest of your day with the rest of the team. Michael, followed by Aggie, and then the close for the day. And I'll be watching Dash. Again, target on Dash is going to be 140 and about 50 or 60 cents. So stay tuned. Michael, it's all yours. Traders, thank you again so much. So powerful.
Thanks, Scott. See you after lunch or tomorrow. So I'm going to keep watching these PACS. I mean, it's trading now for 2 minutes. Let's not, let's give it, give it a benefit of the doubt. Sometimes stock opens up and then nothing happens. And then you wait until 350 and then it moves up 5% in 5 minutes. So you never know with those. Regarding FAST, fast thermal, it had a downtrend, then an uptrend. It should have been bought, I think, on a reversal higher at 70.50, maybe even at 70. Right now, it looks like a long. A weak morning session, a reversal from the lows, but I don't see right now. I mean, a good entry was 70.50. There was a reverse cup and handle, and it worked for $1. Maybe the risk was 15 cents. So that was a huge miss, I think. Anyway, so Alibaba. Talking about Alibaba, this stock is unbeatable. You can't make money in Alibaba. Well, no, maybe I can jinx it. Short 74.60. Just not a good mover. I mean, on paper, you think it's a good mover, it's not. If you look at the daily chart, you understand why. This is an awful daily chart. Anyway, I don't see a trade. I mean, it can easily break now 74.50. So the risk on this trade is like 15 cents. If you can get anything above 15 cents here, it's a miracle. Can we still short KMX? Yeah. Find an entry and you can short it. I think the good entry was probably 70. Probably 70. I just don't see other than the breakdown under the lows, which is 68.50, and it had a bear flag there. What was it? Was actually amazing support. So right now, 68.50 looks very extended to me, and it doesn't have a good stop loss anymore. Before it had a 25-cent stop loss. Now it's No stop loss. You can trade it with 1 cent stop loss or $1 stop loss. Take your pick. What is this market doing, guys? Pretty much like yesterday. As soon as the bell rings 11, we're losing momentum. Started to move sideways in a narrow range session. I'm looking for a trade, like I said before, in MEU. If it's going to pull back to the VWAP, amazing. It's probably not going to happen very fast, though. Hey guys, so again, if you see anything interesting, Yoni, if you see a small cap, I'm still watching this rent, obviously. Mega mover. Coin. LPTX, let's take a look at LPTX. Sounds to me like a small cap, but yeah, LPTX, $4. So, I mean, those stocks are so neurotic and tough to catch at the right place. I mean, volume is okay, not great, but good, relatively good for LPTX. Again, buying breakouts is not going to work in small caps. I mean, it's not like I have a crystal ball, but those are tough trades from the highs of the day because there are zero institutional traders. Everybody's thinking only short term, and any move higher is being sold immediately by guys like us, which want to profit immediately and don't have any patience for long term. And the long term here is 1 hour. Short term is, I don't know, nothing. Therefore, you need to either buy it very cheap and enjoy the leg up, or you cannot buy it at the highs because there's going to be in your face, most likely in your face selling, and you're going to lose. And those stocks can move like a large cap. So it's a $4 stock, but it can move 50 cents against you in 1 minute. Okay, very boring and slow right now, I agree. Tesla is downtrending, and the view up seems to me that it is a resistance, not something that you want to buy into. You want to buy Tesla, which is very weak, buy cheap. When I say cheap, like 169.50, not 170.50. Again, if it goes over the VWAP, maybe it's going to develop positively. Cannot never rule Tesla out, but Today the numbers are, well, not that aggressive, 0.8 to the downside. The market tried a couple of times to move over the VWAP, failed each time. I don't have any new trades. But I'm still looking for a trade in MEU. That was a huge miss for me, missing on that 123.50. Let's see what happens if it pulls back under 124 or maybe goes down the VWAP. Fast is also not doing anything now, stuck at 71.50, meaning it can go both ways, up or down. Good luck, good luck guessing it though. Again, guys, if you see anything interesting, post it. We have a MEU at, like I said before, at 124.50. NVIDIA 2 extended, AMD 2 extended, I think. That rent trade is now moving sharply lower, so that can become later a candidate. Rent. VRT. Let's take a look at VRT. Long 85.71. Why is the mark? Why is the VRT, which is trending lower, a trade? I know that it has, amazing strength on the daily chart, but just don't see a reason to get involved. 85.71. I don't know. Don't want to guess with VRT again. The trend is lower. The market is actually the market is moving kind of the other way. Very, very slow though. MNDR. Let's take a look at that's the IPO. MNDR. MNDR. Is it the IPO? I think that's yesterday's IPO. Yeah, that's yesterday's IPO. You see what I mean when this is exactly the trade that you don't want to take. It breaks 10, goes to 10.50 and drops $1.50. Are you kidding me? That's something that I don't want to trade. I don't want to survive, buy it and then go to a dollar pullback on a $9 stock. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, now let's look for a consolidation. If it pulls back to the VWAP like 8, consolidates, maybe, I mean, there's clearly action here and money to be made, but you cannot buy breakouts. Take a look exactly what I said before on the other stock. Exactly here, the same scenario. At the highs, a block of shares is being sold. $170 2,000 shares in that block that moved the stock down from 1050 to under 9. That's, I don't know, not reasonable. SPY is not moving much, but we're trading higher lows, guys. Higher lows since we established the lows at 1015. You can see higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but higher lows, an uptrending channel. MSFT for a long, two options. Wait for 424 or buy at 425. The way the market is trading, any cheap entry is a good entry. Guys, did you see FAST? I was thinking, is it a long or a short from 7150? Being that the trend is higher, you have to think at least about the trend continuation despite the weakness in the stock. It started to move higher at 6950, now dropped. This market is clearly not to be trusted. In terms of continuation to the upside, we are stuck here at the VWAP, and I'm sorry about the FAST trade, but that's probably a mistake. It could have gone the other way though, so sorry about that. AMX moving now higher. EACS, let's take a look. What's the entry there? EACS. $23.50. Looks good. The question is, can we get can we get any movement from this one? Lows of the day 22.60. So the range on PACS all day is like how much is it? Not even $1. Looks good, Amir, but I don't want to say amazing. The volume is also very low for an IPO, but you know, tradable, spreads decent. Now, is it worth 20 or 30 cents of freeze? I don't think so, but let's see how it reacts. Now the spreads are 15 cents. I will post an alert and see how it trades. Maybe you can trade it. You know, it's an IPO, and IPOs can be amazing movers, even those that start very weak. I have plenty of examples. This one looks very obnoxious and dead. Guys, if you see a short trade is what I'm looking for. I mean, we can easily find the long trades in Micron, in NVIDIA, in Microsoft, in Amazon. That's what we're doing all day, every day. But a short trade is something that we need. Going from the VWAP. EA. You mean short from the VWAP? Or long from the VWAP? Again, had very good support. If you check out guys Boeing at 170, 150. That was probably a place to look for a long. Now it's at 172.50, $1 above. I don't think this is a long now. I mean, the stock is very weak on the daily, on the intraday. Any way you look at it, it's very weak. And I don't see, let's say you enter, where is the stop loss? Also a problem, like 60 cents, 50 cents. Not clear enough, I think, for a trade right now. On top of that, if we ask ourselves, what is the trend in this market? And you can answer, then you can take a trade. But I cannot answer. I agree that Boeing can bounce up, but where is your entry point and where is the stop loss? If you told me buy it cheap at the lows, fine. Wow, guys, why is it that anytime that Scott leaves at 11, whatever, we immediately getting into this obnoxious mood where the VWAP is being like forcefully. Hold on a second, guys. I have to take care of somebody. Yeah, you're right, guys. I was talking to myself like for I don't know how many minutes. Are you kidding me? I was talking. I don't know where. Really. So sorry. Anyway, I was talking about. Since the dog barked, really? Oh my God. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, I posted MU, guys, over 124.50, and they're looking for 125, risking 30 cents. You know what I was talking about? Actually, I was talking to myself about the IPO. That I didn't think that is a good IPO, and I said to myself, I hope nobody bought it, and let's wait for a deep pullback there. I didn't buy it myself. So you didn't miss anything. I know that we did miss the move in Apple, the move in Amazon. You know what happens? It's either the semiconductors are moving together, or now the market is moving. The semiconductors are not moving at all. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft are moving. That's the distribution of money in the ETFs is always weird. Okay, MU in. Let's see it deliver for us. We are late to this party by $1 though, so that's the shameful thing. But still, this stock, a mega mover, a clear entry point. Again, the timing in semiconductors is important because today I'm looking at them at those semiconductors. They work together. AMD, Nvidia, and MU. The three of those stocks are now moving lower. You're kidding me. While Amazon ricocheted higher like crazy from the V1. Almost $1. Do you believe this? Yes. You guys asked, I think I heard somebody ask, questioning me about KMX, and I said it can go both ways. I'm still, it's not moving much now. That's exactly what I don't want to see. A big hammer reversal in the SPY, and the semiconductors moving lower. Pretty much at the exit now in MU. Terrible. Oh, guys, any trade during lunch that where you lose money, it's going to be so tough to recover because most of the lunch sessions that we went through over the last 2-3 weeks were, don't want to exclude the here and there, but were very tough in terms of momentum, range, stuff like that. Yeah, TSM, I want to talk about TSM. TSM is relatively weak. Stop loss above the VWAP on any trade, so that's 30 cents. I don't know why TSM is weak. It just is. Okay, I'm out of the MU trade with a loss. Again, that's the price to pay when you miss on a good trade, and then you have horrible timing, and you can see NVIDIA now moving lower, AMD, and on top of that, this market is not doing anything for us. I'm still asking guys, work for a short play. We need a short play. I mean, there are good short plays eluding us somewhere. And the best play probably lower was a symbol GL, but that stock is so spready. I mean, it's shortable, but 20, 30 cent spreads, and I opted not to go for it. Okay, so guys, let's switch. Maybe we move away from semiconductors, move into a pullback in Amazon or in Google or in Apple. Those trades worked in the last 25, 30 minutes, especially Amazon from the view up, Apple from the view up area. Yeah, but semiconductors are very strong. If you look at the list here, I'm looking at my list. The only leading stocks in the Nasdaq are NVIDIA and MU and Google. All of them up more than 1%, so way stronger than the market. Otherwise, I would not have traded MU at 124.50, which was the tested level. On top of that, MU is a mega mover. Can it move 50 cents? I mean, really? It's not like I'm asking $3 or anything like that. If you look at the chart, 123.50 was amazing. I don't know how I managed to miss on that one. And you miss on a good trade, there's no second chance. That's the issue here. RIVN short, let's take a look. Again, RIVN, what, $10 now? Wow, 950. Ooh, oh my God. I think that's all-time lows for Rivian, believe it or not. Started the move at 10. I mean, it should have been shorted, obviously, at 10, but who's watching Rivian? Nobody is watching Rivian anymore. A short here at 950, risking 7 cents to get 15 cents. That's pretty much the game here. It's a very late entry short. Very late. Now I think, who wanted to buy Rivian? I think Amazon. I think Jeff Bezos doesn't need the company anymore. He can write a personal check from his checkbook and buy the company. Assuming that's true what I said about Amazon and Rivian cooperating at one point. Tesla short 171. I'm not sure. Again, I would have it would have been way easier if we had a trend in this market. I mean, we do have a higher lows uptrend, but that's not a strong uptrend. My candidates are actually Amazon, Google, and Apple if they pull back. And right now, all of those stocks are at the highs of the day. GL, that stock, that's a mega mover, GL, at $84 now. This stock needs to move higher at one point. We need to wait for it. The problem again is huge spreads, but those spreads will, will tighten up at one point. I'm looking at maybe 86 for long. I'll be very cautious. AMD long 169. Yeah, looks good. Again, Julie, take a look at semiconductors. They're not doing very well right now, but this is a low risk trade. Good support at 168.50. The VWAP is under 169, so that's already a good thing. Yeah, that's a good trade, but not something that I would say, yeah, let's go for it right now during lunch. Keep in mind that the movement in AMD was amazing in the morning session, and many times, a very good morning session leads to, I want to say, a weak or unconvincing or crappy or whatever, a late session or lunch session. I can't believe I don't have anything now. With Apple at the highs, Google at the highs, Amazon at the highs. KMX long. $69.25. I think $69.50, so you'll see, some momentum in this stock. Very tough trade right now, KMX. It had one beautiful reversal from the lows like an hour ago, and now it's wandering sideways. The trend is higher. And semiconductors are not responsive right now at all, maybe other than NVIDIA. Okay, guys, I'm looking for shorts. Small caps, large caps, anything. Remember, guys, DXYZ, 120 2 days ago or 3 days ago, now 50. That's a joke. Yeah, 110, maybe not 120. Amazon is killing it. I'm really upset that nobody posted Amazon from the VWAP. It tested the VWAP like 3 or 4 times. That was 186.50, risking like 20 cents for almost $1 now. Amazon is up barely 0.8, but you know, now we're breaking over the highs of the day. Really, really bad. If coin is moving up, let's look at Mara and yeah, Mara. Let's start with Mara. No reaction today. Weird. Okay, Mara, no reaction. So I'm not going to even bother with Riot. Let's take a look, guys, at Airbnb. Airbnb. I don't see an entry, guys, in Airbnb. And now I don't see an entry in any stock short, being that we are moving higher, other than GL, which is, I don't know, going to zero. Let's take a look, guys, at Reddit and DJT. Let's start with Donald J. Trump. Wow. Embarrassing. And the Reddit. Wow, Reddit actually had a very nice move. Up 5, nearly 6%. Also from the lows of the year, but you know, doing well. Reddit. I just don't see a new entry point. Fast short, you mean under the VWAP mark, under 70, 80? Keep in mind that the market is not supporting shorts right now. The market is supporting longs, and I have no entry points. After Amazon ran away, Tesla is moving higher, and the only trade that I took long was a failure, that MEU trade. Now pretty much back at the entry. So again, that proves you buy at resistance, you lose money. You buy at support, you have a chance. But buying at resistance during lunch, tough, especially with zero momentum. I'm not going to try again MU, long MU. In retrospect, again, 124.10 was good enough. I wasn't even watching. Wow, Nvidia also broke, Amazon broke. And there's a huge difference now between AMD, MU, maybe other than Nvidia, even TSM is moving higher. And the market at the highs of the day. I think this is also all-time highs for Amazon, 187.80. Yeah, looks like all-time highs. Rent, if you go, guys, if you are focusing only on rent, okay, your entry should be 18 and the stop loss at the VWAP. Not 19, not 20, nothing like that. That's what the chart says. The stop loss is under the VWAP. That's been tested like over the last hour, and so you need to buy it as close as possible to the VWAP, like 18, 17, 80, whatever. Now you can buy it at 19.50, and you have a $2 stop loss. I'm not saying suggesting that it won't work, but huge risk here versus the good trade. KMX running higher now. I'm not in that trade either. So Amir, if you bought it, the target should be, I will guess, 69.90, assuming it's gonna trigger some resistance at 70. Yeah, you posted it at 69.25. Yeah, very good trade. Good for you. The risk was 25 cents, maybe more, but can't believe we don't have, like any momentum stock right now. Those Amazon and Apple are moving with the market, which is fine, but if you miss that move, there are no alternatives. Yeah, coin was definitely a big winner. Exactly, guys. Did you see what happened now in rent? So it climbed to near 20 and one bar down to the VWAP. So it's, it's so tough and super aggressive to trade the stock at the, I don't want to say what is the right entry, but the chart is telling you in retrospect what was the right entry. It's not I don't know if it's a scam or not. What's clear, it doesn't have any backbone for volume. So anytime there is a seller or a bunch of sellers or maybe a bulk seller taking profits after a move higher, it just drops because, again, everybody is trading short term. That's the drawback of this type of stocks. The only stock that did not move higher is still MU. Even AMD moved like over that 169.20 cents. MU still under 124.50. Terrible. So fast moving up from the VWAP. I don't have a trade there. I don't have any trade shorts. Obviously, we are trending higher. Love long 2010. That stock should have been dropping down. It's down more than 10% on the day, but basically not doing anything, moving sideways on very low volume. It looks more like a long than a short. That's clear. Right now, I mean. I'm looking at it, but I won't trade it. I mean, it looks terrible. Doesn't have any trend either up or down. A stock that's up or down double digit and is moving sideways. That's weird. It should move. Pick a direction. At least KMX picked a direction long. GL picked a direction short. This one is dead. Right now, the market is moving higher. Tesla is moving higher. You have no reason to think it's a short. Just look at the chart and you'll be fine. Anybody that tried to short anything other than semiconductors, which were the biggest winners in the Nasdaq today over the last hour, got burned in all of the Nasdaq leaders, including Tesla. Okay, looks like the move stopped at 515.50. The biggest winner by far, that's the GL short trade. There were no entry points, but highs of the day 98, now 80. That's either the IRS is visiting the premises or something's very wrong there. Okay, guys, I'm waiting for a new trade. I don't have anything to go with right now. Unless we pull back sharply in Amazon, Google, Apple, All those stocks are at the highs of the day. And we have an hour minus 10 minutes, so 50 minutes to the to the auction. That's a 30-year bond auction at 1. I think I said it today. Maybe it was with my mic closed, so nobody heard. But I'm sure that by now you're okay with that. So if we get a move at 1 p.m. up or down, that's because of the auction. Yesterday, the interest rates came above expectation. That means bad for the market. And if they come in below expectation, that's going to be good for the market. And if they come in line, so everybody will ignore them. Can't believe, no, I don't have a short play. Now, if the market continues higher, maybe Tesla is going to be a good mover higher. Overall, it's way weaker than the market. Yeah, well, it's now up 0.25. The Qs are up 0.62, so not way weaker, but weaker. Wow, Apple non-stop today. From 169, which is above the VWAP area, $1. Guys, let it be a lesson. Apple from the VWAP, when the market is moving up, can be a very, very good trade. I wish I was brave enough to retry MU at 124.50, but I will wait and hope this time it will work. Try to buy it close to 124. So not going to go for another pretty much break with the volumes, as you can see now, guys, maybe dying down into the lunch session. Patience is again the name of the game. We are really not moving now. So we had a very nice leg up from 512 to 515. That's a $3 move, basically negating the leg down. Now we are definitely in lunch mode. The only trade that I see now that seems to be feasible is the short in fast under 71. Risk will be 25 cents. And there is always a caveat. In this case, it's the VWAP, which will be very good support 20 cents below. So we have a 25-cent risk and a 20-cent target in a market that's, as you can see, not doing anything or definitely not moving lower. So I don't have any new trades, guys. If anybody has a new trade, do post it. And again, hope nobody got burned in that rent play. Which again, those 100% or 200% type of moves, when you are trying to buy them after they're up so much, most likely you are the sucker that's going to pay for the rest of the guys getting out. Most likely. We have NVIDIA. MNDR. That's yesterday's IPO. Pretty much trades like pump and dump, but up. Are you kidding me? Up 74%? Wow. On the second day? All I can say is wow, nothing else. Very good trade. I mean, Ale, if this is your name, You need to get paid for such a risky trade. I would never believe them or enter them such a risky trade. So good for you. That move higher in the market left me basically without any trades right now. Semiconductors, I don't see a reason to buy them, and Amazon, Apple, Google, Tesla, basically the Nasdaq leaders are killing it. Well, actually, if you look at the KMX, it's at your target. Any way you look at it, the VWAP. This is probably going to be a reversal, but any way you look at it, it's an amazing trade. Good for you. From 69.25 or 30, I don't remember where you posted it. $1 plus. Tesla actually tested the highs of the, sorry, not the highs of the day, 171, 250. So the move started at the VWAP 170.50, $2. Even Tesla delivered 1%. The only stock that delivered a nice move short, other than GL, was Fast. Again, I'm still looking. Promised myself that I will look for shorts, but basically looking for longs, zero pullbacks, and I have nothing to go with right now. Fresh new highs in Amazon, in Google. Okay. If we don't gonna see a pullback by 1 p.m., that's gonna be terrible. We won't be able to force forcing a trade here at the highs doesn't make a lot of sense. All the Nasdaq leaders, again, maybe other than semiconductors, are doing amazingly well. Keep in mind, the market is now trending for the past since 10:15. So now we are over 12:15, so more than 2 hours up, and that's shameful. Basically, the winners in the morning session are now lagging the market, like MU and AMD, other than NVIDIA, which is clearly a big winner. Yeah, oil is relatively weak today. I think this is the biggest, the only sell-off day in ExxonMobil in the last 2 months or something. Assuming the trend will continue, that's a very good trade. Stop loss over the VWAP at 121.25 or 30, so that's 20 cents of risk. And the target is 50 cents or 60 cents back to the lows. This can save a land session, a pullback now. And again, I'm assuming that anybody that was long took partials or anything like that. Let's be careful and try to buy a pullback, assuming there will be a pullback at one point. Now I'm trying to seeing some pullback in Apple, in Google. Only Amazon is just impossible. The best trade, guys, by far short was Fasternal, another missed trade. Don't remember who posted FAST, if it was a long or a short. If you watch the channel, guys, between 71.20 and 71.10, that was the trade. 71.25 actually. The market is pulling back 5 minutes, meaning 1 bar, and that's it. Not funny. Still watching also GN, which is the mega mover down 25% and keeps moving lower. At one point, this stock has a real good chance of delivering sharp leg up. I don't have an entry though for it. Maybe other. I said before 87. It's now at under 80. So 87 is definitely not in play. Maybe 82, 83, 82.50. I just don't have an entry. Worth watching though. So we had a 5-minute pullback, and that's pretty much it. Meaning no pullback. Guys, do you see any trades? I just don't see anything. Basically had one good trade on paper in MU that turned to be a loser, and a missed trade in MU long, and obviously those moves in Apple and Nvidia and Amazon. For a first entry at 172.50, not a good entry, so Paul. This is a trade where you maybe add if you start adding up at the VWAP and you are in the money, but the stock is up from the lows. How many dollars? Almost $4, $3.50. The market is, I don't want to say extended. It's not, but I don't see it like a great entry point. The risk is, let's see, almost 70 cents. A tough trade, a tough entry, and then you'll beg for the market to help you on this trade. Assuming it will, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the best performing stock, guys, today on my watch list is Nike, up 3%. You know what? Is it up 3%? It's up 3%, but that's probably on the gap. I don't know if it had earnings or anything like that. It doesn't matter. It's not a good mover right now. The media is so negative with DJT really, I mean, not negative. It's hammering on this on the stock. So you know, so I think I talked about it yesterday. So it may spike up. I don't know, a couple of percent just to be sold, and Donald J will be able to sell after 6 months. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the stock is losing money, millions per month. I don't know how many millions. It doesn't matter. It's losing money, and the coverage, the media coverage is horrible. So you know also that Donald J. Trump is going to sell all his shares in 5 months or 5 months and a week, whatever. So, and he needs every cent right now. No, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be negative towards Donald J. Trump. Maybe he's going to be our president in come November. You don't know. I remember when he was in charge, the market was way more, you know, more fun to trade because he was a promoter of the U.S. markets. That's his forte. And who's going to tell him? The SEC is not going to tell the President of the United States not to promote his own stock or whatever. Maybe he's going to tell him, but that's not going to work on on him. Okay, so guys, now we're sitting at the highs of the day. Keep in mind, in 20 minutes, the bond auction. So if we drop or we move higher, that's on exactly at 1. That's on the bond auction. I wish I would have said, I can say, let's buy Nike at 92. Highs of the day, 92.20. But the stock is, you know, such a disappointment. Clearly, the best performing play in the semiconductors by far, NVIDIA. It could have been MU for us, but I just missed on the good entry and did not miss on awful entry. And even the entry in between would have been way better. Now it's at the highs of the day, but I'm no longer in the trade. AMD, if you're looking for a trade in AMD, I would say, I don't know, doesn't look like a great setup here. The stock is up, let's see how much, 1%. The Nasdaq is now up 0.6. So again, it's stronger than the market, but all of the price action was due to the morning session. I'm not a fan and don't see a great entry point. Don't see a reason to trade it. Believe it or not, GL is still moving lower. Never heard about this symbol ever. GL. Very spready, but the price action unheard of. You know what? I'm going to post GL instead of Microsoft. Let's watch GL, and maybe we'll be able to trade it at 1 point higher. This one smells like a big, huge reversal at 1 point. Again, the question is when? Maybe at 80, I'm not sure. Maybe from 60. Maybe it's going to go down another $20. So now we are building on a clear bull flag at the highs of the day. 516 highs of the pre-market, 515.50 highs of the day. So it's kind of a 50-cent bull flag. We had 1 bar down, no more. Obviously, the trend in the market is unbelievably strong. We are up basically for more than 2.5 hours now. And we have 15 minutes to the important piece of news that's coming out. So again, don't be surprised by it. Whatever happens. I'm still searching for a new trade, either long or short. Not an easy trading environment while we are basically moving sideways for the last, pretty much the last hour, since 12. So we reached the highs of the day at 12, moved up and down, and I guess the next move will be probably after 1 p.m. On my watch list, I'm left without any ideas. Let me take a look, guys, at ARM. Real beautiful uptrend, but no entry point. Right now, I mean. Now on rent, Mark, if you're looking at the stock, the VWAP is at 1740. Risk will be, you tell me, I don't know what is the risk here. 50 cents, a dollar? It's pretty much like a dollar. Super risky. Volumes are not even 1/10 of the volumes of the spread is 20. So 50 cents may not count it. Again, I'm not going to take the trade, so I'm not going to give you advice on this one. But take a look at the volumes now and the volumes when the stock was moving like it should. You want it to move in the morning session. So the volumes dropped 95%. So 95 of the traders are not going to participate. And then you make your decision if you think it's going to move higher. It's going to be a tough trade. Anyway, you look at it, it's more upside in Apple. It gives me the creeps. KMX continues and continues, and now it is at the VWAP. The only stock where you cannot get any mini reversal is still GL. GL long. $79.50. I don't see anything special there, but 79.50. Again, if at all, I would have said 80, but I don't see anything interesting at 79.50. Guys, 10 minutes to the news, 10 minutes. Again, we two options here, a move up, a move down, actually three options. Nothing if the auction closes in line, and obviously the other option is that it's gonna move like yesterday, if you remember, lower, and then it moves higher. Super slow and very, very choppy market right now. But we are at the highs of the day. Ahead of the news, guys. Five minutes or 4 minutes. Obviously, after I gave up on MU, now it is mimicking NVIDIA. This is, timing everything here is so tough. Yeah, NVIDIA up 3% right now. 3% is $30. Okay, guys, get ready in about 4 minutes. AVGO, again, why won't it move higher? It's a semiconductor stock. Now, NVIDIA is moving up, MU is moving up, AMD is moving up. And now you can see clearly, Google stopped moving. Amazon stopped moving. What was the other one? Apple stopped moving. Yeah, Apple pulled back and then moved up. Rent is doing, although I didn't take the trade, rent is renting space. Okay, guys, let's see what happens. The 30-year bond is going to be auctioned in about a minute or two, something like that. Yeah, GL is, no, this one is going to zero today. It has only $76 to go. $76 left. KMX was already posted in the room at 69.25, like I don't know how many hours ago, more than an hour ago, and it's doing amazingly well. I didn't take the trade. I hope some of you did trade did take Amir's idea. Beautiful trade. Well, not new highs. Highs of the day are 74 or 75, whatever. 74.50, but yeah, it's now above the VWAP. The next station, yeah, I'm hoping for you 71. Market not responding yet. I think the only place I bought MU is the place where it lost money. Exactly, the worst possible entry, 124.50. 124 would have been great. 123.50 would have been amazing. And this 124.50 was the worst of the worst. Okay, guys, bond auction is probably resulted in zero. Let's see if we get this is now. Okay, move. Okay, maybe not zero. I'm seeing a small leg down, but you can see there is a reaction, immediate reaction in many stocks. I mean, right now the reaction is very mellow, but these bond auctions lately, this is something that we haven't seen going back before interest rates picked up. Nobody cared. Now it's a market mover. Maybe not today. Okay, so nothing happened on the bond auction. That's not a problem for us. I'm looking for a trade in Amazon, but you know, good luck finding a good entry point. We have a potential 180, which is very, very late. The VWAP, as you can see on the chart, it's not even in play right now. The VWAP is almost $1.20 below. That's terrible. And guess what? Look at the market right now. Huh. Surprise, surprise. I want to say, let's go buy Amazon at 188 before the move. And then I thought to myself, crazy. How would it continue higher during lunch with you know, nothing behind it? Anybody was brave to buy Amazon at 188? Fresh new highs for Amazon. AMD is going higher. ARM is going higher, which also had if you guys look at ARM, both leg at 129, up $1.50. So again, plenty of opportunities. You just need to press the button. Nobody bought Amazon at 188. The easiest trade ever. When the market is pushing the price higher, without any pullbacks, in 2 minutes, 50 cents. Now 60 cents. Okay, guys, this looks to be like a lunch session for the books. More upside and more upside and more upside. Now fresh new highs, and even the SPY, I think, now turned positive. Yeah, it's already positive 0.5%. The Qs are up 1%. I guess there were fresh news in ARM. The stock is exploding now. Again, if you look at the daily chart, you don't see a great move, but if you look at the intraday chart, up nearly 4.5%. Well, we don't need this round down. You can look at the chart and you'll see what the outlook is, or the outcome is. The outcome is lower bond rates and higher S&P numbers. Again, that not necessarily means that we're going to continue in this space. Most likely we won't into the close, but all the Nasdaq leaders are killing it. I have no open positions. Basically missed on every time frame today, even now at that 188 Amazon. Proving, guys, that even during the lunch session, although it's we don't expect much during the lunch sessions, and normally until Monday and Tuesday were horrible lunch sessions. Yesterday we got a taste for what can happen, and today another one. And again, there's always something behind the move. It's not going to happen on zero volume during lunch. Something needs to go, you know, like this bond auction. Even Nike broke 92 by 10 cents. Guys, if you see anything that will pull back, I'm saying this for about 2 hours now, but I've been left out of this move higher today. Really, really left out. I don't think AMD from the view up was a good trade. There were way better trades. Take a look at MEU at 123.50. Take a look at MEU at 124. And eventually, the only loser was 124.50. Okay, guys, I don't know. I know that we kind of messed up today with longs. We had a couple of great opportunities, and now those are no more. I don't think we're going to get a pullback. I have to say that No, it's not going to happen, Julie. Look at the price action. Look at the volumes picking up. And again, the leading stocks are killing it. So the stocks that shouldn't move during lunch are now the best movers. Not only that, they're breaking. I mean, it's not a big deal because the SPY is breaking the highs of the day. So why won't ARM break the highs of the day, or Amazon, or Google, or Apple, which killed it? Let's take a look at Meta and Microsoft. Wow, Meta definitely not participating. Guys, you want to see an ugly display? Ryan, take a look at the daily chart in Meta. The daily chart is, wow, showing absolutely like nothing is happening. Weird, weird to watch. I don't consider it a trade today, the way it's trading. GL, you know what? I said that it's extended to the downside at 80. Now it's at 73. I don't know. What can I say? It's like the best short ever. One of the best shorts ever. So Meta, to me, it's not a great trade. You know, maybe it's going to continue higher with the market at one point. Microsoft also did not do anything but mimic almost to the cent the leg up in the SPY. Can't believe that I missed missed a big, huge winner in MU. It was in front of my face at 123.50. I missed many other trades, but that one was embarrassing. Again, this is probably because of the bond auction. I don't see any other reason why the market won't, is not moving higher, or is moving higher, other than the bond auction. So that's something that everybody here in the room needs to remember every Thursday, and I think also every Wednesday, or every other Wednesday. Anyway, you need to pick up on that piece of news from the media. It's posted. At least today, and yesterday it was posted on Forex Factory. Finally, Apple found buyers. It's up 2%. Let's watch again. Wait for a pullback. $1 in Amazon. That was obviously too good to be true for us. All of that in 10 minutes. Guys, let's watch, if indeed we're looking for a short play, maybe FAST, fast. I'm looking at 70, you know what, not gonna bet against the market. We're still moving higher. We're on the Qs, we are up 1.14%, 5.6 after it was negative until an hour and a half ago. So guys, remember, sometimes the run sessions are boring, sometimes too good to be true. $900 is back in play, guys, in NVIDIA. If you remember yesterday, we were looking at, I think, 870 at one point, or 875. Maybe even, I don't know, I don't remember, but that's the next station, 900. Obviously, it's not going to happen today unless you see the reaction here in the market, more upside. That's insane and very surprising, very, I'll have to say, super surprising. Somewhere, somehow, Tesla, which was also very weak compared to the rest of the market, is back in positive territory. Up 1% after it was down, I think 2% at one point. Guys, we are very extended. I'm not going to buy anything right now. I missed like 3 or 4 amazing trades during this hand session, so I'm not going to risk a loser right now. It's unreal, this sell-off in GL, really. Something that really absolutely no bid. Something very, very terrible is happening here. You know what? Let me take a look at on Yahoo Finance if there are any. Probably there are news on GL. Let's see if the IRS is paying them a visit or something. That's pretty much a reason for this type of a move. Sure. Okay, so it is something related to a fraud. extensive allegations of insurance fraud ignored by management despite being obvious and reported hundreds of times, including policies written for dead and fictitious people. Wow, what a company. Amazing. Short-term fast, 70.65. I would have said 70.55 or 50. Stop loss over the VWAP. You know what? It doesn't matter where you short it. Stop loss is over the VWAP. And again, keep in mind that the trend is so strong today. So now we're seeing a red bar, but it's not necessarily means that this is more downside or will lead to a downside move. We are basically out of control with this spike up in the market right now. Maybe there's also some short covering. I don't know. Maybe. On paper, there are shorts. I didn't try to trade it today, so I don't know how it's going to react, but the stock is down 33%. You most likely are not going to get filled on the leg down. You will be filled on the leg up because of the, wow, what a move now. $1 in a second. So again, it's, even if you try to short it, it may be tough. Or you may not get the positions that you want. I'm 72, mark. I don't know, this one is going to zero, so you have a $72 target. If not for the huge spreads, I would have traded it, but at 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, I was reluctant to press the button, and you know, I decided not to trade it and actually look for a long, I was looking for a long 85, and now it's nobody's paying 70 for it. But again, when a stock is dropping intraday, you know that something super major is happening. I can definitely call it, guys, the worst lunch session in a while. So many trading opportunities, and I mean, for myself, missed left and right. Apple is up 2.5%. And probably the best trading day in Apple in, don't want to say months or ages, but basically from the lows of the year. If we're looking at the price action in Apple, it's down consistently over the last 3 months. Basically since the beginning of the year. Yesterday it traded under at 167. So you know, a recovery play. Let's you know, keep it on our watch list and be very tight with it tomorrow. I mean, maybe I will trade it later on today. I just don't see it pulling back. It just any pullback lasts 1 minute and immediately ricochets up. Guys, remember, this is one of the best land sessions that I can remember. Which means that from time to time the land session can deliver, although it was very surprising what happened today. You sure you want to short anything, Mark? You're not looking at reality, I think. Wow, Marvel is really weak. Are you kidding me? Still, you know, Marvel, why is Marvel so weak? That's definitely a stock that's way, way weaker than the sector and way, way weaker than the market. Having said that, I don't know if I'm brave enough to short anything. I'm looking at longs. Was thinking about shorting before 1 p.m., but after that, take a look at the huge peak, and the volumes are still way above average. You know what? They're not anymore. But I will be very cautious. Let's see the risk in this trade in Marvel. Short 70. The risk is like 30 cents. I don't think you need to short anything. Because again, we're not pulling back. Most likely we won't pull back or remove. Any pullback is going to get, you know, be bought. Risking 30 cents to get, I would say, 30 to 50. Again, this is the right stock. I'm not sure it's the right market. Wayfair short. Wayfair. Guys, GL is, you know, sliding outside of the chart. It's, it's impossible. This love trade continues to move higher. Again, very low volume, but you know, maybe because of the market, maybe because of the big gap down. I don't know what triggered this. I think it's social media or a meeting app or something. Anyway, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. It should have been moving lower. That's what I was looking for. Because of the volume, I decided not to trade it. At one point, it looked to me like it's going to drop, but it didn't. So nothing is dropping today. Wells Fargo cut price target to 146 on GL. 146. The stock is 60. I mean, 60 is probably going to be an amazing close for it today. This is definitely a panic in GL. I don't remember that we've seen anything like that lately. That a stock that's dropping half of its value. I think it's going to get halted now, the way it's trading. Yeah, halted. So guys, those who are short, you have nothing. I think you have nothing to worry. If anybody is short, I'm not short or long, so definitely I'm not worried. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Well, you don't know if getting out was a good thing, because maybe it opens at 40 and then you'll be sorry. Normally, after a halt, I don't want to say, there is no normally, but I would expect it to continue lower. Still, if it gets halted, and the stock like this can get halted for a day, maybe two. Sometimes we've seen stocks getting halted for a long period of time. Again, it depends what's going on there, how big is the fraud, and stuff like that. Again, normally the halt lasts minutes, like 10 minutes. But again, I don't know what's the issue here. Is it a scam? Whatever's going on, and it can get halted for a long period of time. Normally the halt is 10-15 minutes. Apple still conquering. Fresh new highs at 172.60. Okay, guys, now things are really cooling off. With another bull flag and at the highs of the day. GEV, guys, let's take a look at GEV. I have to say many no. I myself don't like the technical pattern here. The stock is obviously not strong enough, way weaker than the market, and the range today is 0 as well. Not interested. Oh my God, I forgot to post the charts, guys. Nobody talked to them. It's in my face, but nobody requested the chart of GL. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's now halted. It's 62.10. Down $24 from my proposed entry at 85. Okay, that's not one. Again, we don't know if it's going to open, when it's going to open, and okay, it opened at 58, 59. So yeah, it opened lower. This can, turn into a bloodbath, but right now it looks like no bids. Still, the pressure is on the downside. For a good late session, we need a major pullback, like the one AMD is giving us right now. Guys, we have a new trade in Amazon, long 189. Risk 20 cents. You left the match on the table on GL? A big deal. Every day we leave so much money on the table on mixed trades, wrong trades, mismanaged trades. Halted again? Wow. Clearly, this is when they're talking about fraud is a no-no for institutional investors. Once an institutional investor hears about fraud, he wants to save his ass and move the money away at all costs. And that's at all costs means he's going to take a big loss or whatever, but he won't face scrutiny for holding money in a company like this that can, I don't know, maybe go to 20 or 5 or get halted for months or whatever. So there are opportunities in the market other than GL. He can move his money to NVIDIA. Nobody's gonna complain about that. Okay, guys. I'm watching for, if possible, for a pullback in Apple, a pullback in NVIDIA, not happening, a pullback in Google, again, not happening, not even Tesla is pulling back at this point. The only stock that pulled back was AMD. Again, GL probably an insurance company. Those companies are considered, you know, very, very stable investments. Unless they sell policies to to deceased people, and then maybe things are going wrong. Okay, guys, I have no new trades. I think I took only one trade this run session. That damn MU trade at 124.5. Nothing else. Let's wait. Let's wait for a pullback in Amazon. It's, you know, buying it after this huge run from 188 to over 189. No, that's I don't think this is sustainable, this type of a move. Let's wait and hold on a second, guys. I said that I'm looking at it. I didn't say that I'm going to trade it. When I say that I will trade it, I'm posting it in the room. Oh, hold on a second. It again. It looks too extended at 189 to trade. Yeah, there was a potential trade at 189, whatever. What was it? 189, risking 20 cents. But I myself, I know, did not post it or traded it. Again, guys, sometimes I say that I will take a trade, then I'm any trade that I'm taking, that I'm posting in the room, is you know, something that you should take. Now, if you take Amazon at 189 with a 20-cent stop loss and it doesn't work, okay, I didn't take it. GEV opened again, now maybe moving up. Be careful, guys, from halts and everything like that, and of course the spreads. I'm gonna wait and maybe we'll trade it. If I trade it, I will post it. So far, all we're doing is moving up a couple of minutes, and then the market or the algos are buying it immediately. Looks like it's halted again. Yeah. RDDT, let's take a look. Any trade, I think, in RDDT should start from the VWAP. So anyway you look at it, look at the stop loss under the VWAP. So I don't think it matters where you enter at 44.50 or 44.80. You want to be as close as possible to the VWAP because that's going to be your stop loss. If you look at RDDT, I don't think it traded under the VWAP in the last 3 hours. Maybe once all day. We are at fresh new highs, believe it or not. Guys, again, if you see anything interesting, just post it. We are at the highs of the day, so any pullback is immediately bought. And I'm staying away from GM as well right now. I know that it has the potential to deliver a huge move up at one point. That obviously did not happen since, I don't know, since the early session, right? Had a nice reversal, the only reversal. Since then, it's been, selling off, selling off, selling off consistently. I think finally I found a weak stock, CPRI. CPRI is very weak today. CPRI, I think that's John Madden. CPRI. No, Capri Holdings. Maybe it was once upon a time John Madden. Anyway, let's watch it. Good volume, nothing great. Very obviously extended to the downside, but maybe there's going to be another trade in this stock today. Huge leg down today. I don't know what is the reason for that. Maybe a downgrade. So basically, the last since basically 11 or before 11, almost 4 hours or 3 hours. Sorry, since 10:15, almost 4 hours, we've been moving up, and I had one long trade. That was it for me. One. Let's hope that something will happen in terms of pullback after 2 p.m. Although I won't bet on that because sometimes it doesn't happen very often. The market picks up a trend, and there are some news, and even after this huge move up, we're not pulling back. I mean, any pullback, the algos are buying right now. So very few shorting opportunities. I don't want to say nothing. No shorting opportunities, but very, very few. And the longs need pullbacks or major pullbacks. Right now it's halted, isn't it? Okay, it's not halted. We have like 10-15 minutes left in this land session, which was one for the books, one to remember. I don't think I remember one such a great land session in terms of the SPY movement in months. Definitely not this year, and I was definitely caught off guard here with this Apple move and Amazon move. Big pullback finally in KMX. I hope that you took care of business, Amir, on that nearly $2 move that you got from the low. From what was it? 69.25. Guys, for the late session, let's watch CPRI for a potential short trade. Let's watch FAST again for a potential short trade. Those are the two stocks that I see that have some potential downside. And again, those who want to take a risk and buy or sell GL, be very, very cautious with that stock. Again, it can get halted, gap up on you, gap down on you. You want to be very cautious trading it. it's tired, but those 5-minute bars that are, mini bars can continue higher a long period of time, because that's how you see that algos are buying, very, very methodically. And now we are at the highs of the day at 518, $6 up from the lows, and no pullback, nothing. It's like we just started the trading day. I have 0 new trades for me. Well, this yesterday, I think we closed near the flat line yesterday. I don't remember, but today up 0.75 and the Q's up 0.35. Again, when Apple is up more than 3%, Nvidia is up more than 3%, MU is up 3%, Amazon is up, Tesla is up. Let's see if there is any Nasdaq leader that's down. Not that I see one. All Nasdaq leaders are shining today, or right now. Guys, in a couple of minutes, shorted again GL. Okay. Guys, in a couple of minutes, Aggie is going to be coming in for the late session. Today, I have to say, I can't complain about the lunch session, but I ended up not doing anything positive. Now, a huge spike up on volume in Google, over 159. So the Nasdaq is giving and giving and giving today. It's like a cash cow and more upside. So anybody that thinks about shorting this market, so far, big mistake. Or shorting anything. The one stock, guys, that did pull back was AMD. The one that did not pull back basically all day, and now way, way above the VWAP, Apple killing it today, really. Started very weak. I don't know, maybe some news or something happened. Or maybe that's on the, or this move is on the market. clearly a big winner. Guys, if you see anything interesting, we are fresh new highs and not letting it go. Fresh new highs in, well, not in Tesla, but in Apple. Those who traded Tesla and did not trust it, guys, too bad. I mean, look at this amazing price action. It's $5 up from the lows. $5. If not for this super extended market, we have well, we have only longs at you know, pretty much at every level. Google, Amazon. I'm not talking even at Apple at this point. MU also at the highs of the day.
Hi, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today?
Hi, Aggie. Welcome. Every day there's something wrong. This market put us basically in a defensive position. No pullback for the last 4 hours. I myself had absolutely no long trades that worked, and this market is, you know, unstoppable. Now up more than 1%, 0.6 on the Qs, and going on 1% for the SPY. And
yeah,
all of that thanks to the bold option 1 p.m.
I see. So the bulls are unleashed again, as I see.
Obviously. So guys, I'm taking a break. Won't trade anything before I'll see a pullback, and if there's going to be a pullback. We may not see a pullback all day.
Doesn't seem like, actually.
We'll wait for it.
Yeah, definitely.
No, there must be. It cannot continue. I mean, this is insane. Unless you know, some short sellers news in Apple. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely huge pickup in volume in Apple. If you look, guys, at the chart, or maybe some news. Okay, guys, I'm taking a break. Be back out.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Wow, guys, that's a huge green day so far. I hope for you it is a huge green day as well. Hi, Sopol. Yes, I'm here. Actually, my only one which I'm checking now is the Reddit. Because everything is on the high, so what should we take it? Like over the highs? So Reddit over 45 for me. This is going to be my first call for the afternoon because everything is so much on the highs that actually I have no idea what to take at the moment. We really, really, really need this pullback. Stop loss on the Reddit should be under 44.40. Okay, so 60 cents stop loss on the Reddit. But I must tell you, traders, this seems like a very much one-way ticket day after 1 p.m. So this is what I am expecting for the last hours. SPY, it's on the way to touch this 520. Triple Q almost on the new all-time highs. It's just insane, I must tell you. So all-time highs, it's not far away. I'm not going to be surprised if we will get it. Actually, it's just $2 away, 448. Apple and NVIDIA, they definitely, Microsoft, Amazon, Google gave a huge bounce to this triple Q, the technological stocks. Apple is up 3.3%, seems like a never-ending story. NVIDIA is 3.2 higher, Google almost 2% higher, so insane strong day so far. I'm so happy to hear that, Jim. Definitely, if you were on the right side, this should be your best day of the year so far, traders. I totally agree. So I hope it's like that for everyone. This is going to be my first trade today because I was not trading in the morning. But now I'm very much ready to take any short on or any short, sorry, long, any long on a pullback or so. I must tell you, I'm not sure we will see any pullback at all on this market. And like that, it's not easy to take any longs at the moment. Very nice, Jim. Which one was your best trade, by the way? Oh, wow. Yes, you are right. Roger, I don't know what's happening on the Morgan Stanley, but this just got a really ugly hit. And as you know, tomorrow it is going to be the first day of the earnings season with the big banks going for a earnings release. And let me just check what's going on with the MS. Just a sec. Morgan Stanley, it's a huge move lower. Also, SPY and Triple Q still seem to be resilient. Maybe, Mark, maybe. Which one, Jim? NVDA on a VWAP break? Beautiful, well done. Yeah, definitely it was just very much not guaranteed, but a really great move towards this $900, which is going to be touched soon indeed. Okay, so far SPY is making a bull flag, so does the Triple Q. Apple insanely strong, 3.5% higher, and doesn't seem like traders we will see any pullback at all so far on the market. Huge green day here. Nice, Jim. Well done. Which one, Nate? GL? Checking. Globe Life. Wow. That must have a really ugly news on the side as I see. Ouch. Painful. I hope you are not coding along at all. If you are in a short, kind of okay, but definitely not to the long side. Triple Q is ready for another breakout together with the Apple, by the way. Apple is ready to break 174 in the meantime. Bull is definitely controlling this market so far, and seems like they are not going to let it go at all. Anything for a pullback? Big move to the upside. Yeah, David, it is. It is. I agree. 174 is going to be cleared soon. Unbelievably strong. And NVDA just touched 900. If you took advantage on this NVDA trade today, traders, especially over 880 or 890, I definitely would take a partial here, and let's see if it can continue. But as it is NVDA, there will be a nice continuation. Unfortunately, only this Reddit, which I'm watching to the long side at the moment, because everything is just reaching new daily highs after new daily highs. A Reddit target would be 45, 50, 60 first, and let's just go to 46 after that, if it can at all. And here comes the breakout on the triple Q, together with Might with the Apple. NVDA just touched 900 again. Wow, that's a huge strength on the market. W, checking. I don't like it too much indeed. On the daily, it's a small inside day, not my favorite. I mean, not my favorite setup. Reddit has not entered yet, and the market just stopped, I guess, temporarily only at the moment for a consolidation. Nothing else indeed. Okay, hopefully we will see at least a small pullback. I really would need a small pullback to enter to this bull rally here. Yeah, I see AMD is just checking on in this 170 level. NVIDIA is still on the 900s. Amazing. So far, Apple could not break the 174 yet. Was really close and it's still close. Maybe it's going to happen now. Incredibly strong run to the upside on the Apple for today. Let's just see a small counter trend trade for a scalp on the market. If we can go lower here at all. Stop loss is going to be, I'm going to call TQQQ under 61.50, 22 cents, okay? It's a counter trend trade, risky. I'm going to take it with a low share size. Let's see if it's going to work at all, because I feel like the market is way extended at the moment. I'm not sure it's going to get triggered at all because I still see bull flags here. NVIDIA is fighting with 900. Apple getting close to 174. So one long on Reddit, one short on the TQQQ. If we get a small pullback on the market, it's going for a kind of a counter trend trade scalp here. $48, it's my entry, 61.48. And I want to go for a 20 cents, not more. Just a plain scalp here. SPY still consolidating. Tesla was a nice bottom reversal as well on 170. I don't know if you took it or not. It's a great one. Wow, Reddit is not moving. Come on, Reddit. Wow, NVDA broke 900, 901 coming on NVDA. Huge push. Higher. Okay, seems like my TQQQ is not going to enter, guys. But I hope my Reddit, at least it will. Go with AMD. Well done, Ryan. Yeah, come on, Reddit. I've just entered Reddit traders. Let's go for a 50 cents here. Apple, huge break. Almost 4% higher now on the Apple. Amazing. So no pullback for this afternoon, traders. So far, just a continuation. And here comes already trade. I'm just canceling TQQQ. It's not going to enter. New high on the triple Q, new high on the Apple. Come on, Reddit. 20 more cents to take a partial here. My stop loss is going to be under 44 and 50. Traders, 44 and 50. Yeah, Rick, looks like. Good luck, Sopol. I hope it's going to be okay here on the Reddit trade. So far, looks like it's okay. But we still need like a 44 or a 20, 25 cents to go. And the market, it's no doubt, it's a one-way ticket since 1 p.m. Crazy. Okay. Reddit, nice. 20 cents in the money. 445 and 84. Thank you, Roger. Just touched that I see by the triple Q. So this can mean a stronger resistance for the triple Q. Seems like it's working at the moment. Reddit is still doing great. Overall market is on the highs. We still have 1.5 hours to go, traders. And this crazy bullish sentiment is just building on the market. Eric, yes, but the overall market is extremely strong. So I'm not going to be surprised on an AMBD breakout either. Yeah, Apple definitely doing it, Mark. Are you in along? Bar 72, you chased it. But you chased it well. It's just going higher now. Good. Great trade. And market is pushing higher. Unbelievable. Wow. No stuff for the bulls today, guys. Here I'm short. Let's see, David. We would try a top reversal here under 130. You know what? For a scalp, it can be good, but only for a quick scalp, I would say. RDDT, I'm going to change my stop loss under 44.85 traders. 44.85, which means it's a 15-cent stop loss only on the Reddit. And market is still pushing higher and higher, unstoppable. But so far, it's still doing okay. I mean the Reddit. Guys, I will. Hey guys, I am back and seems like the market has not changed, pushing higher and higher at the moment. Crazy strong market. Wow. And finally, Reddit is going as well. 10 more cents to take a partial here. No, it does not, Norm. You are right. Really, Norm? Okay, I missed this news actually, but that's funny. Nice ARM, David. No, I would not take NVIDIA anymore over 900. I had a small pullback. It's coming now, traders. Watch out. Still have a bit more like 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. I'm still holding my Reddit, but I'm going to be out under 44.90. Still give the chance. And I still try to short this market for a small pullback under. Stop loss over the highs, only for a 20-cent scalp again. Yeah, it did. Eric, you are right. 79 is my entry on the TQQQ. If we get a fill here at all. And the market looks super bullish at the moment. And my Reddit trade is building, but slowly. Slowly, slowly. So I must tell you, this high volume, it's not the real deal. It's quite of low. But the daily candle, it's like extremely strong. Okay, come on, Reddit. 20 more cents to take the partial here. $0.20 mark, 20 cents, only for a scalp. We see finally a small pullback, at least on this ugly market. Which is nicely trending. I just missed the nice entries to the long sides. I'm trying that. $15 minutes to go till the power hour. Nice trade with the ARM, David. Well done. Market is still pushing higher. No sign for a pullback. If it's going to pull back, I'm going to be involved with the TQQQ anyway. Okay, here comes the Reddit traders. Some more cents, and I'm going to take my 80% of the share size out on the Reddit trade. Apple is pulling back, SPY is pulling back. This is what I was afraid of, that the market is pulling back and it will have an impact on the Reddit guys. So I think I'm just going to take a partial, like in 30 cents, which is not the best, but not the worst either. Anyway, I moved my stop loss under 44 and 90. And I just get in to the TQQQ. My stop loss is going to be 61.60. SPY in a pullback now. So I just took a 30 cents on the Reddit. Stop loss under 45, like 44.95. And on the TQQQ, I want to see a 61.60 to take a partial, okay? Come on, bears. 10 minutes to go till the power hour now. Nice, David. Thank you, Ryan. Yes, Mark, as I've told you, on 30 cents only on the Reddit because the market started to dump and I got scared. Still in 20 cents at the moment on the Reddit. Mark, it's getting back to the 30 cents level if you want to take a partial on the RD or DDT if you missed it. But now my stop loss is just slightly under 45, okay? Market is still pushing a bit lower, not that much indeed. My TQQQ is around the entry. NVIDIA pushing lower, Tesla as well. Reddit is not that much impacted as I was expected first. But I felt like it's better to take this 30 cents than to leave it for the luck that it's not going to be impacted by this market. Okay, guys, 8 minutes and the power hour is coming. 10 more cents to take a partial on the TQQQ. Come on, market, dump a bit, please. I see, Roger. Yeah, definitely. Oh, beautiful. Come on, SQQQ, or TQQQ, sorry. Okay, 9 more cents. My Reddit is still doing great, 30 cents in the money. Let's see if it can go do more. I've just chosen Reddit because usually it does not care about the market at all. Indeed. Okay, come on. 7 more cents. That's a stubborn bullish market again, isn't it, guys? Which would not be a problem at all, but I just missed the best entries to the long. Okay, so Paul, as you wish. It's still a 23% or a 23 cents winner. So be my guest. Nice, Jim. Very happy to hear that. Well done. Really happy to hear that you had a great trading day with us. Oh no, we could not touch the 60 with the TQQQ yet. Okay, let me just reconsider my stop loss here. Actually, traders on TQQQ, if it's going over 61.90, I'm going to be out. Okay, only 10 cents stop loss. Why? Because the market is still strong. I'm playing here a kind of a dangerous trade with a counter trend trade. Why? Because I have nothing else left. Reddit is still good. If you miss the first partialing, here it is, 45.30. I'm still holding TQQQ, but as I've told you, 61 over 61.80, I'm out. Eric, yeah, I'm just watching Microsoft, not Microsoft, Morgan Stanley, and actually this doesn't look good at all, indeed. Not unfortunately, my TQQQ doesn't seem like a good one either anymore. Apple under 174, triple Q under 446, but the overall market is still extremely strong. Nice, David. Well done. I don't blame you. So Paul in the GL is just diving. Wow. How much it's down today? 54%? Ouch. That's ugly. All right, traders, I took a 30 cents partial on Reddit. Stop loss just slightly under 45. TQQQ is still running. Also, I want to see a 61, 61, 62 level here. My stop loss on the TQQQ is going to be 61 and 92. And the overall market still seems strong, and the power hour is coming in 2 minutes. So I'm strong. I'm really strongly thinking of really keeping this TQQQ, because if I'm just closing it, it's a nice green day. If I'm still going to close it on 61.90, it's still a nice, not a nice, but a green day. But definitely we need this extra 10 cents, or at least I do need this extra 10 cents to make it as a green day for today for myself. Market is extended, or so the bulls are extremely strong. SPY is up 1%, almost triple Q very strong, 1.6 higher, which means the ADR kind of done. But you can never judge this on a strong day like that, indeed. So I'm still keeping my whole share size on the TQQQ and 8 cents to go with the partial now. And we are just going to enter this power hour now. Roger, I hope it's going to visit that one, indeed, because this means that my TQQQ is going to hit my first target level here. Okay, volatility, it's growing, increasing a bit here. Stepping into the power hour traders. And no, buyers are coming in again. No. You know what? I'm just not going to gamble this TQQQ. Market is way too strong for that. I must tell you, I don't like it. I do not like it. No bears, only bulls. So if it's going to go over 61.82, I'm out. 61.82, it's my final stop loss on this TQQQ. 61.82. Why? Because if it's going to break it, that's going to be a new push higher. Nice, Eric. Well done. I'm still holding TQQQ. Final stop loss 61.82. Still patient with the trade. But this market doesn't seem like it wants to do a kind of a decision on the highs. NVIDIA pulling back, Tesla does pull back, Apple, not that much indeed. Tick and trick indicator, Roger. Nice. Are you watching that as well? Great. Tick indicator, yeah, I know that. Tick index chart. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, I guess that's it. Market doesn't want to make a pullback at all, so I'm going to be out at 61 and 82. My TQQQ trade. Nice winner so far on the Reddit, but if TQQQ is passing 61.82, I'm going to be out. And the market itself is just making a pullback as well. Yeah, RENT, it's a huge mover today. All right. Out of TQQQ with the 3 cents loss, traders. It's just not working, unfortunately. And the market is going for a new high for today, so no pullback at all, indeed. But my Reddit is still in the play. So that's good. Yeah, Norm, we are back on the path higher at the moment. You're very much right. SPY up almost 1%, triple Q 1.7, and still getting higher. Apple again breaking this 174 soon. Crazy, crazy strong market at the moment. So actually for the afternoon for me, a 3 cents loss on TQQQ, but a nice winner on the Reddit so far. So I am green. It was not easy to trade this highs, daily highs on the market. I really tried my best to do that. Traders, in the meantime, I just found the reason why Morgan Stanley stock is dropping. So, according to the Barron's article, it's Morgan Stanley stock drops sharply after Wall Street Journal report of regulatory probes. Well, that doesn't mean a good sign before just the first earnings day of tomorrow, and the earnings is going to be released on the big banks. Actually, I'm just going to tell you which ones. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Progressive Corporation, BLK, BlackRock, Citi, State Street Corporation, and Bank 7 Corporation. All of them are going to be released before the market opens tomorrow. So tomorrow it's the official open of the earnings season, by the way. And not only the earnings season is going to happen here, but let's see what kind of news we will get here. Import price is at 8:30, but I must tell you consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock, together with inflation expectations, are going to be more important. Follow 2:30 p.m. FOMC member Postage speaks, and 3:30 p.m. FOMC member Daly speaks. Nice and busy Friday ahead of us, and market is just climbing higher and higher. Crazy. Beautiful trade on W. David, well done. GL? Yeah, I think so. I don't know what that stock is, but seems like as a gambling stock for sure. It's down like 56%. I guess it just got some really ugly news here, by the way. I don't know, Mark. Several times for sure. Marcello, as I'm using the Cormax platform, I have this set up. Sorry for that. I don't know which one actually Scott is going to use in the future, but I guess he's using Fidelity. I know lots of you are using TradingView or TC2000. I'm aware of that, but listen, chart is a chart. Setup is a setup. It differs from trader to trader. So actually, you know what? We just cannot make the same good for everyone. I feel like. Yes, Mark, volume is very low today. That's a good point on your side, by the way. Oops. Okay. If I just take a look at the SPY and the triple Q, I can see a very nice green day, but actually I'm a bit scared of the volume, which is extremely low. You're right. It seems like, you know what, the traders are, or the big traders at least, are on the sidelines waiting for a kind of a guidance, a kind of a sign, whether they should continue higher or drop it or whatever, you know. So actually, you are right. This volume today, it was not the real deal. You are welcome, Marcello. One thing is for sure, I'm using the VWAP, EMA 20, 50, and 100 on the intraday, and 20, 50, and 200 on the EMA on the daily chart. Okay, traders, market is still pushing higher. So that's official. Bulls are unstoppable today, and we still have 40 minutes to go. I'm just checking these charts all over again, and I must tell you, I just cannot find anything which would look a really good one indeed. But at least my Reddit is working very well indeed. So you know what? I'm just thinking of taking a next partial on the Reddit in like 80 cents, which is not bad at all, which is going to turn my day very nicely to the green side. So here it is, 80 cents. I just took another partial on the Reddit. And stop loss under 45 and 50 traders. Stop loss, I'm just going to make it under 45 and 50. Here it is, and let's see if it still can push higher. SPY just made a lower high, by the way. Triple Q as well on 446, but I must tell you, it doesn't mean anything in such a strong market like that. Nice, Norm. Yeah, Tesla, it's extremely strong today. Also, it started weak, but after this 170 bottom reversal, it just made a great move higher together with the market indeed. Traders, if you still have anything on the radar, please just let me know. So far, I had a very small loss, like 3 cents on the TQQQ, as the market seems like it's just working higher, but the Reddit trade with 2 partials made my day for sure. Tesla still pushing higher, NVIDIA and the rest of the big tech stocks are making rather a consolidation than a very clear move or trend. Market itself consolidating around this 518 level. Tesla, that's crazy. It's pushing higher and higher. Yeah, no, you're right. Oh, did you, Ryan? Ouch. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, you know what? Tesla is so much news sensitive, unfortunately. So you must be careful with any swing on the Tesla. Okay, Reddit break my stop loss level. So I'm out of the Reddit after 2 partials under 45 and 50. This is a crazy stock, so I'm okay with that. And Apple is just breaking the highs in the meantime. Huge green candle for the Apple today. I guess it definitely wants to touch this 175 maybe towards to the end of the day. Yeah, Eric, Tesla pushing higher now, NVIDIA as well. The overall market, including the triple Q and the Apple, huge move. But I must tell you, both on the triple Q and the SPY is building up this big green candle on a lower volume. So be careful with that. And we still have 35 minutes to go. Sorry, not even 25. SPY, a huge, enormous bull flag. Triple Q is just ready to break this bull flag indeed. Oh no, Eric, that's for sure. I hope no one get this stock indeed in his or her portfolio. No, I don't think so. I'm going to re-enter Reddit Grinch. I got a beautiful winner on that, and I'm just going to leave it like that in the last 30 minutes, as the market is still in a consolidation zone. So I'm happy at least we took a great trade on the Reddit so far. SPY is still strong together with the Apple and the triple Q. Apple definitely is on the way to touch this 175 level here. Okay, guys, here comes the last 30 minutes. Please be careful if you have any trades going on. I am flat at the moment. Beautiful winner on Reddit, a very small 3-cent loser on the TQQQ. So far I'm doing very good on the afternoon session. Not too many trades, but you know what? I just tried my best here with this consolidating market on the highs. Okay, guys, so far market is just still consolidating. I am flat. Reddit is out. TQQQ is out. And so far looks like Tesla is pushing for a new high. So does might Apple. Definitely 175, as I've told you, it definitely wants to touch it. And it's going to touch it in 10 cents indeed. But the triple Q, it's not going for a new high at the moment. So let's see what the last 20 minutes is going to get us here. 2025 indeed. Okay, I will be back. Right, traders, I am back, and seems like this market, as I've told you, it's unstoppable to the upside. I did not retrade or retake the RDDT indeed. SPY up almost 1%, triple Q 1.7, ready to break 446 here. Amazing. And 1 cent to go to reach this 175 with the Apple. Extremely, extremely strong market for today, guys. Like CPI never happened. Rate cut concerns never happened. Geopolitical tensions never happened. And it's just pushing higher. Amazing indeed. With a low volume, by the way. Is it Eric? Okay. Here comes the last 20 minutes, and market is stubborn higher and higher. NVDA 904, amazingly strong. Apple broke 175. Super Q446, and the SPY has not touched yet 520, but it's on the way. In the last 20 minutes of the trading day, guys, market is just pushing higher and higher. Huge bullish sentiment. Despite of being a kind of a huge consolidation in the last 2 hours, I feel like I just tried my best to take the trades here or so. I was not paying attention to the coin. The coin was a nice reversal around this 257 level, with the Bitcoin pushing higher as well. So it's going to be a huge green day on a low volume. Question, what's going to come next? Tomorrow, which is going to be the first official big earnings day of this second earnings season, traders of the year. And I'm just repeating myself, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, PGR, BlackRock, Citi, STT, BSVN is going to release the earnings before the market opens, together with some news on the import prices at 8:30 and 10 o'clock, consumer sentiment and inflation expectations, followed by Bostic Speak at 2:30 and Dali Speaks at 3:30. So seems like we will get a really, really busy Friday trading. That's great indeed. And in the last minutes, market is just pushing and pushing higher. $15 minutes to come now. Orienti, Ali? See? Brave. Just for a scalp. Would it be okay, I would say? Do you think it's going to give a last push here? Let's see. Huge mover today, that's for sure. Please be careful with the last 10 minutes. Usually the last 10 minutes tends to be extremely volatile because the algos. I'm not going to keep anything for the last 10 minutes usually. I'm flat anyway at the moment. No trade. Apple is completely unstoppable. 175.40s are going to be touched by the Apple soon. NVIDIA just cannot stop either, as I see. 905 is on the horizon. Google 160. Amazon 190. Good luck with the UAL, David. Just check it. Risky trade, I would say, but let's see if it can push higher. Market is pulling back a little bit now. Not too much indeed. I'm not expecting a huge pullback in the last 10 minutes at all. The bull strength is extremely strong here in the last 2 hours. Great, so Paul, I hope you are in green. Have a great rest of your day and see you tomorrow. Here comes the last 10 minutes, traders. Market is, of course, pushing a bit lower, not too much indeed, as I've told you. Nice, so happy to hear that. Yes, Vic, usually it's a profit taking towards to the end of the day, especially after such a huge run on the market. But as I've told you, as the bulls are so much stubborn, I'm not expecting a huge pullback at all. Look at NVIDIA, is still extremely strong. Apple is pushing lower a little bit, but NVIDIA is just insane. Together with Amazon, Google is still strong, AMD. So let's see. Still have 8 minutes to go. And actually, for tomorrow, we don't have too much more risky events coming. Which means that the market can be stronger, easier, indeed. If the bulls think that really serious at this time to push it even higher over the all-time highs, which can happen. Very well, okay. Good luck with the coin. Let me just check it. Wow, you're right. This is really strong together with the Bitcoin indeed. Okay. All right, traders, 5 minutes to go. I am flat for the day. Extremely strong trading day at the end. Huge, strong on the tech stocks, especially 1.7 higher on the triple Q, 0.8887% higher on the SPY, and it's still stretching higher. Incredible day for sure. I hope you ended in green, and well, interesting day coming for tomorrow. So please make sure you are going to enter the room on time, which is going to be at 8:30 first to do this pre-market session with me. After that, followed by Craig to give a little insight about the crypto. And after that, followed by the leader of Scott Malatesta, who is going to take over the room and trading the starting session, the morning session with you. Nice green day for me. Thanks to Reddit. Definitely on my watch for tomorrow as well. I hope you are ending a nice green day as well. And I'm just going to wish you a great rest of your day. Good night for the ones with the same time zone as mine. Clifton, thank you for your help. Michael, good night to you. And I am going to see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Good night. Grinch, a nice Grinch green day. Good. Happy to hear that. Okay, guys, take care. Bye. See you.